10 of which are remaining now today and are part of this evening's session. But Lakatos, absolutely magnificent again.
This session full of finals. It's pretty exciting. There's a lot of good races coming up, including the men's T44 200 meters final that a lot of people would be looking forward to, because we're going to see Richard Brown go up against Alan Oliveira.
First man in the field, the men's shot put F33 final.
Well, Fairbank coming so close. He finished fourth there, just edged out by a few hundredths of a second. It wasn't, despite being European champion, the top European in this. In the end, that was Germany and Britain. That's a great result, having picked up 2 medals last year. The Europeans.
There's Carly Beattie and Michael Roger of Australia.
12 meters, 11.73 for Malik this year.
Well, the field event finals will be coming thick and fast as well, and this is the men's shot put F33 final, which is among the wheelchair categories. Cerebral palsy.
Compete in a seated position. The impairments typically affect the ability to control legs, trunk,
Look at
arms, and
another
hands.
Australian coming up in this final of the shot put, Jessie Wyatt.
Reigning world champion from Algeria is Kamal Kardena.
Start list is on the screen for you.
Algeria tend to do very well in this, as they did a clean sweep of all the medals 2 years ago at the last World Championships. But will they here? Well, the answer is no, because there's only one Algerian in it.
That was Cardania there, just getting himself ready and into position. 10 athletes going in the men's shot put F33. We will have more track action taking place in the coming minutes as well. It is the women's 200 meters T11 final. Defending champion Teresina Guillermina will be in that one, but she'll be up against Lu Ku Qing, who defeated her over 400 meters, ending Guillermina's dominance in that race. That was yesterday on day 3, but this is day 4.
And sitting in the crowd there is the Brazilian man who tragically missed out on finishing his 100 meters with an injury, I think.
There is the start list for the second final out of 6, as Will Downing mentioned in the first half an hour. Onyek Boule, who set an African record in qualifying in 25.27. She goes from lane 1. And Guillermina and Lou in there, and Santos as well. Now, an interesting story, Teresa Santos, who was disqualified in her heat for a false start. She won silver in 2013, so she won't be there.
Classes 11 to 13 are allocated to athletes.
And Guillermina going in this upcoming race of the women's 200 meters for T11 athletes with her guide. You'll see her in a second on screen, wearing a lot of colours.
Well, there is Lavina Onyek Boule of Nigeria. There is at 25.27 African record she set in qualifying for the final. She'll go from lane 1 with her guide, Chiduze Kalu.
Just got a little bit of a hold up in lane 3 as the athletes prepare for the start.
That's Guillermina, the world record holder, the championship record holder. Well, the doctor's being called apparently in lane 3, so whether there is an issue there with Guillermina, we'll just stick with it and see what happens. That's the Chinese athlete Lu, who won that 400 meters yesterday. This is the 200 meters T11. Now the T11 is the most visually impaired category. So you see the athletes there with the guides and also with the complete glasses or blindfolds on the face to make sure that it is a completely legitimate competition. Well, Guillermina is still there.
It's a chance at a bit of redemption here for Guillermina after finishing in a strange place for her in 3rd place in the 400 metres. She's used to coming home first.
Well, that lady there, Lu Ku Qing, who was the lady who broke that dominance, winning the 400 metres. It looks as though everything's in place now, though. The athletes being instructed to take their marks. So the guides help them into position. It takes a little bit longer. As you can see, the 2 lanes being required for this event with both the guides and the athlete in position. They'll be tethered together by the hand there, as you can see on the outside lane. Santos's guide just putting the red tape around there, and they're away. All get away right at the first time of asking, and it's Lu Ku Qing who gets away very, very quickly indeed from lane 5. We've been used to seeing this now, haven't we? She's out in front at the present time. It's Guillermina who's trying to catch up with her on the inside. It's very, very tight. Guillermina has just taken the advantage on the inside, but here comes Lu Ku Qing down the outside there. It is very, very close. It's Lu who just holds the advantage. It is Lu who is going to get there across in a time of 24.75 seconds. Well, disregarding the wind factor, that will be 0.01 outside Teresina Guillermina's championship record. We'll just wait to see whether it has been rounded up, but also we'll wait to see what the wind factor is. Well, it's plus 1.8, so it is fine. 24.75, so 0.01 of a second outside Teresina Guillermina's record that she made in 2013. We're just waiting for official confirmation. It is an Asian record though, 24.75, a wind factor of plus 1.8, 24.95 for Teresina Guillermina. Julia Santos finishing in the bronze medal position in 3rd, and Anya Begule finishing in 4th place in 26.45.
Lu really opened it up from the beginning there. She went out like a bullet, and Guillermina's taken a little while to wind up, and finally she's come round into the home straight, and she's taken a couple of metres off her, perhaps just edging her out. Look there,
at that point there, it looked as though Guillermina was going to take the win, but Lu strikes back, and look at that finish. That is incredible.
And I'll tell you what, I've noticed this here. We notice it again with the Brazilians. The guide runner in the 400 as well as the 200 seems to be not able to keep up with Guillermina. Perhaps he's not in 100% health.
Yeah, that is an issue, isn't it? And you can see that towards the end there. And then Guillermina, because she's going so fast across the line when she's released, she takes off all of a sudden without the guide, and she trips over because of that situation. So that is something they're certainly going to have to work on leading towards the Rio Paralympics next year. But a gold medal again. So let's say 200 and 400 medal for Lu Ku Qing, an Asian record of 24.75, just outside by 0.01 of a second of the championship record held by Guillermina, who finishes in 2nd place, and Julia Santos of Brazil makes it a 2 and 3 for the Brazilians.
Is this a passing of the guard then? Well, the man who's dominated the men's shot put in the F33 and extra categories, sometimes it's a multi-category event. Kamel Kerjana of Algeria. He's actually led an Algerian 1-2-3 at the last 3 major global championships, which won't happen here as he's no colleagues alongside. 2 fouls though. And that is a big difficulty because he has to get a mark here. He's the reigning Paralympic and world champion. We've got 10 in the final, and it's only the top 8. We'll be able to throw all the way. It's 3 throws at a time in this. So Kerjana is in a spot, a big bother here. That looks okay. He's got the white flag. It's around 10.5 meters, and he will survive in the competition. But that was touch and go for a little bit. He's won the last 4 major global championships, and that is a mark on the board which will get him up into the top 8. It actually, I think, being over 10 meters might already be good enough to have won him gold, but we'll see about that. 2 World Championships, 2 Paralympic titles as well. And that is a new African record for Carjena of 10 meters 25. He's in the lead. He's the first of 10 to throw. So, next final on the track, the women's 200 meters, T36.
Now this will be an interesting one because the world record has stood for quite some time, from 2004, and the championship record from 2002.
Representing Hong Kong in lane 1, Yam Kwok Fa. Lane 2 for Mexico, Sandra Fonseca Solis. Now under her maiden name of Elena Ivanova. She claimed treble Paralympic glory in 2012. Elena Sviridova she is now. She's in 3. Tasaita Olivia Cruz of Brazil in 4. Yuki Kato of Japan is in 5. Reigning European champion is in lane 6. Claudia Nikolajczyk. Her first medals, silver in the 1 and the 200 in Beijing 2008. Second Hong Kong athlete in this, Wong Se-yan, she's in 7. And in lane 8 from Argentina, Yanina Andrea Martinez. Those records have won fun. World record set in winning gold in Athens 2004, and the championship record in France in 2002 from the same athlete. But World Championship finals are about gold, silver and bronze, and the world records, championship records are a nice little bonus. It's all about the hardware. So it's Yam in 1, Fonseca in 2, Sviridova 3, Oliveira 4, Kato 5, Nikolajczyk 6, Wong 7, Martinez is in lane 8. Some with a standing start, you'll note, some are allowed to take the full stance. So away the first time of asking, Yam, Fonseca, Sviridova, Oliveira, Kato, Nikolajczyk, Wong and Martinez. Sviridova, Nikolajczyk, by virtue of all their medal successes, should be expected to do quite well here. And here she comes, Elena Sviridova. Took up this name when she got married in 2013. Very successful as Elena Ivanova. Here she goes, on the way to glory. Nikolajczyk's fighting back now. So can Sviridova keep it going? Sviridova, Nikolajczyk, and also coming in with Martinez for Argentina. Sviridova gets the gold. It's Nikolajczyk, the silver for Germany, and Martinez might just have held on to the bronze. Oliveira, Brazil, was coming in very tightly, and Elena wins another major crown, the Paralympic Games champion. Takes the world title, 29:67, the official time, and that's actually very close to that very long-standing championship record. Nikolajczyk in second place, and that's another major championship honor for her. Very, very tight between the Argentine and the Brazilian, but Martinez did stang on, and she takes, for Argentina, the bronze medal.
Sviridova leading from the front, but the Brazilian was able to hang on for quite some time around the bend. But coming into the bend, Sviridova ran away with it, with the German and Argentinian coming through to claim second and third. And I'll tell you what, they were quite lucky with the breeze, because just before, as they were getting into the set position, there was a big gust of breeze that came through and blew some of our pages off the desk here. So we're going to be maybe hit and miss with the breeze tonight.
Fantastic victory again for this really talented Russian athlete. Elena Sviridova, and it's a new European record as well, 29:67. Nikolajczyk, the silver for Germany, and Martinez, the bronze for Argentina. Oliveira close.
your athletes for the women's 200
So back to the
T36.
men's shot put F33. Abdulaziz Al-Shikali, his second attempt. He's asking for some chalk there. It's very humid, very sweaty out there. There we go. That just helps with a bit of grip with the shot put there staying. So he's happy to go now. And out it goes there. His opening attempt was 5:20. This his second. Kadyena in first place at the moment with an African record. As we wait for the measurement on that one.
And she crosses the line unofficially in 29.68.
7:25, so an improvement of 2 meters and 5 centimeters on his opening effort. Time now for his third attempt. Plenty of competition in this one as we go further down the list. Silver medalist from the European Championships, Alexander Krupin of Russia, also competes. The bronze medalist from those championships, Daniel Schiel of Germany. And the European champion, Evgeny Malyuk of Russia.
The athletes in this class only attempting 3 of their throws in one go. They'll go back, sit down while the other athletes have their attempts, and then come back to the throwing apparatus for their final 3 attempts.
So that's the first 3 attempts of Abdulaziz Al-Shikali, 7 meters 70. So that improves by 55, or 45 centimeters, I should say, on his opening attempt. Time now to move back to the track. It's the 4th final. Men's 200 meters T44.
And this is a big race coming up. The men's T44, 200 meters.
Trenton Merrill there with a lifetime best of 23.15 this season. He'll go from lane 1, New Zealand's Liam Malone. Also has had an outstanding season with an exact replica of what Merrill has done in 23.15. Alan Oliveira, well, he needs no introduction, does he? Won his heat 22.48, gold in London 2012 over 200 in the T44. Hunter Woodhall.
The inside word on Hunter Woodhall is he's one to watch.
Well, he's outstanding in his heat 22.46. Felix Streng, his season debut in para-athletics last year. He goes from lane 5, the German Richard Brown, a new world record last year. In September of 2014, 21.62. Johann Flors from Germany. And another German, David Berder, who will be running from lane 8.
Could this be Richard Brown's first international gold medal? Yet to get a gold medal.
We shall see. None of the top 3 place getters from 2013 are taking part in this race.
We've got a couple of injuries in this class and some of them unable to attend, but this should be a race between Alan Oliveira, Richard Brown. The only man to upset those two could be Felix Streng.
Well, the championship record was set back in 2013 in Leon by Jared Wallace, who's not here. 22.08.
Recently breaking the 100-meter world record as well, taking that away from Richard Brown.
So away they go. Merrill in 1, Malone in 2, Oliveira in 3, Woodall in 4, Streng in 5, Brown in 6, Floors in 7, and Berra in 8. As they come round, it's Richard Brown who's hit the lead into the last 100 metres. It's Richard Brown who's going to be taking this by an absolute mile. He's about 5 or 6 metres in front. Let's just look at the time as he goes across the line. 21.27 seconds. And that, if the wind is on target, will be a new world record for Richard Brown. An outstanding run there from Brown. He went around the bend and he finished across. He's definitely within +0.9, so that is a new world record for Richard Brown of 21.27 seconds. Oliveira coming in second, and Woodall comes in 22.09 in third place. That is a brilliant run.
I did say Woodall was one to watch, and he's come through with the goods, so it makes me look like I know what I'm talking about. But Richard Brown, sweetness added to that world record with his first ever international gold medal. I know it's been a sore spot for him. That will solve those problems.
Oliveira came in 22.04. Woodall just 0.05 behind. A world record, though, of 21.27 seconds for Richard Brown, eclipsing his previous mark set last year, which was 21.62. That is a brilliant effort. You can see there, as he takes off, the whole lot of them there. Oliveira on the inside. There was going to be a big rival. It was spoken about at the pre-meet conference. And Richard Brown, as he goes around the bend there, he just keeps accelerating and accelerating. And from that point there, it's just a case of he against the clock.
When Richard Brown went out so fast, I thought, don't worry, Alan Oliveira will be able to come back. He's got the speed in the second half of the race. But Brown, the entertainer, ever the entertainer, crosses the line.
And he hugs Hunter Woodhall, who picks up the bronze medal. But as he went across the line, Richard Brown, he pointed at the clock. He knew it was a world record. And what a world record it was. 21.27 seconds, well within the legal win limit. And Alan Oliveira, 22.04 for him. A season best for him, a personal best in third place for Hunter Woodhall in 22.09.
Streng from Germany, the only one able to maintain contact, some sort of contact with Brown out of the start there.
And you'll notice area records coming up for both Floors in 4th and Streng in 5th for Germany, and that's because they're different categories.
And this is Jesse
Floors
White
T43, Streng
taking his throws in the men's shot.
Well, that is just shy of 10 metres. It's 3 throws in rotation. African record for Karjena of Algeria in 10.25. And there was a protest in, by the way, about the final, which we'll tell you about in a moment. The victory by Brown. We'll see if it interferes the winner or not, or if it interferes with any of the medalists.
And we thought Richard Brown had his first ever gold medal wrapped up. There's a protest, so we'll have to wait and see.
Of course, we have to work out who the protest is actually again. It may not even be against Richard Brown.
Another continental record for Oceania for Jesse Wyatt, 8 metres 69 as he goes second behind Kamal Karjena of Algeria in this men's shot put F33 final. Third throw is on the way.
Already an Australian record.
The first round at 8.69. Being a continental record, obviously has to be a national record as well. That's around the same mark. So just to reiterate, by the way, Brown winning world record 21.27. Oliveira second, 22.04. Woodall third for the United States. 16 years old from Utah, Syracuse. They told me I would never walk, so then I learned to run, is his motto. And Floors in 4th, Streng in 5th. 2 continental records for Germany. Floors is a T43, Streng a T44. And our next final on the track is another 200 meters, and it's the T35. Which of the standing cerebral palsy categories is the one of most impairment of the 4 from 35 to 38. We've got the Paralympic Games champion in this of Yuri Tsaruk of Ukraine and the European champion from Russia, Dmitry Savrinov. So the news from the last 5 minutes, will that inspire Aidan Jent? another gold for the United States. Nicholas Aravena of Argentina is in lane 2, 20 years old. Artem Kalashian of Russia in 3, lifetime best this year. 25.62, he's 18 years old. The Paralympic Games champion, 100 and 200 from London 2012. 3 medals at the Europeans last year, none of them gold, and likewise Leon 2 years ago at the last World Series. Sarek of the Ukraine in 4, Henan Barreto of Argentina in 5. 2 bronzes in Leon 2013. The European champion over 1 and 2. Dmitry Savronov, who won the same crowns at the Worlds in Leon 2 years ago, the European world champion. Alel Boukalfa of Algeria won silver in the 1 and 2 in 2011 in Christchurch. And Fu Xinhan of China in lane 8. Silver in the 100 in Beijing 2008 on home soil. Silver in the 2 at London 2012. Savronov holds the world and championship records from Leon 2 years ago. So it's yet Aravena, Kalashian, Sarek, Barreto, Savronov, Boukalfa, Fu.
A chance to see if Savronov can match the sizzling form of Leon.
It's just been a little shoot away there, so now, I'm afraid that one of those European records we were telling you about in the previous final, the men's 200 T44, is gone. Felix Streng of Germany in 5th place has been disqualified.
So Richard Brown will keep his first gold medal of any World Championships, and he'll sleep well tonight.
So the athletes resetting. Gentin 1, Aravena 2, Kalashian 3, Sarek 4, Barreto 5, Savronov 6, Boukalfa 7, and Fu is in lane 8. Russia with 2, Argentina 2 in this final. And they're away first time. Sarek going very well immediately in 4. Kalashian got off to an exquisite start as well for Russia. And it's Kalashian who looks to be leading the way at the moment. Boukalfa's trying to fight hard in lane 7. And Savronov on the outside for Russia. It could be a Russia 1-2. It's Savronov in 6. It's Kalashian in 3. And they're keeping the pace going. Savronov, such a cool, smooth style. He takes it 25.09. Kalashian in 2nd place. And the Paralympic Games champion, Sarek, is in 3rd. So Savronov defends his title very capably, very comfortably indeed. 25.07 is the ratified time, and it is Russia 1-2. Savronov just smooth all the way. Kalashian in the end, 25. 38.31 down. Sarek in 3rd. And that matches great Russian performances we've come to expect. Haven't seen a lot of in these games. Savronov with the gold and Kalashian the silver. Sarek had 1 silver and the 1 and the 2 in the Europeans last year behind Savronov, and the same thing had happened in Leon 2 years ago. He's down in 3rd now. Just look at the comparison of styles.
Very interesting run there from Savronov. It's almost as if he thought he was running a heat. By the time he got on the straight, there was a bit of a bunch up there. It wasn't a clear winner coming onto the straight, but geez, with only 10 meters onto the straight, he started looking around. He was relaxing. It was as if he was running a heat. I'm not sure he got told it was a final.
Good job, very well done. Savronov takes it 25.07. Kalashian 2nd for Russia, 25.38. And Sarek in the end, 25.96. The bronze for Ukraine. Savronov was only about 0.4 outside his own world record, but in saying that it was plus 3.6. But still, what a comfortable win for the defending champion.
10 minutes ago, you were way ahead. Could you see what was going on around you?
Well, back to the shot put, the men's F33 final. Nasser Salah of Kuwait, his third throw. 6:41 his best so far. That was with his very first. 6:29 with his second. Currently in fourth position. 6:86, so an improvement on his first throw, but he stays in fourth position. Looks like we've got the light meter out almost.
We've got a couple of ceremonies coming out on the track. No, those not in the business. That would be a wind reader. So I think they're probably just using that as a backup for their main wind readers. They've got two down at the 50-meter mark on the track. And they take an average of the wind speed over, not over the whole race, over a certain number of seconds. But being an expert on the 100 meters, I should know exactly how long that is, but I don't. Because I'm just interested in running fast.
Looks like a light meter as well. Could be either, but I'll take your advice. There we are. There's the medal table then. The People's Republic of China way out in front still, 26 with 14 gold medals. They've added another one with Lu Ku Qing winning the 200 meters T11. Russia in second place on 21. And Richard Brown has picked up a gold for the United States of America. They're now in third position. Great Britain dropped down to fourth with 12 overall. Germany in fifth, and Tunisia up there in sixth position.
You know what, those wind readers also have a temperature gauge on it. Maybe he's just out there checking the comfort for us.
Possible. We just saw a shot, didn't we, of Teresina Guillemina. There is Lu Ku Qing, who won the 200 meters T11. Some fantastic running all round so far on the evening session of day 4 here in Doha. Richard Brown.
Ever the entertainer, just checking his hair before he takes off.
Oh, I do that every now and then. I just can't run as fast.
He's lucky that his hair stays still when he's running. Mine goes everywhere. You can see all my ball patches and everything.
Well, just about time for a medal ceremony. First of this session, it will be for the men's discus throw F52 competition. This, of course, was won by the man from Latvia. Igors Apinas.
Medals and flowers will be presented by Hans Udo Muzo, the German ambassador, and Troy
World record for the Latvian as well. 21.44 meters. Surpassing his F52 mark that he set in Leon 2 years ago, which was 21.06. But in third place, Velimir Sandor of Croatia.
representing Poland, Robert Jakimowicz.
Silver taken from Poland. Robert Jakimowicz.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion.
For the man that everyone's come to see. Taking this event to new heights. The Latvian, Igors Apinas. with another gold medal after victory in Lyon 2 years ago.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Time now for the Latvian national anthem.
الرجاء الوقوف في حد القدرة للسلام الوطني للاتفيا.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة أصحاب الميداليات أبطال العالم.
So Latvia in first, Poland in second, and Croatia in third position. And all European. 1, 2, 3.
So the first of the medal ceremonies on this evening of the IPC Athletics World Championships. Hashtag Doha 2015. Hashtag Beyond Incredible. You can tweet the IPC Athletics at IPC Athletics.
5 shots on the screen. The men's shot put out for 33. Still Argentina and Algeria leading the lead. 10.5. Record.
Well, let's go back to the shot put.
El Shikeli of United Arab Emirates 70. Action now is Annie Al-Nahli of Saudi Arabia.
पानी जमा नहीं पूरा एक भी बंगाली नहीं रहा पाकिस्तानी का पूरे जमा कर
Men's shot put F33 final. 4 of the athletes have thrown 3 times to date. That man there is Hani Al-Nahli. To wait on the distance for the first of his throws. Just being measured now. It takes a little bit of time.
And as we said, the athletes in this class take 3 throws at once, so waiting between throws to recover as well as having to wait for the measurement, as we see there.
So the Saudi Arabian 796 puts him into 3rd place as his second throw goes out. A lifetime best of 9:21. So if he could throw that, it would put him up into a much higher position. Going to be very difficult to catch the man in first position who we saw earlier.
I was just about to say.
Gardenia.
The Algerian in first has quite the lead of over a metre so far, with also obviously another number of athletes still to throw. It works a little bit differently in the able-bodied events and those ambulant events here at the IPC Athletics World Championships, in that they'll all take 3 throws at once. So whilst some athletes may be sitting in medal positions at the moment, they can change quite dramatically.
740 for his second effort for Hani Al-Nakhli of Saudi Arabia. That's not going to be any better than his first effort. There's plenty of competition in there. And as we get underway now for the women's shot put F55 medal ceremony, it was a German 1-2 with Bulgaria in third position.
European dominance in this in the end, in the F55, which was a seated discipline. Daniela Todorova of Bulgaria, and they're all overs in Bulgaria. Todorova it is. And she picks up the bronze medal, but it was Germany who took the Chief 2 honours all the way. Todorova to end up for a little while.
Winner of the silver medal,
الفائزة بالميدالية الفضية.
representing Germany, Marie Hawksworth.
Marie Hawksworth held the position quite well. She was the last to throw, with it being 6 throws in a row. Knew what she had to do to overtake her eventual winner, who's in the background there. Just in the end, able to turn over her compatriot, her teammate.
الفائزة بالميدالية الذهبية وبطلة العالم للألعاب القوى لذوي الإعاقة.
Representing Germany,
Marianne Bugenhagen of Germany has been winning major titles since the 1992 Paralympic Games in Barcelona. She's won 9 Paralympic gold medals, countless World Championship crowns, and this is the latest.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Germany.
Something to which she's very much acquainted, the national anthem of Germany.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship
One of the
members.
great champions, perennially top of the pile year after year, and so it continues again. German 1-2. Kind of field events in which they traditionally do very well in sport. Another event that Germany have done quite well in lately in the Javelin.
Next in the field, women's long jump T20 final.
Athletes in the T20 sport class have an intellectual impairment, which may lead to difficulties with pattern recognition, sequencing and memory, or having a slower reaction time.
As we see the Russian athlete just getting strapped in to his throwing frame. That's to ensure his buttocks stays on the seat as he throws. And he'll use that pole there that you can see on screen with his non-throwing arm in order to generate as much power as possible.
For Wikström of Sweden. First athlete in action is Christina Narkova of Russia.
Yes.
Judges, world record by the way.
The athlete now ready to throw.
Set in Lyon 2 years ago, so obviously this is the championship record.
So our first up throw.
And Narkova opens up with 5 meters 15. Erica Gomez of Portugal. Next go. Close to cracking that 5 meter barrier this year. 4 meters 91 a season. That's 497 her lifetime.
Time now for the first of 3 heats on the men's 200 metres T13 event. No Jason Smith, of course, after winning the 100 metres.
Had to race home for the birth of his first child.
First 2 that qualified from this, plus the 2 fastest losers across the 3 heats. In quite some time, if anyone wants to read that world record set 2 years ago by Jason Smith of 21.05 seconds. Confident man out there in lane 8. Gustavo Enrique Araujo. That's Hakan Sierda of Turkey. That man there, Tyson Gunter. Lifetime best of 23.09 set this year. In lane 2 of Mozambique, it's Gilio Zacharias. Klavins of Latvia in 5. Sierda of Turkey in 6. Kamrev of Uzbekistan in 7. And Araujo of Brazil, who goes in 8. And away they get at the first time, and the man on the outside there, the Brazilian Gustavo Enrique Araujo, has run very, very well that first bend, but Tyson Gunter coming up on the inside in lane 3, the American. He really stretches out around the outside, but it's Araujo on the outside in lane 8 who takes the lead. It's going to be a battle on for second place. It's going to be the inside runner from there, the Uzbekistani Kamrev, but it is Araujo who gets across in a winning time of 22.49 seconds. In second place is Fakhreddin Kamrev of Uzbekistan, but Araujo in a time of 22.49 seconds. 22.70 for Kamrev in second place, and Tyson Gunter in third in a time of 23.08.
It was quite bunched there from the beginning, with no athlete really claiming much of a start compared to anybody else in the race. But the American there, as you see in the replay, leading into the home straight, and then the Brazilian realizing there was some work to do, powering home. The American ending up in third, with the Uzbekistani pipping the American into second place.
Well, Araujo with a best time this year to date of 22.10. That's 22.49 for the wing qualifying. A personal best for Kamrav of Uzbekistan, 22.70. Also a personal best for Gunter in 23.08. And now it's a case of waiting to see who goes through as the fastest qualifiers. We'll have two going through from each heat. In this one, it's Araujo and Kamrav, and then it will be two of the fastest qualifiers across all three heats.
So the men's shot put, F33 final. And this is Alexander Krupin, who we saw warming up. Kajena is the leader with the African record of 10.25 with his final throw. Jesse Wyatt of Australia in second place, 8.69 with the Oceania record.
Next on track, men's 200 metre, T13, round 1, equal of 3.
Well, that looks a good throw.
Classes 11 to 13 are allocated to athletes with
Is that enough to give him the lead?
T13 athletes have the highest visual acuity. All have a visual
10.87, and Krupin is in front.
They will compete without a guide.
The silver medalist at the Europeans last year in Swansea. 3 throws at a time before the athletes can return. And that's another solid effort, and that's beyond 11 meters.
The power that these athletes produce from a sitting position in such a short space is impressive.
That is going to extend his lead certainly by around 30 or 40 centimeters to almost a meter, surely. Galtieri and Wyatt may have come up with continental records, but they'll find themselves further down in second and third. Krupin now leads by 99 centimeters. That was 11.24. On to the second heat of the men's 200 meters T13. No Jason Smith here, but the man who finished in the silver medal position behind him in Lyon 2 years ago does go in this. Nambala Johannes of Namibia. Alexei Orikov of Russia in the outside lane, with Mustafa Kuchuk of Turkey just inside him. Songmut Lamsan of Thailand in lane 6. They've excelled as usual in the wheelchair events so far this week. Vegard Dragsson Nielsen of Norway is in lane 5. Maciusz Michalski of Poland is in 4. And then Nambala Johannes of Namibia in lane 3. The reigning 400 meters world champion.
The Polish,
Silver behind Smith in 2.
Polish boy in lane 4. Probably the other athlete to watch other than Johannes in lane 3.
He's very much the man to beat. It's the first 2 and the next 2 fastest losers across the 3 heats who qualify for the final. Johannes, Michalski, Dragsson Nielsen, Lamsan, Kuchuk and Orikov, the 6 in this. And that was shot away by Dragsson Nielsen. Now, was it early enough not to get the red card? With the naked eye, certainly it looked to be the Norwegian who shot away first. Well, it's a hands-on head moment. It looks like it's going to be a red card for Dragsson Nielsen. It is a red card. He's been disqualified. Shot out of the blocks well before the gun, but they were ready to set.
Very disappointing there for the Norwegian athlete. I've been in the same position at a World Championships, and I was quite the upset boy back in 2006.
So Johannes in 3, Michalski in 4, Lamsan in 6, Kuchuk in 7, and Orakov in lane 8, the surviving 5. They are away this time. Nampala Johannes, definitely the man to watch in lane 3, the Namibian, the 24-year-old with those 2 medals, and very close to a medal in the 100 meters as well. 2 years ago in Lyon when he finished in 4th place. It's Johannes and Michalski for Namibia and Poland. They'll be the 2 to go through. Johannes striding clear to get the win in this T13, 21.92. And Michalski in 2nd place, and they're the 2 who will qualify. Very little trouble in the end, and that was a solid win for Nampala Johannes. And Michalski going with them all the time. That's a new continental record as well. It's an African record.
Well, if you were to look at the start lists before the race there was 2 outstanding athletes, Johannes from Namibia and Michalski from Poland, and they really ran away with it there, and making it a little bit of a formality with those 2 automatic qualification through to the final, and the others will be sweating on the 2 fastest losing times. But I think we'll see some faster losing times in the next heat of this men's 200 meters T13.
Ended up being a very competitive joust between the 2, really. So victory for Johannes, 21.92, the new African record. Michalski of Poland in 2nd place, 22.12. Mustafa Kuchuk, Songwal Lamsan will have to wait. Dragson Nielsen, full start.
So Daniel Shield with his 2nd attempt in the men's shot put F33 final. 10.02 to start up with. Which placed him behind Kadyena of Algeria in 4th place. He's shaking his head. Well, 10.37. That takes him up into 2nd position. Alexander Kruppen still out in front. Now this will be the 3rd attempt from Daniel Shield. All the athletes getting 3 attempts. 2nd now, 10.37 is best. Here comes number 3. Well, that looks nice. And that looks a lot bigger than 10.37. That's up near the 11 mark. So Shield's 3rd throw. There it is, 10.90. That is an improvement of 53 centimeters. Well, look at that. That is what we're dealing with here in Doha. Sunshine all around.
I don't know where they got those clouds from. I haven't seen any clouds since I arrived.
Every now and then there's a few of them around. And every now and then we have a decent race. Here comes another one. The 200 meters T13. 3rd heat of the 1st round with the moon in behind there. From the sun to the moon.
I'll tell you what, there's one boy in this race that will be happy that the moon is shining and not the sun, and that's Chad Peris of Australia.
Well, bronze on Saturday for Peris over 100 metres. Can he improve on it in the 200 metres T13? There he is.
And you can see there why he will be happy about the moon rather than the sun.
Well, Zachary Shaw there of Great Britain, he'll go with a lifetime best of 23.25 in lane 7. Philip Handler in lane 3 from Switzerland. Labson, who's the bronze in the European Championships last year in Swansea from Russia, he'll go in 4. Alves of Portugal there, you see in 5 with a lifetime best of 24.69. Paris in 6, Shaw in 7, and Abilola of Jordan who goes in 8. But Paris gets out very quickly from the start there. He's coming up on Abilola's shoulder, and also coming through there, Zachary Shaw from Great Britain, who's moving around in first place there. But Paris is right there with him, and it's Labson who's with Paris, and Paris is out in front. Can Paris hold on for the win? Well, Labson slows down in second spot, so it's going to be Paris who goes across in first, and Alexei Labson, the bronze in the European Championships last year, who goes across in second place. The first 2 who qualify in each heat, so safely through there, Paris and Labson, and the next 2 fastest will qualify for the final. This, of course, being the 3rd heat, but a good run there by Chad Paris.
Chad Paris of Australia coming through in leaps and bounds in this 200 metres. He set a PB only a couple of weeks ago up there in... And there we go, another area record. So an Australian record for Chad Paris. Well, he'll be happy with that.
Chad Paris will certainly be happy with that. His best before that was 22.61, so he's made an improvement of 0.16 on that previous mark. But that is superb running. The Russian at one point looked as though he had him there, Alexei Labson, but Paris just stretching out in the outside lane. Labson actually ran and just pulled up there slightly before the line, so Paris takes the win in first place, Labson in second. But a new Asian record of 22.45 for Chad Paris.
That 22.45 for Chad Paris, an area record. I'm a little bit worried for my coach, because after his bronze medal last night, his dad hugged my coach so hard that she felt like her spine was about to break. If he runs too much better, we'll have to get an ambulance on site.
Well, a PB for Zachary Shaw in 3rd place there, 22.93. So that'll be interesting to see whether he qualifies through as one of the fastest qualifiers. Only 2 spots available. Abu Lola of Jordan failed to finish. Alves there down in 5th position with 24.84, and Switzerland's Handler in 23.06.
And just because we haven't mentioned it, we better just say Chad, the White Tiger, Paris, his full name.
I actually had a bet with Will Downing that you'd say that during the commentary.
Of course I'm going to.
So it is set in stone now for the final of the men's 200 metres T13. All 3 heats. And there we have it. The 2 fastest qualifiers. Well, I said it might be important, a PB for Zachary Shaw. It is 22.93. Philip Handler of Switzerland also there in that heat. He goes through 23.06. So the 2 fastest qualifiers from the 3rd heat. And it's Nambala Johannes with an African record of 21.92 who goes through quickest, 22.12. An Australian record for Chad Paris.
Visual acuity, all have a visual field of less than 20 degrees.
So let's now move back to the field events taking place.
The F20 long jump. And that looks to be a decent jump.
That's Michaela Ristowski of Croatia, her first jump there.
I think she had a little bit more to use on the board. We'll wait and see the replay.
Well, she certainly did, but that doesn't matter because that there is 5.29. Will put her into the lead after the first round. So there is confirmation of the standings after the first round. Ristowski in 5.29. Kuchacic of Poland, 5.18. And Minikova of Russia, 5.15. Minikova, of course, the silver medalist at the European Championships. Ristowski, the European champion, so plenty to fight for. She was also a bronze medalist in 2013 at the World Championships in Lyon. Well, there is disappointment a little earlier in the men's 200 metres T13. But there is elation for the Namibian Nambala Johannes, who qualifies to the final after winning heat number 2 of 3. Isn't that a beautiful picture? And there is Chad Paris, the new Australian record, just taking the blocks away. There he is in full flow. Zachary Shaw of Great Britain in the background. 22.12. What an effort from Chad Paris to get through to the final with such an outstanding run. Time to go back to the shot put. This is the men's shot put F33 final. Evgeny Malik of Russia with his first attempt.
Up around 10 metres there.
Well, Malik will get 3 throws, of course. European champion. Personal best of 12.03 with a season best of 11.73. And that is not up near it. He's got some work to do. 9.86, it puts him in 4th position. Well, he's given that some, hasn't he? Ooh. That is much, much better. That's up near the 12-metre mark. As we wait to see whether he gets the white flag for it, but that is very, very big indeed. Well, we thought that was big, but he's been given the red flag.
Oh, no.
Well, that is over 12 metres. That is huge. That's even bigger. Evgeny Malik. He's currently sitting in 4th position, the Russian, the European champion. He was fouled on his second that was up there around the 12-metre mark, but this is absolutely huge.
I'll tell you what.
If he's given the white flag here, this is monstrous.
I'll tell you what, the rest of the competitors are lucky they're not doing 6 in a row here because he's gone better every one.
Except for the fact he was fouled on his second. 12.36. He moves into the lead. That is a new personal best for Evgeny Malik, the European champion. That is huge. His best before that, a lifetime best before that of 12.03. It is now 12.36. He's improved by 33 centimetres on his personal best before that. His season best was only 11.73. What an effort he put into that.
Well, quite a spread of medalists here from South America, Asia and Europe.
Representing Brazil, Elizabeth Gomez.
There are subtle but very important differences between the various categories, which you can read up on the IPC Athletics website at length.
Representing the Russian Federation, Maria Bogacheva.
It's another big medal in the career of Maria Bogacheva of Russia. 7.56. She led actually for a good bit. That was his second round throw. Bested in the end by 8 centimetres. She is the world record holder and championship record holder as well. She was the defending champion. Her best throw matching her championship record from 2 years ago, but it was broken by our eventual winner, representing the most successful nation of the week so far.
Representing the People's Republic of China,
Yang Liwan of China. 7.64 was her penultimate throw. She had the most fouls of any of the competitors, but they came the right distribution. 7.64 in between 2 fouls, but mattered not in the end. Yang Liwan gets the gold for China, and their very, very, by now, familiar anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة أصحاب الميداليات أبطال العالم.
So Chinese success yet again. So now the women's long jump is continuing, and this is Karolina Kuharczyk. We're into the second round. Her first attempt of 5 meters 18, putting her in second place behind Michaela Rastosi of Croatia. Very long competition, this, 15 in it, and she didn't use the board at all there. Now she might have given away 25 centimeters, maybe more. 5 meters 13. Do you know what? I think that was probably a longer leap than the one that has Michaela Rastosi in the lead on 5:29. But 5:13, she's in second place.
Santos of Hungary is next to go. On the runway wearing 16.
So now Poroska Santos of Hungary, 4:59 in the opening round. She's in 9th place. 4:74, her lifetime best set this year. And even if she'd equal that, she'd still be in 9th place. Again, the board wasn't really used at all. This the T20, it's the intellectual category, by the way, so there are only 3 events per gender. Well, 4:73. Very close to a lifetime best, couple of centimeters out, and she stays in 9th place. Next up, Alexandra Ryzhkina of Russia. Again, 4:72 is her lifetime best. She's come up with a 4:76 today. Negligible win there. It's very interesting. There hasn't been a single attempt which would have been ruled out by a strong wind over +2 so far, but on the track we've had quite a few of those. Not sure if that's going to be much of an improvement on 4.76 for her.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wasn't used again. Rastosi is our leader, and she is the reigning European champion. That's 4 meters 81, and she stays in 8th place. Next medal ceremony is the F38 men's shot put.
الفائز بالميدالية البرونزية.
representing the Czech Republic,
Dusan Gressel claiming the bronze medal for the Czech Republic.
They've got a very nice uniform, the Czechs. Have a look at that get-up. I think that jacket will be doing great rounds around the Athletes Village.
You've got contacts. Be able to get us one of those.
I think,
medium, please.
well, We'll have to find someone a little bit smaller than him because I don't think he'll finish
That's
that
not
one.
medium. But a great result for Gressel. It was the Czech Republic 3rd and 4th overall.
الفائز بالميدالية الفضية.
Representing South Africa, Reinhard Hamad.
Reinhard Hamad of South Africa picking up the silver medal. Found himself in an island in the end, more than a metre clear than Gressel in 3rd, but a metre and a quarter behind our eventual champion.
الفائز بالميدالية الذهبية وبطل العالم لألعاب القوى لذوي الإعاقة.
Representing Ukraine, Alexander Doroshenko.
So, Alexander Doroshenko, top of the pile. 14 metres 71, he won by a metre 40 or thereabouts in the end. He was the defending champion, and he's defended his crown with great aplomb. Very successful
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Parasport
rise if you are able for the national
nation.
anthem of Ukraine.
Doroshenko takes the honours for Ukraine.
الرجاء الوقوف في حد القدرة للسلام الوطني لأوكرانيا.
Second gold medal this week for Ukraine. Was very, very successful in Lyon.
أبطال العالم.
They'll be looking for something very similar across the week. They have a very good talent spotting program in Ukraine. They won 13 gold medals in Lyon, 30 medals overall. Their best ever gold haul, and their second best medals in total.
The coaches and Paralympic Committee in Ukraine actually working together with the schools, the primary schools and high schools around the states, and the coaches visiting the schools and trying to pick out athletes from their PE classes.
I think they send spotters out to other athletic tracks and swimming pools as well to catch adults, basically. See anybody who might have a bit of potential.
And their coaches are quite well educated. My coach.
Beat a lifetime best by 16 centimeters. That's an instant red flag. She was over the plasticine. And so no progress for her. She's only 18 centimeters away from the medals. Minikova of Russia is in 3rd place, 5 meters 15, and Mohamed Arifin sitting. We go into round 3 immediately. Minikova, the silver medalist from last year from Russia, and again that looked to be over the plasticine, and it's a red flag for her. 5 meters 15 and 4.88, and now a foul. But that 4.88 is what has her in 3rd place on count back ahead of the Malaysian, as they both leapt 5.15 so far. No real problems you'll see with the wind gauge down there today. They're obviously a somewhat shielded part of the stadium.
because if you look up there towards the flags, you can definitely see that there is a wind in Doha tonight, but the stadium seems to be blocking it quite well.
Shoulders, arms, and hands.
So no joy for Minikova on that occasion. And now Erica Gomez in a spot of bother here. 2 fouls already, and she needs 481 to get into 8th place and of 3 final jumps. And Gomez is a 497 jumper. Normally, that's a red flag and she's out. 3 fouls, and the technique has just let her down.
A
The
huge
days like
foul
that.
coming up here, yes.
Oh, good grief. Yep, afraid so.
Three fouls displayed on the screen, and she'll be going home.
And that is her out of the competition. And among the favourites is Michaela Ristossi, European champion bronze in the Worlds in Lyon 2 years ago. And in London 2012, and she used the board very well. That's the difference in technique. Leading 5:29 in the opening round, a foul in the second. Also a bronze for her in the previous Europeans in Stadskanaal in the Netherlands in 2012. They have quite a few parasport events there. Although I remember speaking to Marlu van Rijn the day before competition started, I don't think she's ever run there, despite all the events they stage there. She's been successful elsewhere. Ristowski has been very successful here and throughout her career. Kuharczyk at one stage, by the way, was the reigning European, World and Paralympic champion, but Ristowski has the European crown now. 5:06 for Ristowski, and she remains in a lead of 11 centimeters ahead of the Paralympic and World champion, Kuharczyk. Norclis Gonzalez of Venezuela next to go. 382 in the first round, and she's a 493 jumper, and that would get her into the top 8. And that's a foul, I'm sure it is. 2 fouls for her, and she is down in 13th place. She won't progress anymore. It's well into the plasticine again, I'm afraid.
An interesting point for the T and F20 classes is that they try to choose events that are more technical, as the athletes do not have a physical disability, but this is the class for intellectual disabilities. The technical aspects of the long jump being quite difficult to master.
So here she comes, Karolina Kuharczyk, the world champion, the Paralympic champion. Good distance, don't think she used the board much. 6:09 in Lyon, and where the... Well, now she's having big complaints there with the officials. I don't think she used the board. 5:18 and 5:13 she's produced so far, and that leap of 6:09, I remember it was around lunchtime on a Friday in Lyon, right in the open. It was absolutely baking, and it was decided that our commentary shift would come to an end early, not by me. So I just sat and watched, but it was absolutely baking there. All of the crowd were sat underneath the trees in what was a very, very picturesque stadium. 5:01 for Kuharczyk. No improvement. Kaman Yu of Macau, a Chinese dependency. 362 her best so far. Used the board absolutely perfectly. Well, 366 is her best. Well, that's consistency anyway. So the next final on the track is the women's 200 meters T12. Successful athletes all the way, including Amara Durand. Gold in the 400 earlier this week at a world record. And the reigning world and European champion from Ukraine, Oksana Batorchuk. Reigning 100 meters champion goes in lane 1 of that Shu Guoha. This could be very fast indeed.
On the track, women's
Durand setting the world record in the first round heats of 23:38. Follow that up with a 23:49 in the semi-finals. Now here she is. Guides not mandatory in this medium visual impairment category. Uniel Kindelan is her guide. Lena Chabanu, who you'll see in the outside for Azerbaijan, won't have a guide, but Durand, very, very successful. Her eyesight has worsened a bit. She was a T13 a couple of years ago. She's the reigning Paralympic champion at that category, but has moved to T12. There are re-classifications if necessary ahead of every championships.
As we saw in this championships with Jason Smith, the world's fastest Paralympian, moving back to the T13 class.
So here's Shu Guoha, the reigning 100 meters champion at World and Paralympic Games level, and silver in this 200 meters at London 2012. The reigning world and European champion from Ukraine, Oksana Batorchuk, with a very fast guide, the international athlete Alexei Ryemyan, silver in the 400 earlier this week. Reigning European champion at 1 in the 4, and the reigning world and European champion over the 2. Lane 5, the new world record holder in this, and the 400 meters, and the new world champion in the 4, Amara Durand of Cuba, who won the 1 and the 4 at London 2012, and the 2 and the 4, Christchurch 2011. And in the outside lane, Elena Chabanu from Azerbaijan, who finished second in the semi-final, lifetime best this year of 24:37. She's the only one without a guide. The rest all have one. Xia Dengpu is the Chinese guide in 1, Alexei Ryemyan, the Ukrainian 1 in 3, and Uniel Kindelan, the Cuban guide in 5. And the guides have to be the same nationality as well. But they do get a medal also. Only counts as 1 in the medal table, mind you.
And you'll see as the athletes get into the blocks that they are helped into the blocks by their guides, often helped into the blocks by their guides, and then tied together. Some elect to use a piece of Velcro so that they get a stronger attachment to their guide, and others using a piece of string or rope so that there's a slightly more loose attachment.
So it's Shu in 1, Batorchuk in 3, Durand, the world record holder, 23:38 in 5, and Chabanu in lane 7. The final of the women's 200 meters, T12.
Set.
And away they go, first time, Durand in 5, Batorchuk in 3. They're both very, very strong starters. And look at Durand go in lane 5. She's absolutely breezing at the moment. Batorchuk trying to fight back in 3. She's got a very good international class athlete alongside. But Durand is coasting at the moment for Cuba. She's going very well. It's Durand all the way. It's Batorchuk in second place. Look at the clock, 23:04. And that is a world record if the wind is okay. Batorchuk in second place. And Durand with a scintillating time, 23:04, unofficial. What a run! The wind is okay, and 23:03 is a new world record for Amara Durand, and that was just magnificent. Batorchuk loses her world title, but what a champion she's lost it to. It was Chabanu in 3rd and Zhu in 4th, but no doubting the winner here at all. A new world record for Amara Durand.
Tamara Durand is setting world records for fun here in Doha.
She took
There's another one. Here's the
0.35
replay.
off her own world record. She's lowered it twice this week.
As we see there, Durand coming into the home straight, already a clear leader from the Ukrainian. And the guy talking to her, encouraging her across the line, releases her. And they both have a look over to the clock to see that they've run a new world record.
Just in case you're keeping notes, the wind speed
Absolutely tremendous triumph.
1.4 meters per second. So excellent conditions for sprinting here in Doha.
And as I say, it is the medium visual impairment. You'll see they tried a high five and they couldn't quite get it right. It's T12. And if that doesn't explain to laymen among you just how bad the vision actually is, that's it. Durand, world record, 23.03. Baturchuk second, 23.98. Chabanu third, 24.54.
23.03 being a pretty handy time for an able-bodied female over 200 meters. So a very impressive new world record for Durand.
Let's go back to the women's long jump T20 final.
عندما سجلت 23.03 ونالت ايضا الميداليه الذهبيه انجاز غير مسبوق 23.03 بينما كانت
well behind the board there.
الفضيه من طرف
We're still in round 3 and there are 15 jumping in this, so they're still jostling for medals and still jostling for the top 8.
So Rifin of Malaysia. New Asian record in her first jump. That one there hasn't improved on the 5.15, so 4.83, and she stays in 4th position. Time now, though, for the next of the medal ceremonies.
Check out that haircut.
The men's 200 metres T53, won by, not surprisingly, a man from Canada called Brent Lakatos.
Disappointing that they wear helmets whilst in their chairs, because that haircut, if I had hair like that, I'd be loving getting around the track.
But as we seen the other night in the T54 semi-final of the 1500 meters, they really do need those helmets.
Safety first.
Distinguished presentation party.
Media Director and Andrew Parsons, Vice President of the International Paralympic Committee. Winner of the bronze medal,
الفائز بالميداليه البرونزيه.
Representing Great Britain, Muataz Jondi.
In 3rd place, British champion Muataz Jondi, 27.03. His time taking the bronze medal. Didn't improve on his lifetime best, which he set earlier this year, which was 26.78.
Winner of the silver medal,
الفائز بالميداليه الفضيه.
representing Thailand, Bongsakorn Bayo.
And haven't Thailand done well? Especially in the T52 to 54 class, they've been outstanding, and we'll see more of them later on. The T54 5,000 metres takes place. Bongsakorn Bayo, 26.97 his time.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion.
الفائز بالميداليه الذهبيه وبطل العالم لألعاب القوى لذوي الإعاقة.
Representing Canada, Brent Lakatos.
But the man who has yet again retained the gold medal, the current champion, he's already won one other. That's his 2nd of the championship so far for Brent Lakatos of Canada. He just keeps on winning. Didn't break his championship record, which currently sits at 25.46, but he went close, 25.79 for Lakatos in taking the gold medal. Time now for the national anthem of Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
So Brent Lagatos with yet another gold medal. He certainly knows his stuff. As he see pictures there of him going across the line. Well, here's Alexei Kuznetsov of Russia with his first attempt in the men's javelin throw, F54. Silver in 2013, Leon champion in 2011. A personal best of 29.95. Which was not in a ratified competition. 26.28. First of the throws in the men's javelin throw, F54.
Another beautiful night here in Doha at the IPC Athletics World Championships. Hashtag Doha 2015. Stay on that hashtag.
So these are the 8 progressing to the final 3 attempts in the women's long jump, the T20. And it's Rostowski, the reigning European champion and former world champion from 2011 at Christchurch, who leads. Kuharczyk behind her in second place at the moment, the current reigning Paralympic and European champion. These are the athletes who will not make it, including Erica Gomez.
سعد إذا بدي أسألك سؤال صغير، أنت جزائري، إذا بخيرك أنك تختار تشجع فريق آخر، إيش الدولة اللي تشجعها؟ أوكي، شكرا جميعا، شكرا جزيلا للجميع، نراكم بعد قليل.
So there's 20 finals taking place in the afternoon, evening session here on day 4 in Doha. There were 6 in the morning. What does that mean? It means that we have plenty of medal ceremonies to get through. $212 all up over the course of 10 days of these championships. There's the medal standings at this stage. People's Republic of China on top with 26. Russia in second place on 21. The United States of America, 5 gold medals for them thus far. 13. Great Britain up there in 4th place with 12. Germany in 5th and Tunisia in 6th position. But talking of medal ceremonies, the women's 200 metres T11. And China, who we just saw at the top of that medal table. You're going to be hearing their national anthem played again. Because Lu Kuqing, who won over 400 metres, ending Teresina Guillemina's dominance in that event, has done the double.
Representing Brazil, Julia Santos.
And gone and won the 200 metres as well. But it's Brazil in 2nd and 3rd position. Julia Santos and her guide, Fabio Dias de Oliveira Silva, who picks up the bronze medal as well. In 3rd place, but in fairness, it was quite some distance behind the 2 who finished in the gold and silver positions.
Brazilian in Andrew Parsons presenting those medals to the Brazilians in 3rd place.
Winner Brazil, Teresina Wilhelmina. Guided by Guillem Suarez de Santana.
There she is, flamboyance to the extreme. Teresina Guillermina, she kept her world and championship records intact, even though she finished with the silver medal. 24.95.
Ever the optimist with that celebration in silver is the reigning world champion, and I think she'll be slightly disappointed despite her celebrations here that she's not coming home with the gold medal because of this woman.
Lu Kuqing setting an Asian record to add the 200 meters title to the 400 meters, and Zhu Dongling there alongside, collecting his gold medal, the second for him as well. And what an athlete Lu Kuqing is as we head towards the Paralympics in Rio de Janeiro in just under 12 months' time. So an anthem I think we're all quite familiar with at this stage.
The national anthem of the People's Republic.
The national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
للسلام الوطني لجمهورية الصين الشعبية.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة صاحبات الميداليات بطلات العالم.
Well, whether it's a changing of the guard or not, doesn't it make the T11 events in Rio look all the more interesting now? Guillermina just missing out in the end. Lu taking her second win this week. The guides obviously knew immediately what the result was.
Over in the long jump, women's T20. The top 8 have been sorted out.
So now into the fourth round of the women's long jump, the T20. We're past the midway point, and this is Paroka Sionis of Hungary, lifetime best of 486, coming in round 3. And that getting her in the top 8 ahead of Regina Russia in the end. A solid leap. No real problem on the board. Used it quite well. Feet straight forward. Some will just propel them to the side to get a little bit of further distance. That's 487. It improves her lifetime best. She stays in 8th place. Santos won't leap above her current position, but she's on fire. The feet of Claudia Santos of Portugal, who did make it here in the end, despite 2 fouls. 493, a lifetime best. Santos had been on 477 as a lifetime best set earlier this year going into the competition. Now she improves by 23 centimetres, 22 centimetres even. She would go into the medals, use the board quite well. That'll be around 5 meters again. And if she hits 5:15, which is what Minikova and Mohamed Arfin are on, she would go into third and count back.
Santos looking to break the 5-meter barrier for the first time.
Been a series of lifetime bests for her. And you know what? She has done exactly that. It is exactly 5:15. And on count back, she goes into third ahead of Minikova and Mohamed Arifin, who've also leapt 5:15. That's how tight it is. 3 centimeters between second and fifth, and Ristowski is in the lead. Lifetime best for Santos, needless to say. Now the medal ceremony for the women's 200 meters, the T36, which we saw earlier tonight. The third final on the track. So Yanina Andrea Martinez of Argentina picks up a very well-deserved bronze medal. 21 years old she is, born on Christmas Eve. Lifetime best in the campaign, and now a bronze medal to go home with. A perennially successful medalist from Germany, Claudia Nicolaitzig, reigning European champion. Yet again picks up a silver medal at World Championship level, as she did in Lyon 2 years ago. Bronze in the 1 and the 2 at London 2012, silver in the 1 and 2 in Beijing 2008.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion. Representing the Russian Federation,
Elena Sviridova of Russia, or Elena Ivanova, when she took the 3 titles at London 2012 that bear her name. Sviridova, no matter what the surname of that, is her married name now. A champion all the way through. Her 8th major title.
gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة صاحبات الميداليات بطلات العالم.
So Elena Sviridova with the gold medal for Russia. In second place on the medal table at present. Top of the medal table at 2013.
السيدات والسادة الفعالية المقبلة على المدوار سباق 200 متر T47 نهاية رجال.
On the track, it's the final, the men's 200-meter T47.
Classes T42 to T47 are for athletes with limb deficiencies. In classes 45 to 47, the arms are affected by amputation.
Time now for the next final of the evening, the men's 200 metres T47. The name that stands out straight away there, Johansson Nascimento. T46 categorised, but running in the T47, as is Wang Hao and Ernesto Blanco of Cuba, who will be going in lane 8. And Donis Oresti of Cyprus ran his lifetime best in the heat of 22.85. Trunov of Russia, bronze at the European Championships in Swansea last year. Season best of 22.50 in qualification for Wang Hao. And that man there, Alexei Kotlov, he picked up silver in the European Championships. Johansson Nascimento holds the world record in the T45 at 21.91. Also the championship record from Leon back in 2013 at exactly the same mark. Darus of Poland, the European champion, and silver in 2013 in the T46. Gunther Matzinger of Austria, third in his heat, 23.09, his best for the season. And Ernesto Blanco, slightly better than Matzinger at 22.28, but he'll go from lane 8. So look for the trio of Kotlov, Nascimento and Darus. As the athletes get themselves into position. Away they go the first time, and it's the Chinese athlete Wang who gets out very quickly there in lane 3, but also out Brazilian Nascimento. He's got away quick as well. And next to him is Darus, the Pole, who's gone out to the lead in front. So it's Darus and from Nascimento, and it's Wang who's in third place at present. Darus, the Pole, but here comes Johansson Nascimento, but Darus is going to get him on the line. Easy knows Nascimento, and Darus and Wang of third place in 21.89 seconds. And that is a very fast time for Johansson Nascimento. 21.9 it's been rounded up to, and that is a new world record for the T45 category. What a run there. Wang in third place, and Darus, who came through in second place. But Nascimento, of course, running in the T46 category, so he's been reclassified, so that won't count as a world record. It counts as a personal best of 21.90. And Mikel Matheus Darus, 21.96. Wang Hao, China have picked up another medal, 22.15. It was a real battle there, wasn't it, between Darus and Nascimento as they came to the finishing line, but Nascimento, didn't he finish quickly? He holds the T45 record. He's running T46 in this one. And what about this for a finish? Darus in lane 6 in the white shirt and red shorts. It looked like he had it. But look at that man coming home. He knows he's got it too. Johansson Nascimento. Gold for him. Silver for Darus. And Wang of China picks up third place. 21.90 in first place for Johansson Nascimento. 21.96 for Darus, and 22.15 for Wang, who came through in third place. Confirmation then for Johansson Nascimento of 21.90, a personal best and a gold medal for Brazil.
So it's the men's Javelin F54. Second attempt for Stefanudakis. Currently tied for the top with Alexei Kuznetsov. They've both thrown 26-28. 3 throws at a time. That's an improvement, I think. That's heading towards 30 meters. Didn't stick on the ground, though. 28 meters 19, and Stefanudakis takes the lead. So now, Roz Dubuko of Ukraine, so congested. Has she used the board well? Looked like it. 496, her best so far. Down in 8th place. Has she used the board quite well? 519 her lifetime best. 518, and she goes into 3rd place. Roz Dubuko goes top 3 and into the medals. 4th, 5th, and 6th tied, 5 meters 50. Sun has set, as we saw in the last hour or so. It happens very quickly in this part of the world. So at the moment in that long jump, 5:29 for Rostowski, Kuhacek. The 5:18, and Roz Dubuko claiming 5:18 as well, but Kuhacek ahead on countback. And all those 5:15s, Mikova, Santos, Mohamed Arefit. Continental record for the Malaysian. It's been major swapping of the medals as well. Early in round 4 in that. Regular medalists coming up against each other in this competition. Now we have a few medal ceremonies coming up as well, but also some very intriguing action in the track. Whole series of 400 meters finals for women spread across a half-hour period. But more about that later.
Here we are for the man who's coming out, waggling the shoulders, Richard Brown. The men's 200 meters T44 medal ceremony, a new world record, breaking his own mark that he set last year. Tonight he ran 21.27 seconds. Holding off the challenge of Brazil's Alan Oliveira.
Vice President of the International Paralympic Committee, and Laura Thompson, IPC Athletics Project Manager.
Felix String of Germany was disqualified afterwards. There was a protest, wondering whether it was going to be against the winner, Richard Brown, but it wasn't. And the result stands. And Hunter Woodall makes it an American 1-3. He picks up the bronze medal in a time of 22.09 seconds, a lifetime best for him.
I was down at the American Hotel the other day interviewing a couple of them, and I said to Sam Brewer, the high jump gold medalist, who should I be looking out for in the American team? And he said, Hunter is the man, he's the smoky for a medal.
Well, he certainly picked one up, as that man has. Alan Oliveira, personal best of, season best I should say, of 22.04 for him. What a big year he's got coming up as we head towards his home Paralympics in Rio. But here's the man dancing up to the stage, Richard Brown. New world record of 21.27, and would you believe this man is petrified of bugs and butterflies? He doesn't look like it, does he? More worried about his hair. He dyed it pink recently for breast cancer awareness. His grandmother died from the disease, so all in name of a good cause. Certainly a character, and certainly a man who deserves that gold medal, Richard Brown. Time now for the national anthem of the United States of America. So that concludes the men's T44 100 metre, or 200 metres final, I should say, getting ahead of myself. And Richard Brown, a new world record. And what a world record it was as he came around and hit the straight at the 100 metre mark, pointing at the clock, knowing he'd broken the mark that he set. And the United States, for the 5th time in these games, pick up gold.
So just 8 jumps left in the women's long jump T20.
So now Kuharczyk lying in 2nd place in the women's long jump T20. Kuharczyk, 5:18, her best so far. Reigning Paralympic and world champion, has got a good distance there. Ritoski, 5:29 in the first round. Didn't really use the board a huge amount there at all, Kuharczyk. But she's got out a good distance, the world record holder and defending champion, London 2012 champion. She's been playing second fiddle for a lot, but no more. She's in the lead, 5 meters 55 to Ritoski's 5:29. And here is Ritoski now with a 4th round attempt. Well, she's seen herself knocked down by that excellent 5:67 by Kuharczyk, European champion, world champion 2011, and a few bronzes behind Kuharczyk in between. Again, board used well. Good launch. She's improved. I think she knows that. And looks around the same range as Kuharczyk. Kuharczyk with the 5:55. Oh, the reaction says a lot because it's 5:52. And she's 3 centimeters down and she lies still now in second place.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's 200 meters T35.
السيدات والسادة منصة تتويج لمنافسة 200 متر في 35 رجال.
Time now for the men's 200 meters T35 medal ceremony.
Winner of the bronze medal,
الفائز بالميدالية البرونزية
representing Ukraine, Yuri Tsara.
In third place there, the Yuri Sarek of Ukraine.
Winner of the silver medal,
الفائز بالميدالية
25.96
representing the Russian Federation,
for him taking the
Artem Kalashian.
bronze medal. It's Russia who find themselves on the podium again. In this one, it will be a Russian 1-2. Artem Kalashian, 25.38.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion.
الفائز بالميدالية الذهبية وبطل العالم لألعاب القوانين ذوي الإعاقة.
Representing the Russian Federation.
But there is your champion and world record holder, although he couldn't break it on this occasion. 25.07 on the evening, the world record at 24.69 he set 2 years ago. But he's defended his title, and that's exactly what he came here to do. As Russia look to chase down the People's Republic of China at the top of the medal table.
Rise if you are able to the national anthem.
We heard it just a short time ago. It's time again for the Russian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة أصحاب الميداليات أبطال العالم.
So Dmitry Safronov stands above the silver and bronze medalists, quite literally as well. And he did it rather easily. He could have gone on a bit faster and perhaps broken his own world record. He slowed up as he was coming into the line. He realised he had the win. Wasn't fussed with the world record. He picked up gold. And yet again, he is the champion.
So now Elena Rozdobudko, the 5th round, 5 meters 18. She's managed to elbow her way up, and that's around the same mark, I think. Whole bank of athletes, 3 centimeters behind her, Mirakova, Santos, and Mohamed Arafin. hadn't effort above 5 meters prior to that 5:18. Minikova's had 3. She's in 4th place. And the Ukrainian will stay in 3rd. Again, it was a very, very good mark by her. 5 meters 22 is actually a lifetime best for her by 3 centimeters. 5:18 in the last round. So now Kuharczyk, who will always be jumping ahead of Ristowski. 5:55 in round 4 to lead by 3 centimeters. Met the board well, and that's heading out towards 6 meters. That's a lot more like it from the Paralympic and world champion and world record holder. And couldn't have used the board any better. Kuharczyk. Not involved in the shake-up in Swansea, won the 3 previous major championships prior to that. Europeans in the Netherlands in 2011, London 2012 and Lyon 2013. And that's a further lead, an extra 12 centimeters. 5:67 and her lead improves. So Ristowski, pressure's really on now. 15 centimeters behind Kuharczyk. Always a great battle between these two. Gold and silver normally divided between these two fine athletes, and that's a good distance out. Now, has she pulled it off again? Looked in the last round as if she might have overtaken Kuharczyk and fell 3 centimeters down. That again looks around the same mark. Gave a couple of centimeters away. .563, she's 4 centimeters down. And yet again, for the second round in a row, there's been major improvement from her opponent, and she's come incredibly close. This is how it stands with 1 round to go. Kuharczyk in the gold medal position, 5:67. Ristowski next, 5:63, then a bit of a gap. And Rozdobudko of Ukraine is in 3rd place.
So there's the start list for the women's 400 metres T37 final.
I don't think that Ristowski thinks she's gone far enough.
The defending champion
Just behind the board, wasn't she?
and the European champion, Evgenia Trashnikova, who goes in lane 4. Georgina Hermitage holds the world record though, 102.48, which she only set 3 months ago at the anniversary games in London. So I expect her to get out very, very quickly.
I would expect Hermitage to really be racing the clock in this one. She's a couple of seconds in front of most of her competitors in this race. She was actually a quite good able-bodied athlete in her teens.
Well, Marta Langner goes for Poland in lane 3. There is Trashnikova, who holds a championship record that may well be under threat from Georgina Hermitage. Leah Robson of Canada in lane 5. And this lady, disappointment for her, which in the 100 metres final. Mandy Francoise Elie.
As I said, Hermitage.
Silver at the European Championships. There's Johanna Benson of Namibia with a best of 1:10.81. And Li Yingli of China will go in lane 8.
As I said earlier, Hermitage in this race was actually quite a decent able-bodied athlete at the tender age of young teens, around 12, 13, 14 years old, but actually gave up the sport when her coach came to her and said, would you be interested in doing para sport, because she thought at the time that she didn't want to have anything to do with her disability. But she's back and claiming world records, and hopefully here a world championship.
She's got a best time of 3 seconds or more than Trushnikova, the defending champion, who goes in lane 4. And away they get, all looking quite good as they get out of the blocks. No one there twitched at all, and is Francois Elie who gets away in lane 6. She's the silver European Championship medalist from last year. She gets out there, and it's Li Ying Li on the outside for China, who currently leads as they head down the back straight, but Francois Elie is right on her coattails. And also there is Joanna Benson of Namibia, who's come up on Francois Elie's shoulder. But here comes Georgina Hermitage with 200 metres to go. She's snuck around the inside of everyone, and she's just about taken the lead as they head around to the 150-metre mark. It's Hermitage as they head around to the final bend. It's Francois Elie who sits in second place at the present time, but it's Georgina Hermitage strides right out in front. She's in a good lead of around 10 or 15 metres. It's going to be a close, as Evelyn Hanlon said, of Hermitage against the clock. Here she comes down to the line. Francois Elie of France in second place, but here comes Georgina Hermitage. Can she get across the line? 1:02.01, and that will be a new world record for Georgina Hermitage. The wind appears to be fine. We'll just get confirmation of that in a moment or two's time. But a new world record. Georgina Hermitage of Great Britain. Well, she came into her own with around 150 metres to go. And from there, it was just a case of her getting there as quick as she can. At one point there, it looked as if she might just miss out, but she put in the big strides over the last 10 to 15 metres. And 1:02.01, she improves her mark and the world record by 0.47 of a second. That is a tremendous run. There is Mandy Francois Elie, who took silver for France. A brilliant run from her. And in silver, it is the defending champion, Evgenia Trushnikova of Russia, in 1:07.16.
Quite surprising there to see Hermitage not leading out of the blocks. She took a little bit of a time to wind up there and really took it into as her race on the back straight. The French and the Chinese having a good run before the back straight, where Hermitage started to wind up and then really making that bend, that second bend of the 400 metres, hers, coming home into the home straight, already a couple of metres in front, moving away from the rest of the field and striding out towards that new world record.
Well, there was one point there, wasn't there, with around 50 to go. You were looking at the clock, you were looking at Hermitage and wondering whether she'd get there. She did in the end. You can see her looking at the clock as she's about to go across the line. But don't worry about that. Yes, you have got the world record, Georgina. It is yours. In 1:02.01 seconds. Francois Elie in second, and in third place, it is the defending champion, but no longer Trushnikova. A new world record for Georgina Hermitage, Francois Elie in second, and Trushnikova, who takes the bronze this time around.
Well, there was a curious reading that actually came up on the wind clock, which was Solms. So I wonder if that's 0.0 in French. I couldn't say. It's a world record for now anyway.
So Great Britain moved back into third position in the medal standings after Georgina Hermitage's gold. But the People's Republic of China still lead the way at the top and show no sign of letting up either.
So the next final on the track is the women's 400 metres T38, and it features the 100 metres champion from this week, Chen Yunfei of China.
Back to the track we go. Women's 400 metre T38.
A couple of Paralympic champions down through the years. Margarita Goncharova of Russia and Inna Strizak of Ukraine. There's Goncharova, formerly successful under a maiden name of Margarita Koptilova. Bronze in the 100 earlier this week, which Chen surpassed her in. Four gold medals for Goncharova in the Europeans last year. She's the reigning European champion. So Maria Fernandez of Portugal starting off in lane 3. Goncharova, gold in the 100, this 400, the long jump and the 4x1 relay at the Europeans last year. Gold in the 1 and the 4x1 of the long jump at the Paralympic Games. Lane 5 for Mexico. Maria Jose Zamora Sanchez. Lane 6 for Australia, Tarita Isaac. 104.88, her lifetime best set this year. Chen Yunfei of China's in 7, silver in the 100 this week. Gold in the 200 at London 2012. And Ina Strizak. Her first medals coming at Sydney 2000 as a 15-year-old, bronze in the 100 there. Bronze in the 400 last year in the Europeans for Strizak.
Strizak used to be coached, formerly coached by Irina Divoskina, my coach, now moved to Australia, and disappointment for the Ukraine, missing out on all those medals from Irina Divoskina.
Back when she used to be Ina Diachenko. Double champion of Beijing 2008 in the 1 and the 2. So Fernandez in 3, Goncharova 4, Zamora Sanchez in 5, Isaac 6, Chen 7, and Strizak is in lane 8. No Ippolito here, having medalled quite considerably in Lyon. So away they go. First time of asking. A lot of eyes on Chen in 7 and Strizak in 8. They've started very well. Goncharova has left the rest behind. Fernandez and Zamora Sanchez can't live with her at the moment. Look where she is. Somebody in lane 4 could not normally be expected to be up there. Look, she's overtaking in lane 8. Strizak, this is absolutely blinding. It's fantastic so far. How will it go for the final 2? It's Goncharova who's out in front. She's past Chen at the moment. She's past Strizak. It'll get very interesting though when it straightens up, if Goncharova can keep things going here, the Russian, and if she can claim another world title. She won the 200 in 2011. That's the only world championship crown she's ever claimed. But look at her going all on her own in splendid isolation in lane 4. It's Goncharova. Chen's beginning to fight back in 7. Isaac going well for Australia in lane 6. Now Goncharova beginning to tie up, but she's done enough. I think she's done enough. Goncharova's going to win. Goncharova takes it. Chen in 2nd. Isaac 3rd. 102.20 is a new world record. With the time and the win to be ratified, that was absolutely blinding, and she led from start to finish. Scintillating, purely scintillating, all the way.
How about that? That was an amazing race. That was very brave. I can't believe she's gone out so hard. She's taken it from the start. She's already passed all the athletes by almost halfway down the back straight. She was already in front, taking all the stagger of all the athletes, and then really struggling home on the home straight, but hanging on. And I know how she feels sitting down there on the track. I've been in that position before, and she will be hurting.
Rounded down to 102.18 for Margarita Goncharova. And that was purely magnificent. Well, she's the reigning champion of Paralympic level of 3 levels. Just look at this immediately. Now that's the back straight. And you look at the likes of Strizak and Chen, who are fantastic quality athletes all. And she's going, and she's really hurting there in the turn, but she pushed it so well. Chen set the world record in Incheon in Korea last year at the, I guess it would have been the Asian Para Games, October of 2014. Just over a year, the record lasted, and Goncharova really put herself through the pain barrier massively, but it will be worth it. She's the world champion and the world record holder too, and Strizak's old championship record, which stood 13 years from Villeneuve-d'Ascq, has now gone. So, Gončarova with the world record, 102.18. Chen in second, 103.65. And Drita Isaac with the bronze for Australia, 106.06. Strizak with a lifetime best was in fourth place.
I'll tell you what, I think Drita Isaac will be very, very happy with that bronze medal, but I didn't even notice it because Gončarova from the gun.
So far ahead.
What a way to run 400 meters.
Well, time to move now back to the women's long jump T20 competition. It is Claudia Santos with her final attempt. 5:15, a personal best, leaving her in fifth position. That's a fair jump from the Portuguese. It's legal. The only thing is, hasn't beaten her jump in round 4 of 5:15. Well, the coach is happy. She's happy. It's 5:14, but she's still got that personal best of 5:15. She sits in fifth position.
Training, just get back into just normal life, you know, and then I don't dare look at Rio. I just keep my head down and keep plowing on and see where we end up.
Well, you're world champion. I'm thinking Rio could be.
Well, the world records are falling.
Thank you very much.
The championship records are falling. And there's a lady who knows all about world records. It's going to be coming up in the next event on the track. The lady there in lane 6, Angela Ballard of Australia, set a new world record in the women's 400-metre T53 in Switzerland back in June of 54.70 seconds. For the champion from 2013 from China, Zhao Hongjuan, will also be in this race. Samantha Kinghorn, the European champion, has had a fantastic season. Yana DuPont if you look at it on personal best, DuPont is the slowest of this field of 8, but that lady's not. Wang Lixia of China. Chelsea McClammer, we've already seen her medal in this championship. She'll go from lane 4, the American. Zhao Hongjuan, the defending champion and also the championship record holder at 56.76 seconds. But there's Angela Ballard, the world record holder. Bronze in 2013. And there's silver from 2013, Shirley Riley. Personal best of 55.27 for her. So expect her to be there or thereabouts. And then in lane 8, it is Japan's Kazumi Nakayama.
المشاركات في نهاية سباق 400 متر T38 سيدات.
8 women in the 400-meter T53 final. Here we go.
So watch out, especially for the middle lanes in this one. Zhao, the defending champion, going in 5. The world record holder, Angela Ballard from Australia, going in lane 6, bronze in 2013. Going for gold this time.
Go Australia.
And they all get away. And Ballard gets away well in lane 6, and on her inside is Zhao, who is the defending champion. But Ballard has gone straight up on the outside wheel of Shirley Riley from America and has taken her. And she's gone straight in front of Nakayama as well from Japan. So it's Ballard out in front. And here comes Zhao Hongjuan of China, the defending champion, who's taking up the contest with Ballard. She's around 2 lengths behind her at present time, but it's Ballard there who's going in lane 6. Zhao in lane 5 on the inside. There's nothing to separate them at the moment as they come around to 150 mark. They'll come around into the straight. If they stay like this, they'll be pretty much level as we head into the final 100 metres. Now this is where the arms start to burn. This is where the lactic acid really builds up. But here comes Angela Ballard. She's pushing away out there in front. Zhao Hongjuan, who's in second place, the defending champion. Here comes Angela Ballard. She's the world record holder at present, 54.70. She's not going to get near that, but she is going to get the gold medal. And Zhao comes across in second place, and that is going to be a very tight contest for third place. place. It looks as though it's McClemmer and the other Chinese athlete in Huang Langsha. So let's see who gets a third place in that, but that is a fantastic race there from Angela Ballard. Well, there is your winner, 57.47. She's outside that world record, she's outside the championship record, but she takes the win in a fantastic piece of athleticism.
It would seem that 200-metre gold and that 1,500-metre final that she's already raced has not put her in great stead for this 400 metres, but she's able to hang on for the win. She came out, and again, the back straight, she was already in front. She's already taken the stagger of all the other athletes, and she was in front going into that second bend there for the 400 metres. I thought the Chinese girl on the inside was going to take some ground off her, but she came into the straight in front and managed to actually move away and increase her lead as she came towards the line.
Well, halfway down the back straight, she'd already hit the front, hadn't she? And Zhao realised that she had to go with her. She did just that. It stayed as it was, about 2 lengths between each other as they came around towards the home straight. And then Ballard, the arms were burning. It didn't matter though. She got across the line and she takes the gold medal in 57.47 seconds, 57.97 there for the former champion in Zhao Hongzhan. And in third place, well, isn't that close? 0.02 of a second in it. Huang Lisha making it China 2 and China in third position as well.
Tell you what, Ange Ballard's bag is going to be heavy on the way home. She's going to need, the Australian team's going to need to pay for extra luggage for her.
Zhao had been the World and Paralympic champion at this distance, and Huang had won the 100 metres earlier this week. Ballard the 2. Ballard's now claimed 2 golds. 4 medals in Lyon, none of them gold. 2 medals here, all gold so far. So final round of the women's long jump T20. Kristina Minikova of Russia, 5 meters 50 in the 5th round her best. An improvement of 8 centimeters required to get past Rostobudko of Ukraine. That might not be it. Again, hanging around the 5-meter mark, she's been very consistent. Her worst jump 4.88, her best 5.15. Used the board well, so really gave nothing away. Silver in the Europeans last year. All Europeans in front of her right now in the medal positions. 4.89, and Minikova finishes in 4th place.
George Tischler of Austria currently in 5th.
Remember, you can keep in contact with the IPC at IPC Athletics on Twitter and on Facebook. And you can hashtag Doha 2015 and hashtag Beyond Incredible.
Well, Amara Durand, who we see there, she'll be coming out to get her gold medal any second now. Johansson Nascimento as well will be along surely well. He's happy.
Obviously exerted after that race, because I've seen him land that handstand before.
The women's 200 meters T12 ceremony. And another sensational world record in this.
The medals and flowers will be presented by Amir Al-Mullah, Chief Executive Officer, Doha 2015 IPC Athletics World Championships.
The only athlete without a guide
Secretary General of the Qatari Paralympic Committee.
Medal in this. Major officials from the Qatari Paralympic Committee.
Representing
Well involved in the organisation of this. Well, Elena Chavanu of Azerbaijan, the only athlete in this without a guide. She takes the bronze medal. 24:54 was her time in the end. What was happening ahead of her, absolutely sensational, but what a result for her in her own way. With Zhu back in fourth, beat her by about half a second in the end, the Chinese.
Winner of the silver medal.
So bronze for Chibane.
Representing Ukraine, Oksana Batorchuk. Guided by
Oksana Batorchuk, the outgoing champion, with her guide Alexei Ryemyan, and it's silvers for them this time. 23:98. The time for them in second. Still holds the European crown, but the world title is now gone. It's the reigning 400 meters runner-up Paralympic level.
Representing Cuba, Amara Duran.
But with a world record of 23:03, it is Amara Duran of Cuba who takes the honors here. Her second gold of the week. 401 in a world record. And she smashed her own mark by 35 hundredths of a second. 2 world records set by her in this event. The first world record in the heats, the second coming in the final, 23:03. Decent time in its own right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem.
So gold for Durans, and here's that Cuban anthem all over again. The 8th time that the city of Doha has heard that anthem this month. 4 for the boxing, 4 in the athletics, and 2 for Amara Durant. And kudos to her guide as well, Yuniel Kindlan, because he had to be as fast as her. Alexei Ryemyan alongside Oksana Batorchuk and Lena Chibanu going solo.
Tolson and I did have a bet whether you'd bring up the boxing again. You're obviously a big fan of the Cuban boxing team.
They were the most successful nation in the World Boxing Championships here last week.
Of course, Ireland are very successful at boxing as well. We have to mention that, don't we?
Hence the reason he knows that Cuba's good at it, because Ireland's good at it, he's obviously watching.
Michael Conlon picked up Ireland's first ever male gold at a World Championship after decades of trying. So Kuznetsov coming in the men's javelin. Alexei Kuznetsov, this is the F-54.
That's his 5th attempt. Kuznetsov, his current best, 26:28.
He holds the championship record off the back of the success at Christchurch 2011.
Well, that's better. 27:57 into second place for Alexei Kuznetsov. 27.56 for him. One more to go.
World champion for 4 years ago, runner-up in Lyon, reigning European champion, silver medal at London 2012, all in this. Can he improve with the next effort? It's a solid mark around 25 metres.
Now in second place. It's a very, very close battle for third. That's going to go to a photo, I think. But Angela Ballard has added 400 goals to 200 goals.
3 throws coming at once, and Kuznetsov's best, 27.56, and that's a season's best for him.
Time now for more medal ceremony action. Men's 200 metres T47.
Vice President of the International Paralympic Committee.
And we head to Brazil next year for the 2016
Paralympic Committee.
Paralympic Games.
Winner of the bronze medal.
And it's Brazil who triumphed in this
Representing the
competition.
People's Republic of China, Wang Yao.
China, though, through
Winner of the silver medal.
that man there, Wang Hao.
Representing Poland, Miguel Mateus
Picking up
Deros.
more medals for China. So the silver medalist, bronze in the European Championship in 2014.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion.
فاز بالميدالية الذهبية وبطل العالم لألعاب القوى لذوي الإعاقة.
Representing Brazil,
And here comes the man who set himself a new personal best time. 21.90 seconds.
The medal there being handed from one Brazilian to another, and hence the embrace.
A happy man indeed. Johansson Nascimento, the gold medalist in the men's 200 metres T47. Time now for the Brazilian national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة أصحاب الميداليات أبطال العالم.
So there is Johansson Nascimento, who picks up the gold medal. There he is in full flight
Improvement for
in a PB of 21.90 seconds.
Stephanie Dark is now 28.4.
Happy man indeed.
Javelin throw at 54, he's increased his lead. And the man in silver has
During that medal ceremony just there, we saw a good friend of his, Patricio, who is injured, so couldn't turn up to his race. Competitor, but friend. So obviously they're watching his medal ceremony and cheering on his friend.
So now Karolina Kuharczyk going in the final round and on the way potentially to glory. 5:67 in round 5, but Rostowski still to go. Rostowski was leading at halfway, so she has the right to jump last and use the board perfectly well, did Karolina Kuharczyk. At the moment on the way to a 4th major title. But can she seal the deal? 5:67 impressive, 5:65 almost equally so. Beaming, rightly so. She's in pole position and she'll know in 30 seconds whether the world title will be hers once more. The last time she was beaten in a world championship final was by this woman, Michaela Rostowski of Croatia, in 2011. Rostowski, 5:63 in the last round, 4 centimeters short. Needs to now improve by 5 centimeters to claim gold for Croatia. Here she comes. The pathway to glory, maybe. That might not be enough. She knows it herself. It will be silver for Rostowski. The European champion has to play second fiddle on a world basis tonight, and Kuharczyk gets the gold, and she gave a good bit away. Not sure in terms of this jump whether it matters or not, because I think it's too far down anyway in order for Kuharczyk to be toppled. Rostowski closes with 5'16". Kuharczyk gets the gold for Poland. Rostowski, silver for Croatia. And Rozdobudko gets the bronze for Ukraine. That's how they finished. It was a lifetime best for Rozdobudko. She's on the podium. Minakova, Santos, and Mohamed Arifin also close. The latter with an Asian record, and the Argentine Teruzzi with a South American one.
Next up on the track is the men's heats of the men's 400 meters T11. The athletes in the first heat just preparing themselves on the track at the moment, setting up their blocks and getting ready for the starters' instructions.
Reigning world champion is in this, Daniel Silva. Gold in Lyon. Bronze in the 200 there. The European champion's in this as well. It's the winner of each of the 3 heats and the sole fastest loser who will progress through to the final. And there is Timothy Adolphe. His guide is Fadil Belabous. T11 complete. Visual impairment. Adolphe doing a double, winning the 200 and the 400 at the Europeans in Swansea, August of last year. Supachai Songpinit of Thailand in lane 1 alongside his guide Panya Makamaji. Daniel Silva, the reigning world champion. Silver in the 200 at London 2012 and a bronze in the 2 in Lyon. And the other competitor represents Argentina. They've got a good selection here. Gerardo Alberto Creton. Jose Ignacio Binetario is his guide. Daniel Silva, very successful at the London Paralympics. Sort of the same name, I'm sure. So it's Song Pinit of Thailand in 1, Creton Salas of Argentina 3, Adolphe of France in 5, and Silva of Brazil in 7. The first heat of 3 of the men's 400 meters T11, and it's only the winner guaranteed to progress.
Expect a fierce battle here between lanes 1 and 5.
Song Pinit in 1, Creton Salas 3, Adolphe 5, Silva in 7. So they're away. Silva starting very well. Adolphe starting very well. Silva opening up a very good lead way out on the outside. Song Pinit trying to get himself up. Certainly trying to keep himself in position, but it's between lanes 5 and 7. Timothy Adolphe, the European champion, and Daniel Silva, Brazil, the world champion. And Silva on the outside, maintaining very good progress. Big battle for the winning spot here. A lot at stake. Only chance is to be a fast loser. And you know something? Adolphe is doing really well here. Adolphe is moving up, the European champion. Here comes the world champion, Silva on the outside. Can he hold on? It's Adolphe and Silva. Silva comes in right at the end, and Silva takes it out of Adolphe, 51.43. And it's the Brazilian anthem which will be ringing around the ears here in this first round heat. Silva taking Adolphe right on the line, 51.43, 51.40 the official time now, as it is rounded down by 300ths. But that was mightily close, and Adolphe almost took that automatic spot in the final, 51.58, but just run out in the end, and he led for most of that closing straight.
He did. He came a little bit from, had to come a little bit from behind there in the home straight. The French athlete commanding a little bit of a lead as they entered the straight, and the Brazilian having to overcome to ensure an automatic qualification through to the final.
It was a blinding start from the European champion in 5 and the world champion in 7. But this is where Adolphe really began to come into its own. Pulsating stuff from the Frenchman, but Silva then being reminded, no doubt, by his guide, Heitor de Oliveira Salas. You've got to move on, you've got to get your place in the final, and he did, he kicked on. Brilliant finish, and that's where the bindings came a little looser to allow him away. That's quite wise. Let Silva accelerate towards the line, so de Oliveira didn't necessarily have to. So it's a European record for Adolphe all the same, he'll have to wait. But victory for Brazil, and Daniel Silva, Adolphe 1800ths behind.
With the European champion and the reigning world champion in one heat, it is very cutthroat in these T11 400 meters, with only one qualifier going automatically through to the final.
Evgeny Malki has won the men's shot put, lifetime best 12:36 for Russia. And he did it by a margin of almost a meter. Russia 1-2 with Daniel Scheil of Germany in 3rd place, and quite a few continental records behind him.
China, and that world record is 42.38. We've already had a new championship record from the Chinese, 39.36. Javelin.
So Daniel Silva takes the first heat of the men's 400 meters T11 in a time of 51.40 seconds. Up next is the second of the 3 heats. The first qualifying automatically, and then the next fastest across the 3 heats will go through to the final. Of course, we can only use 4 lanes in the final, with guides being used in this T11 competition for the most visually impaired category out of the T11 to T13 class. So let's go through the runners, shall we? From Namibia in lane 1, it's Hananea Shikongo. The Spaniard in lane 3, there is Shikongo. Gerard Descarrega of Spain, who will go in lane 3 with his guide, Marcos Blanquino Exposito. So unless you are the winner of this race, you would have to beat 51.58, and not any of these have a time that is better than that this season, which is going to be very difficult indeed. So it is first place or nothing, it would appear, unless the speed is very, very quick. So Shikongo goes from Namibia in 1. In 2, it's Descarrega. Uzbekistan's Saatov goes in 5, and it's Hu Kui-Li of China who goes in 7. Season best for Shikongo of 51.63. The best of these 4 runners, but he has to beat 51.58 to make it through to the final, if he shouldn't win.
Just wait to see if you can get a shot of the guide runner in lane 3. His shoes are amazing.
There they are. We can just pan down a little bit of those shoes. We'll have a look in a moment. That's Shikongo. If we go left of there.
Oh, look at those.
Well, look at them.
Disco-esque.
Evan O'Hanlon wears them out on a Saturday night. Well, the Spaniards know how to entertain, don't they? Let's see if they can entertain just as well in this race. And away they go, all the way perfectly well on the inside there, off to a very good start is Shikongo of Namibia. He's already made up plenty of ground moving around there, and it's the Spaniard Descarrega who is also doing very well as well, but it's also Shikongo who has done very, very well. He's already taken the lead there. If you take the stagger out of it, there's about 250 metres left to go. He's already up on the shoulder of the Spaniard Descarrega, who's on lane 3 there with his guide, but he's hit back again, has Descarrega. Shikongo has fallen there. He's gone 2 metres behind. The Spaniard leads at present. They're going to come around into the last 100 metres. It's going to be Spain's Descarrega who leads, but Shikongo, he's starting to tighten up on the inside there. His guys trying to push him through, but it's going to be Spain who are going to go through at this stage. Descarrega, Gerard Descarrega, Puigdeval of Spain, who's going to go through with his guide, and that is a time of 51.55 seconds. So it won't be enough for the man who comes in second place in Namibian Shikongo, because that won't be good enough to get him through to the final, the best qualifier, and they have to beat from the first heat 51.58. There it is, 51.56 for the record, the European record, that is for Descarrega, 51.56. Gerard Descarrega, Puigdeval. That is a brilliant time of 51.56. In second place, Hananea Shikongo of Namibia, 52.72 for him. Well, what a run there. At one point there, it looked as if he was going to tighten up, didn't it? But he came back, he went again. Shikongo looked as if he was coming there in the back straight, but he held on. Shikongo himself started to tighten up.
Well, when your guide runner wears a pair of shoes like that, you have to go out and you have to deliver. Otherwise, you're going to look a little bit silly. And that's exactly what they did. They went out hard. The Namibian team followed them round out hard, but the Spanish really came into his own, and with 120 metres to go, came into the straight and extended his lead. And there you have it, qualified straight through to the final.
Well, the guy we're talking about, Marcos Blanquino Exposito, will be seeing those shoes again in the final because his runner, Zetskanega Pugdeval, is through to the final. The first through, that's all there's going to be from this one because Chikonge's time won't be fast enough. He won't go through. A European record as well for the Spaniard, 51.56.
I'll tell you what, the hashtag here is beyond incredible. Those shoes were hashtag beyond incredible. He's had the bedazzler out. He's spent about an hour and a half, I think, putting each of those studs in.
Yang Wei to get us underway in the F44 women's discus. It's a good start by her to hit the front. 28.01 our leader at the moment, Frederica Kolieski of Germany. This was not competed for at the last World Championships in Lyon. But Yang is in the lead, 39.36, and it certainly always looked as if it was going to be the case. This also was not competed for at the last Europeans in Swansea. Yao Guan of China. Oh, that's well beyond Yang. She's the world record holder, Yang Yue, 42.38. There's a couple of F43s in this as well, this F44 final. Wasn't F44 discus final either in the last Paralympic Games, but Zhao is in the lead. Championship record as well, 42.26, beating the mark of Yang Yue from 2006. And that's how it stands after the opening round. Yao and Yang, 3 meters between them.
In the men's javelin throw at 54, Jose Rodriguez of Brazil, an area record 28.33 in the very last round. He is in second place now, silver medal position. He's not.
Men's javelin F54 is going on also.
Stefano Darkakis looks pretty safe at the moment with 28.
With the 28.19, Stefanoudikas of Greece.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletic World Champion.
A major effort.
Brazil, Javelin.
Could just be as long as yet. Not by a major margin. .28.45 is his best to date. Improves his lead. Remember, it's 3 throws at a time. Poised for gold, but not yet there. So now the third and final heat of the men's 400 meters T11 features the silver medalist in the 100 earlier this week, Felipe Gomez, who's the reigning Paralympic 200 meters champion. 51.58 is the target in terms of fastest loser. It's Camalea of Angola in 1, and his guide, Nicolau Ernesto Polenza, held Jose Armando to 400 meters gold at London 2012. Dustin Riley Walsh of Canada in 3 alongside Dillian Williamson. Felipe Gomez of Brazil in 5 alongside Jorge Pereira, and Ngoc Yep Nguyen of Vietnam in 7. Couple of Nguyens on the outside, Ngoc Yep Nguyen and Tan Phat Nguyen for Vietnam. being held a long time.
And the Brazilians have made a smart move there, putting their hand up. I would do exactly the same in this situation, and I have at World Champs level. Taking too long to get into the blocks. There's noise in the background from the throwers. You put your hand up before you go into the set position, and you are fine. The judges will come and ask you what was wrong. You simply say, too long, too much noise, reset. And now, the cutoff time is going to be quite difficult here for these athletes, because none of the athletes, bar the Brazilian in lane 5, have ever run faster than the cutoff time. He's most likely to come through, take the automatic qualifier. The other 3 will be struggling to beat that cutoff time for a fastest loser.
Cavalea with the lifetime best of 52.74 set this year. He's the second fastest in the field behind Felipe Gomez. Dustin Riley Walsh in 3.
The Brazilians really showing their experience there by putting their hand up. Good move by the guide runner in lane 5. That also being the lane to watch in this race.
He's won medals now at the last 3 major global championships. As Felipe Gomez. Experience all the way.
And as we've seen in a number of races, the athletes and guides taking a little bit longer to load into the blocks due to the number of persons involved and also that tying together of the hands, forming the all-important connection between guide runner and athlete.
Cavalea in 1, Walsh in 3, Gomez 5 and Goyen 7. So now they are away, and Gomez starting very well in 5. He should overtake the Vietnam pair very soon. Very soon has just arrived. Gomez over in the back straight, all on his own and well in control in this T11 400 meters. The final heat, the final semi-final in effect. And there's no threatening Felipe Gomez here. Cavalea is now beginning to work a little bit well on the inside for Angola with his previous gold medal winning guide, Nicolai Palanci, who took gold as a guide of Armando in London. It's tightening up a little, not by a huge amount though. Gomez still leading very well. Little glance over by his guide, George Pereira. And there's a lead of about 5 meters or so. Felipe Gomez will come through to win. Cavalea will be in second place. 52.21, the winning time. Cavalea second, Walsh in 3rd, and then Goyen was in 4th. And that was quite simply the winning time was slower than the fastest loser spot, so it's been decided now. 52.20, the winning time for Gomez. Cavalea, well, he kept up quite well, but everybody else, bar our winner, has been eliminated here. Simply not fast enough to progress.
Another impressive 400-meter start there by Gomez out of lane 5. Already taken the stagger off lane 7 before exiting the bend even, before exiting the first bend even. So another dominant display here tonight in the 400 meters. We've seen a number of them already. And then we see him coming down the home straight. The Brazilians already relaxing, and the Angolans on the inside there trying to push to the line to get that fastest loser qualifying spot through to the final, but unable to run fast enough.
So Felipe Gomez wins 52.20, Cavalea 53.69. Was the second down in his lifetime best, and Walsh and Goyen, despite the PB for the Vietnam athlete, they're all eliminated. These are the 4 in the final, 2 continental records. Obviously the one by Timothy Adolphe has now been superseded by Gerard Descorrega, 51.56, joining Silva and Gomez in the final.
400-meter T37.
السيدات والسادة مراسم التتويج لمنافسة 400 متر 37 سيدات.
Women's 400 meters. T37 winning ceremony now. Gold here for Britain. And a world record as well, a thumping world record.
The medals and flowers will be presented by
سيقوم بتسليم الميداليات والورود.
Ryan Montgomery, IPC Summer Sports Director, and Abdul Qadir Al-Matawa, Assistant Secretary General of the Qatari Paralympic Committee.
Our esteemed presentation party.
الفائزة بالميدالية البرونزية.
Representing the Russian
The outgoing
Federation,
world champion.
Evgenia Krushkinova.
Evgenia Trushnikova finishing in the silver medal position this time. 107.06 ended up being 5 seconds down. Our champion. T37, the second highest of the cerebral palsy categories in terms of
Representing
power and
France,
speed.
Mandy Francois Ely.
Mandy Francois Ali. Much more dominant in the shorter sprints. The reigning Paralympic world and European champion over 100 meters. Silver in the 4 as last year. Silver in the worlds here for France. Great recognition of an excellent athlete.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion.
الفائزة بالميدالية الذهبية وبطلة العالم لألعاب القوى لذوي الإعاقة.
Representing Great Britain, Georgina Hermitage.
So it's gold for Britain and Georgina Hermitage. She won silver in the 2. Now breaking her own world record by 0.47 of a second, had been set in July in the anniversary games in London. 1 minute 2.01 seconds, the new mark. And she is the world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem of Great Britain.
Makes her a great prospect. Potentially the same happening again in 10 months' time. But for now, world glory for Hermitage.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادات أصحاب الميداليات أبطال العالم.
Unofficial results then from the men's javelin throw as we suspect.
And there we're just seeing the replay there of the winner coming across the line, grabbing the British flag and celebrating.
Discus of Greece is the champion, 28-45.
This is Wang Yao of China.
There's no major form in this. Wang breaking the world record, claiming gold in the 2008 Paralympic Games. This has not been competed for in the last 4 major championships. But that's a thumping throw. World record is 42.38. That might not be too far off it. It's beyond it. 43.39, and Yao sets the standard. She leads with a new world record.
while the athletes stand up, but not too time.
China 1 and 2 at the moment, and Germany in 3rd place.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony in the women's 400 meters, team 38.
السيدات والسادة مراسم تتويج لمنافسة 400 متر 38 سيدات.
Medal here for Australia. Tarita Isaac, she'll be absolutely pumped with a bronze medal behind an impressive performance by the Russian.
Representing Australia, Tarita Isaac.
Australia's medal haul increasing all the time.
The Russian in this event taking the gold medal in what was an amazing performance, dominating from start to finish over 400 meters.
With the silver, Tarita Isaac with the bronze, but gold for the European champion, world champion now too, Chen losing the world record to Margarita Goncharova, 102.20, T38. The strongest of the cerebral palsy categories.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem.
Her first world title since 2011, though she is a reigning Paralympic champion in 3 events. And Goncharova picks up another big medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
So another goal for Russia as they try to chase down China at the top of the medal table. Goncharova, talking of China, Chen in silver and an Australian in bronze.
You may have seen there Tarita Isaac being helped onto the gold medal podium so that they could take that group photo by Goncharova. That's because Tarita also has a vision impairment as well as having cerebral palsy. She has a vision impairment as well. So as she crossed the line, a volunteer runs out to give her her guiding stick, so that she can get around. And she's done well. She's done very well. Not only is she competing around 400 meters with cerebral palsy, she's also running that race as a vision impaired athlete.
Federica Charlotte Kalieski of Germany, who's in the medals at the moment in the women's discus F44. It's a single one throw in rotation. Now won with that world record of 43.39. Break the mark of Yang Yue, who, by the way, said earlier it was gold for her in Beijing. It was actually silver. It was a multi-category event, 42 to 46. So even though it was a world record, She didn't win the event. You'll see that occasionally. Kalaiski remains third, 29 meters 11. Behind the two Chinese athletes.
100-meter T42 final.
And more track action to come over the shorter distance in the coming minutes. There's the athletes getting themselves ready. Regis Wood there of the USA in action, and there is some Australian action as well, Evan O'Hanlon.
And I'll tell you what, I cannot wait for this Australian action. Scott Reardon qualified fastest through to the final in this men's T42 100 metres, a stablemate of mine.
And we have to go back to the 2013 final between him and Heinrich Popov when they finished in a dead heat for the gold medal in those championships.
Back in 2013, first they gave it to Reardon, then they gave it to Popov, and then they decided, we can't figure it out. They shared the medals. And it's been a little bit of a thorn in the side for Scott Reardon, and I know that, training down there in Canberra, so hopefully this is a way of redemption for him. Although no Popov here this evening, he's out with injury.
Yeah, Popov isn't there, but there was no silver given out that year, so that meant that the bronze medal went to the Frenchman Clavel Kayatare. With the bronze there, he's also the European champion, is Kayatare, but there's Desmond Jackson of the USA with a lifetime best of 12.73 set this year. He'll be running alongside his American compatriot Regis Woods, a touch over the 13-second mark for his best ever time.
I had a tweet earlier this week from Earl Connor, the Canadian that used to race in this event. He said, Scott Reardon will go under 12 seconds here.
Well, we will see then. You just saw Prokhorov, the bronze medalist from the European Championships last year, and Richard Whitehead, who takes his place for Great Britain in lane 4. But there is the man, Scott Reardon. We mentioned it, a dead heat between him and Heinrich Popov in 2013. So he's a gold medalist. Popov not here, out with injury. Daniel Jorgensen, the silver medalist at the European Championships, goes in lane 6 for Denmark. And there is the European champion and bronze medalist at the last World Championships in Lyon in his home country, Clavel Kayatare, and Atsushi Yamamoto of Japan, who goes in lane 8 with a best time of 12.61.
This is Scott Reardon's race to win.
As the athletes get asked to move up to their marks, we're all ready in preparation for the men's 100 metres T42 final. Looking on with anticipation. And away they go at the first time of asking, and Reardon gets out of the blocks very, very quickly. But on the outside, it's Yamamoto of Japan, who's also got away well. On the inside, Prokhorov of Russia is up there with Reardon, but it's Scott Reardon who's going to get across, and Reardon in a time of 12.11 seconds, and that will be an equal world record with Heinrich Popov. Well, they dead heated in 2013 in Lyon for the gold medal, but it is a championship record that they both ran then, and Heinrich Popov may not be here, but he's equalled it, but it's just been removed to 12.13. Well, it is a championship record. He went across the line in 12.11. It's been reclassified there to 12.13. Unlucky for Scott Reardon. He misses out on a world record, but he picks up a championship record of 12.13.
Scott Reardon, I can't tell you what happened in the rest of the race. I was too excited, pumping fists up here for Scott Reardon. He's run across the line in first place, and that's all I know.
Well, Prokhorov has finished in second. He was there or thereabouts, was the Russian, a PB for him of 12.24. And in third place, it's Denmark's Daniel Jorgensen with 12.47. Well, it was a race there with Prokhorov of the Russian team, who was a bronze medalist in the European Champions last year. He almost got within Reardon there, but in the last 15 metres, it was Reardon who got away with the victory. 12.13 it's rounded up to. Disappointment because he went across in exactly the same time as Popov and his world record 12.11, but it wasn't to be. But he picks up a championship record, which Popov himself held, so the rivalry between Reardon and Popov will go on.
It will indeed, and you know, I've got brain damage, so my memory's not too good, but I'm pretty sure 12.13 is an equal PB for Scott Reardon. So talk about equaling things. He's equaled Popov at the last World Championships, and he's equaled his PB again.
He's actually beaten his PB by 0.01 of a second. So there you go. A new championship record, a new personal best for Scott Reardon. Prokhorov with a personal best of 12.24 takes the silver, and Jorgensen of Denmark picks up the bronze medal.
I'll clarify that 12.14 PB with you later. I think he possibly beat it in Brisbane only a couple of weeks before we've come here and may not have made it in time for print.
Maybe if you speak to the man himself, he'll be able to give us what it is.
I'll speak to Braden Davidson of the Australian team. He's the man with the stats.
So this to round off the javelin. The F54, the final throw of Jose Rodrigues of Brazil. 26.61, lying in third place going into this. But rises to the silver, 28.33. Alexei Kuznetsov of Russia drops to third place. Stefanidakis takes the gold for Greece. Jose Rodrigues, a new area record, South America record, with a silver for Brazil, and Kuznetsov, bronze for Russia. On the track, ready for the next final, which is the men's 100 meters T54. And the European, World and Paralympic champion is Finland's Leo-Pekka Tarti. Almost unbeatable in this discipline. Penny Van Riegel, reigning 200 meters world champion from earlier this week. 9 major titles to his name. Samuel Carter of Australia goes in lane 1. 14.29 is season's best and lifetime best. At 24 years old now, he's done very well to reach this level, reach this limit.
Differ with regards to their arm and shoulder functions, which impact on pushing a racing wheelchair. T54 athletes have full use of their arms and tracks.
It's the most powerful of the wheelchair categories in the 50s. 2 from China. Needless to say, Pekka Tarti with the world and the championship records from London and from Lyon.
Jin was amazing, hey?
So the lane by lane, Samuel Carter of Australia in lane 1.
Samuel Carter.
Twice a 100 metres bronze medalist in the Europeans, 2014 and the World's 2013 from Germany, Mark Schuh. Gold in the Iowa's World Championship in 09 in the 400. Lu Yang won his semi-final for China. He's a big prospect in 3. Kenny Van Wiegel, 9 major championship golds, won 18 medals. 200 meters champion for 2015, Kenny van Weigel of the Netherlands. Fourth in the 100 meters at London 2012, just outside the medals. He also won a semi-final for China. Kui Yangfeng, the man they all have to beat. He's won the last 5 major championships dating back to Beijing 2008. Leo Pekataki of Finland. Eric Hightower of the United States. He's in lane 7, lifetime best set this year of 14:13. And silver in the 2, bronze in the 15 here this week. Bronze in the 800. Leon 2013 at the last World Championships in Thailand. Saichon Konjen.
T54 final. Quiet for the start, please.
Looking tasty again. Van Weigel will fancy his chances in 4, but it's Leo Pekataki in lane 6. Could there be a hotter favourite in any event than this? Away they go first time. Leo Pekataki in lane 6, and he's away ahead of the rest already. Lu Zhang trying to come in 3, Van Weigel also in 4, but it's Leo Pekataki who's there for Finland, and here comes Leo Pekataki's been beaten! Lu Yang wins it for China. 13.75 has been rounded down to 13.77 and a new Asian record, but finally in a major championship race, Leo Pekataki has been beaten. He came on the rails very well in the final 20. He's lost his world title, Leo Pekataki, and Lu Zhang takes the crown for China. And their incredible week continues. Kenny van Weigel with the bronze, and Cree with the 4th place again in a major global race. Look at the way he comes in lane 3, Lu Zhang. Pekataki's going and going and going, but it's the Chinese who gets it. Tati in 2nd place, and van Weigel gets the bronze.
Pekataki there, obviously looking at previous form, you would have said he was the dead hot favourite for that event. He came out of the start and we were all eyes on Pekataki, but the Chinese man stayed with him, Lu Yang, and coming through for the win. It was there, tossing and turning between Lu Yang and Pekataki until Yang was able to cross just in front.
Asian record for Lu Yang, wins it, 13.77. Leo Pekataki with the silver for Finland. Kenny van Weigel, the bronze for the Netherlands. His 2nd medal of the week.
And Tolson, you'll be pleased to know I've gone down and checked with my coach. The 12.14 that they had down as Scott Reardon's PB was wrong. It was 12.13. He said it 1 week before he left to come over here to Doha.
You are a man who goes beyond the call of duty.
There's no action on the track for the next half hour, but the action we've seen in the past 20 minutes has been absolutely blistering. Natalie Bewley of the United States, her 4th attempt in the women's discus F44. 29.50 in the 3rd round was a new North American record. It's the 2 Chinese in 1st and 2nd. Bewley with a terrific throw. That's just shy of the 30-meter mark. And that puts her up into 3rd place, that off tape, and that is the new continental record. So it's Zhao in 1st, Yang in 2nd, Bewley in the lead, into the medals in 3rd, and she's there by 39 centimeters. Kalaisky missing out at the moment for Germany, having been in the medals for a long time. It's looking like China 1-2 at the moment, and the successes continue right around the board, and all 8 who are left in the competition will continue with 3 final throws. So now we can join it in round 4. Yang Wei, former world record holder, 40.82, in the second round, a foul in the third, as was the case with Yao, and that looks to be beyond 40 meters again. Parole world record 42.38 with that silver medal in the multi-category event they had in 08. So it's an outright championship. I don't think they've held it since 2006.
In 6 from Finland, the world record holder, championship record holder, and defending champion from Finland, Leo Vekatati.
So, Yao Juan, leader with that world record 43.39 in the second round.
And a 40 Olympics here in Doha from Thailand,
Can she improve on it? Well, that again is beyond 40 meters. We're on the way to the big mega party across 5-6 weeks, the Olympic Games and the Paralympic Games of Rio 2016. And as has been pointed out by my inactive colleague, a very good reason why China have improved their medal haul already across 4 days than compared to what they did for all of Lyon 2013.
Yes, as Paralympic sport goes, we have quite a spot system to qualify for the Paralympics, which means that as you go across the season before the Paralympics, your team collects quota spots, and that then dictates how many athletes they can take to the games. So the performances here at World Championships, unlike those at Lyon, for example, directly correlate to the number of quota spots that each team will end up with.
Simple explanation there from Evan O'Hanlon. It's Crystal Walter, her 5th attempt from Denmark. 23.44 her best, and that may well be slightly longer. As they point to the mark and take the reading, and it is 24.15, but she remains in 8th place after her 5th throw. This here is Jessica Hames of the USA. PB already of 25.26. This to try and beat it. But that is a red flag. So she remains as she was with a personal best of 25.26. 25.05 coming into this competition. So she's added 21 centimeters to that. Quite an improvement. Confirmation there, 2 fouls and 3 legal throws so far, 25.26. Here's Ford Washington, another United States competitor. She also set a PB of 24.74 in her 4th round. That there in the 5th, it's there or thereabouts.
As you explained earlier, in this event there is 43s and 44s. 43s and 44s, that is, competing in this event. The 44 being the single amputation and the 43 being the double amputation. So again, like other classifications that we've seen across the rest of the week, the higher the number is usually the less of the impaired.
Washington being the only F43 competitor taking part in this competition. As you can see there, she is a double amputee. Now up steps Great Britain, Samantha Bowen, 25.08. Her best so far. That coming in her 2nd throw of the competition. She's in 6th position.
Just continuing on that explanation, you saw the Great Britain athlete walking in there and having both legs, but wearing a splint. And now, athletes that don't quite fit into classes are then looked at and found a class 4. The athlete there from GB obviously has limited use of her ankle and foot and is then classed as a 44.
Good explanation. 23.08 from Samantha Bowen for her 5th attempt there, so she doesn't improve on 25.08, 2 metres more. Up steps Germany's Friedrich Charlotte Koleski.
Koleski of Germany, currently in 4th place.
She's ranked currently 4th.
In dominated by the 2 Chinese, Yao Wan.
29.11, her best throw so far. That was in the 3rd. That looks like it might well just be past that mark. You can see the 30-metre mark there. That is right up near it. So I suspect that she's going to improve her time. Can she get up to Natalie Buell, though, who's in 3rd position, setting an American record, the USA athlete? No, she can't. She misses out by 14 centimetres, so she remains in 4th position. This is the lady I just mentioned, Natalie Buell of the USA. 29.50. She's got some distance to go to catch the Chinese pair, who are in the 40-metre mark. An American record of 29.50 set by her in this competition in her 3rd throw. Well, that's up there near the 30-metre mark, but maybe just shy of what she set a moment or two ago. It's not much different, I tell you, right now. 28.63 in her 4th attempt. 29.50, the best she's thrown. But I don't think this is going to be around that 29.50 mark. There it is, 28.60. So not much difference between the 4th and the 5th. She remains in 3rd place.
So if you're watching around the world, you can follow at IPC Athletics, and you can mention them if you want to give a shout out to anybody. You can use the hashtag Doha 2015 and hashtag Beyond Incredible, which this lady here in the centre, Ange Ballard, is beyond incredible.
Well, the women's
already got
400-metre
gold medals this week.
T53. It is a 2nd gold medal there for her. She picked up bronze in 2013, did Angela Ballard, but she wasn't to be denied. This has been a fantastic year for her. Back in June, she broke the world record, 54.70 seconds. That was an incredible time for her. But China, yet again, in the medals. We spoke about them a moment or two ago, didn't we? And in 3rd place, Wang Li Sha.
Ange Ballard moving so fast this season in all of the sprint events for this category that I actually started an online campaign earlier this year for her to carry an online onboard fire extinguisher, because I'm worried that she's going to catch on fire. Like we were a bit worried about our electronics up here this morning in the heat. I've been a bit worried about her out there in the heat of Doha as well.
She's fine at the moment. Cool as a cucumber, as are the Chinese. Wang Li Sha picked up bronze, 58.45. And 57.97 for Zhao Hongjian. Who still holds the championship record. She was the winner of this event in Leon in 2013. But China have picked up bronze and silver, but gold will go to that lady, Angela Ballard. Bronze in 2013, a new world record this year, and now gold.
I'll tell you what, there's a fact that I forgot to mention every time this girl, Ange Ballard, has been on the track, and that's that she's coached by none other than Louise Savage, Australia's great wheelchair athlete and now turned coach. It's so obvious to me that I forgot to mention it.
Louise Savage, a legend of Australian Paralympic sport, and it's no surprise whatsoever with her being the coach that this is a gold medal performance as we stand for the Australian National Anthem Advance Australia Fair.
السيدات والسادة صاحبات الميداليات بطلات العالم.
So the three place getters in the women's 200, 400 metres T53 category. Angela Ballard across the line there. Wang Li-Sha in third position, and the 2013 champion Zhao Hongzhuan picks up the silver. So here we are, the sixth round of the women's discus throw F44 final. That's the US athlete Natalie Buell in third place with her sixth and final attempt. 29.50, an American record set earlier in this competition in the third throw. And that one there, she looks very, very happy indeed. Has she beaten it? I think she might have. She has. 29.61, a new American record for Natalie Buell. And she'll take the bronze medal. Time now for the men's shot put F33. Daniel Schell of Germany, who picks up the bronze medal. Schell, the bronze medalist at the European Championships in 2014, picks up bronze again at the World Championships in 2015. Silver in 2014. Europeans. And silver again at the Worlds for Alexander Krupen.
IPC Athletics World Champion.
الفائز بالميدالية الذهبية وبطل العالم يلعب هو بيلاروسيا.
Representing the Russian Federation, Yevgeny Malik.
And the man with a personal best of 12.36 meters adds to his European Championship. He picked up in Swansea last year with a World Championship to make it a Russia 1-2 with a personal best. Yevgeny Malik. And a national anthem we've been hearing plenty about
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are
in the past few hours. We will hear again
Russian
the
Federation.
national anthem
سيدات وسادة
of Russia.
في حياة أخرى للسلام الوطني لروسيا.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة أصحاب الميداليات أبطال العالم.
So Russia with a 1-2 in the men's shot put F33.
Okay, let's get over to the men's long jump T38, because there has been a jump of some significance there. If I tell you the old world record in the T38 was 6:79. This is going to knock you out of your seat.
Tight fit indeed. But they're all in there eventually.
He's now 7 meters 13. Hu Jianwen of China has added.
Precious scenes they'll keep forever. That will be a photo that goes up on the wall.
So, last throw for Yang Wei. Needs to improve by 1.75 meters, sets a new world record. I'm not sure that's it. It will be silver for Yang Wei. .41.42 at best today. Great celebration by Buele, we saw as well, with the North American record. Saw that downstairs on the big screen there, actually, while nipped out for a couple of moments. Great celebrations by her. Yang, less so, but she has the silver medal, 41.61, even though she's lost the world record. So it will be gold for Yao Xuan of China. Chinese 1-2 again. Well, here she is. She's already won the gold, 43.39 in the second round, the world record. And that is just beyond 40 meters again. It will not be an improvement, but she is the world champion anyhow.
Yao wins it 43.39. Yang in second place 41.61. And Natalie Buell of the USA takes the bronze with an area record 29.61.
So victory for Yao over Yang, China 1 and 2, and a great result for the United States. Bayul with the bronze and a new North American record to boot. Next medal ceremony in the women's long jump, the T20. Athletes who are perennially successful in this, taking the honours yet again.
Winner of the bronze medal, representing Ukraine, Olena Rostabutko.
Bronze for Ukraine. So it was the Europeans last year for Olena Rostabutko. European champion, upgrading her bronze from the last World Championships 2 years ago to silver this time. The former World Champion from 2011, Michaela Rostovsky of Croatia. Great battle between her and the eventual champion, with the lead changing hands a number of times.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion. Representing Poland, Karolina
Kuharczyk takes another major title. She successfully defended her world crown. She's the Paralympic champion, the former European champion, a crown now held by Rostovsky. But it's another world gold medal around her neck. Terrific success. She really had to fight for it. 5 feet 67 in the end. She won by 4 centimeters. Second best attempt actually came in the last round, and that would have been enough for gold as well. But it is Polish gold for Karolina Kuharczyk yet again.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship
Polish anthem. A great success for an excellent athlete, but a brilliant rivalry between these two, and it ought to continue to Rio next year. This is how she did it.
السيدات والسادة الفعالية المقبلة على الميدان الرمي الجلة نهائيا.
And not just there, but Grosseto also hosts the IPC Athletics European Championships next year in Italy. Quite a fast track, I think that'll be in the middle of June.
This is the men's T38 long jump. Oh, and that's a big jump there. Around 7 meters.
Well, that is Hu of China.
And this is actually my class, the 38 class.
That you used to be in. Oh, you got the board right.
Great use of the board. And that's up around 7 meters.
Well, if that's around 7 meters, that's a world record. 6:79 is that mark. A world record it is.
7:13. That is a huge jump.
He's improved it by half a metre. Andrei Poroshin, his third round attempt, the Russian 5.77 in the previous round, has him in third place, and that's around the same mark. What an extraordinary world record.
I have to say, someone in our class, we've been waiting for someone in our class to come out and jump over 7 meters for quite some time now. It's been coming with the times on the track, in and around and under 11 seconds. You would expect athletes to soon break that 7 meters mark, and it's been done here tonight.
7 meters 13 by who? Zhang Wen of China. What a mark of history for him, the first athlete to break 7 meters. Ever by a cerebral palsy athlete, I imagine, then.
Definitely ever by a cerebral palsy athlete. And this man, Dian Buyas, which is definitely not the graphic that's under him at the moment.
There's the South African.
Because he's gone out of turn. Somebody else is supposed to be going.
You see, our people in the graphics are some of the best around. They were right, and the athlete was wrong.
They are hashtag beyond incredible.
Hashtag Doha 2015.
This is Musa Tamba do indeed. 5.72 in the first round foul, in the second that's around 5.70 again by the looks of it. And again he used the board very, very well. Now 5.77 would get him into the medals. Poroshin of Russia currently in the bronze medal position. So it's taking a long time to come up, but it's 5 meters 70 for Tambadou, and he doesn't improve. 5.77 it remains, and here he is, Dian Buyas.
Dian finally gets his attempts after a little false start there, and here he goes. Ooh, that looked to be quite close to the board there.
Very solid competitor on the track and in the
good use of the board.
Timed it right.
Oh, and he's got some flight time, hasn't he?
Very impressive.
Dian Buyas has studied theology at university over there in South Africa, and is a man of God.
6.28 for Dian Buyas then. Second position for him, does improve on his earlier jump of 6.20.
And we have a couple of hashtags, but I think Dian's is jumping for his glory.
Well, it's silver at the moment for Buyas and potential glory. And who with the world record, 7 meters 13, is our leader, Poroshin, in the bronze medal spots.
I'm not sure you'll be able to tweet anything else besides that hashtag. It's that long.
So Poroshin we're joining. We're in round 4. Cameras with a 5.66 personal best, by the way, in the first round, and he must have picked up an injury. He hasn't jumped since. So we're actually down to 4 in this competition now. So Poroshin, 5.77 in the second round, and an improvement by 12 centimeters. And he is aiming for a spot in the medals. Won't be too far away from what he's achieved previously, 5.67, and he stays in 4th place. So Discus is going to go next for South Africa.
And he's a postgraduate scholar. He's still studying, but he also practices as a youth pastor over there in South Africa. And was an ambassador for the Commonwealth Games bid for South Africa, I believe.
6:28 in the third round. I think he's been consistent all the way. They've all been over 6 meters. That one looks to be as well. Season's best is 6:03.
Always had a season's best of 6:28. That came in round 3. A reminder that the lead is held by Javelin of China. 6 meters 30 improves his season's best by a couple of centimeters. Also improves his second place.
So Booth, 6 meters 30. I can tell you our leader, by the way, who has passed his 4th round attempt.
And why wouldn't you? With a huge PB world record jump of 7:13, you may as well start packing your bag and preparing a space for the extra luggage on the way home.
Who leads 7 meters 13, boys 6:30, and Tambadou in 3rd place, 5 meters 89. Cameras
Numbers back on.
won't jump for the rest of the competition. He's on 5:66.
So, also Tambadou smiling just a few moments ago when he set that new lifetime best. We've had one jump after him, we've had a couple of passes. He's back on the runway. He's in the bronze medal position.
Well, track action to come in the next couple of minutes. The women's 800 metres T54, the first heat of 2 going in this. The first 3 in each heat will qualify. The next 2 fastest across the 2 heats will qualify for the final.
That's there or thereabouts, I would have thought.
6 athletes in total going.
It's long
In
going
lane
to
1,
lifetime best again. It's 5:98. He's getting close
Natalia
to 6 meters, the Frenchman.
Kocherova, who will head from the inside. Tatiana McFadden, she holds the world record set this year and also the championship record set back in 2013 in Lyon, but she isn't here.
She's electing not to come. Competing in the Boston Marathon, I believe it is.
New York.
New York, there we go. It's one of those American countries. We don't know that too much about them over in Australia. It's too far away.
Well, there's no McFadden, there's no Manuela Shah, and there's no Edith Wolf, the Swiss duo who finished 2nd and 3rd in 2013. Shah also the European champion.
Their arm and shoulder functions, which impact on pushing
But there
a
is
racing wheelchair.
a lady who took
T54
bronze
athletes have full
in
use of their
2012 in the
arms
Paralympics
and
in London, Javelin of China. And the lady who took silver in the 1500 metres here
There's the start list.
in Gunilla Wallengren of Sweden.
Athletes in this, the first 3 will qualify for the final. The next 2 fastest.
So we go with Kocherova of Russia in 3, Wallengren of Sweden in 4, Konovalova of Russia goes in 5, Zhao of China in 6, Scaroni of the USA in 7, and is Keller in lane 8 from Switzerland. 2 laps to be completed, and they're away. Straight away, it is Zhao who goes to the front. And she's at least 3 to 4 lengths ahead, and she'll head across there in a moment. When they all reach that mark and over, they'll move around there. And on the inside there, at the present time, it's Kocherova from Russia, who's now gone out to a lead, with Zhao also there, and Wallengren of Sweden, who's also up there in 2nd place as well. So the 3 athletes to look out for, Wallengren, Zhao and Scaroni, with the times they have of PBs under 2 minutes, is certainly going to be a race that looks like it's going to be between those 3. And we've already got people tailing off towards the back, but up the front there, it is Kocherova of Russia, it is Wallengren of Sweden in 2nd place, and it is Zhao of China, who is currently in 3rd place, the London 2012 Paralympic bronze medalist. She's now making a move to go around the outside, and Zhao, who's just working her way up there to try and get up alongside Wallengren. She's gone past Wallengren, she's now gone past Kocherova, and she's really put a turn of speed on. It's the first 3 that go through in each qualifying heat, and at this stage, it is going to be not Kocherova, because she seems to have hit the wall. Has the Russian, she's in all sorts of trouble, but out front there, it is Javelin who is leading by 2 lengths at present. She's really working her way out in front. Wollongren is there in second place. And the top 3 will go through here. Zhao, though, working her way down towards the finishing line. She's really doing it very easily now. It is Wollongren who is in second place. Zhao goes over the line in 1:54.26. And it is Scaroni of the USA who goes across and takes the third place. Kocherova of Russia goes across in fourth place. So she'll have to hope for a best qualifying time to go through to the final. 2 of them available. But it is Zhao Liang who goes across and takes the win in 1:54.26. Wollongren also there in second place, and Scaroni who goes across in third.
Yes, the Russian, Chinese and Swedish athletes forming a little bit of a pack there early on in the first lap. But as soon as the bell rung, the Chinese athlete moved out into the second lane, a second and third lane there around the bend. And on the home straight, she really took off. Oh, sorry, on the back straight, she really took off and hit her straps, leaving the others in her wake. The Swedish athlete trying to hold on for as long as possible, but really could not stay in contact.
Yeah, Kocherova was struggling too. She was in right amongst it until the last couple of 100 meters, the Russian. But Susanna Scaroni, at one point she was being dropped off the back. But you can see there, Kocherova who's just going backwards as Zhao goes around the outside. Wollongren goes with her from Sweden, who took the silver in the 1,500 meters here in the T54 category as well. But there is Zhao. Look at her working her way around there.
And there's been a little bit of carnage up on the top corner of the track. And I think that was in the warm down that they've managed to run into each other. They've gone to cruise around the corner for their warm down. And it appears the 2 athletes have hit each other. You can see that down in the bottom, and the graphics gone over the top of it there.
Well, confirmation Zhao goes through 1:54.28 for her. That's also Wollongren in second place in 1:55.91, and in third in the automatic qualifying places is Scaroni in 1:57.07. And Kocherova at this stage, 2 minutes, 0.78 is the time to catch if anyone wants to get through to the next round in the next qualifiers.
Gives him the bronze medal. Yet another world record here in Doha.
So Musa Tambadou, his 5th attempt in the men's long jump, the T38, a 5:89 at the moment. He's lying third. Holding off Poroshin at the moment.
Could get a little bit more out of that board. And he's going to need everything he can get to move up from 4th into the medals positions, laying just outside them at the moment.
Tambadou, 5:98 lifetime best. 3rd place, still in the medals where he's been since he overtook Poroshin a couple of rounds ago. Here comes Poroshin now, his 5th round attempt. That's another good effort heading towards 6 meters. Tambadou, by the way, started off tonight with 5:50, and each of his attempts so far have been beyond that. So he's beaten his previous lifetime best 4 times, just 1 foul as well. Poroshin remaining, I think, probably in 4th place. That would have tested Tambadou had he not gone out to 5:98 a few moments earlier. 5:85. It's his best of the night, but he stays in 4th place. So we're heading into the final round. Poroshin in 4th, Tambadou 3rd.
It's been a long season.
Bowson 2nd, and who with the world record, 7.13.
I'm on off-season mode now. Enjoying my time the last couple of days in Doha, and enjoying the rest of the meet.
You enjoy watching your fellow athletes race?
Yeah, I'm a big track fan. I mean, I love competing, but second, I love watching, so it's great.
You're in the right place for that.
So we go into the second heat to the women's 800 meters. The 54. Lots of great talent in this. And they could 5 of the 6 of major championship medals to the name, and that includes Hannah McFadden, 2 bronze medals this week. Lee Wen-jun is the 100 meters champion. Sherry Madsen came out of retirement a couple of years ago. She'd been out of the game for just about a dozen years. She's won 3 major medals since then. Now, there was a little crash. I wonder if that actually wasn't the warm-up. Was that the warm-down? It was the warm-up. Vandenbroek is having a chair being readjusted, and there was a little collision during the warm-up.
I think what happened is, as they were coming out onto the track, when the athletes were coming around from the first heat, she went across the track and someone went into her unannounced and then really put the chair in an awkward position. She went over on her side and it was in their warm-up and the warm-down of the athletes who were finishing the first heat.
So it's Vandenbroek in 3, who's had a bit of repair work done on her chair. I did spot a piece had come off of it. You might have caught that in the wide shot. Vandenbroek in 3, Gulieva in 4, McFadden in 5. Bronze in the 1 and the 2 this week. Lee Wen-jun is in 6, Sherry Madsen 7, Alexandra Helbling is in lane 8. It's the first 3, and the next 2 fastest losers who will qualify, and away goes Lee Wen-jun. Well, we've seen this tactic before. They have to stay out for a little bit before they all come in, and Vandenbroek, whether it's because of the accident she had with a chair or whether it is preordained tactics, she is one of the 2 fastest in the field on season's best. She's shot out into the front already to take the spot first ahead of Lee Wen-jun, but now Hannah McFadden has moved up into 2nd place with Lou in 3rd, and they're all nicely streamlined at the moment, but Vandenbroek in a safe position right now. Helbling, who won bronze in the 800 last year in the Europeans. Madsen silver in the 200 this week. Lou and McFadden also with medals this week. Madsen was a double Paralympic champion in Sydney 2000. Here comes the bell. Vandenbroek leads. McFadden in 2nd place. Lou in 3rd. In 4th is Gulieva. In 5th is Sherry Madsen. Right at the back is Alexandra Helbling, looking to make a little bit of ground inside the final lap. Vandenbroek has taken it up all the way for over a lap by this stage. All very streamlined, but there's no, as it's such a short distance, just the bare 2 laps, no taking turns at the front. It's McFadden going to choose to go now to have a kick. Lou in 3rd place right behind. There's a little bit of a split you'll see between the top 3 and the back 3, but nothing's preordained yet. Here comes the move on the outside, and it's Lou making another move for it. Lou accelerating, Vandenbroek just behind. McFadden there also. Lou is out in lane 2, but despite the extra distance, it's not going to affect her. Lou's in a good position. McFadden looks safe as well. Real battle for the 3rd place, but Lou's going to take it, and I think it's Gulieva who moves up. And Vandenbroek won't make it back in 4th place. McFadden with the naked eye looked to have taken 3rd place. A bit of a blanket. Gulieva did move up very well, very quickly to take 2nd place for Russia. Lee Wen-jun leads 1:59.58 the winning time. Gulieva in 2nd place for Russia. And Hannah McFadden also through automatically. And nobody else will be. The fastest losers all coming in the other heat, which means Madsen, Vandenbroek, who was 4th, and Helbling are all out.
See them again in the final.
Interesting tactics there by everybody in the race. The Netherlands athlete of Vandenbroek went out and took the lead early on, and they all lined up behind her. There wasn't much bunching, even on the bell, even as they went past for the bell to signal the last lap. They're all still lined up until the back straight. It was at the end of the back straight on the last lap that Lou, the Chinese athlete, really made a move. They slightly bunched up the pack, and Lou came around the outside, really took it home, ran away with it, and Russia and USA, those 2 athletes there, getting 2nd and 3rd behind, with Vandenbroek coming in 4th and really missing out on a qualification spot.
So Lou gets through 1:59.58. Gulieva with a lifetime best. She's the only athlete of those 6 not to have a major championship medal to her name, but she's through. Hannah McFadden as well, and Vanden Broek, well, her time must have been rounded down. She is now the fastest loser.
Lee Holt, 4:28, Volendren, Scaroni, Lee Wen-jun, Gulieva and McFadden, and the two who qualified with time.
Guess what? It's been rounded back up again. Kocherova and Gulieva make it as the fastest losers, along with the automatically qualified 6. And Susanna Scaroni was the fastest of the lot. Tambadou to round off his campaign. This is his 6th and final attempt. And that will be a foul, and he misses out. Misses out this time with his final attempt, but he's still in there in 3rd place. 5:98, a lifetime best. Brilliant 5:50 start of the day. So Tambadou in 3rd place, the bronze medal heading his way, and there's only one man who can deny it. We're hearing that Hu may well be passing up his final attempt as well with the world record. So Poroshin down in 4th place, 5 meters 85. And he needs 5:99 in order to knock the Frenchman down again, and that's a serious lead. Well, that's the 6-meter mark there, and has he done it? Needs a white flag. Gets a white flag. And Tambadou, after the celebrations with the coach, brilliant achievement, best performance of his life. Has he been denied a medal? Has Poroshin come back up and nabbed it? It would be incredible if he's done this. He was up in the medals for a long time, then Tambadou overtook him. And Tambadou has made it all the way to the line. But Poroshin, with a European record, takes the bronze, 6 meters 12.
Elation for the Russian, but disappointment for the Frenchman. Very, very disappointing. Already celebrating and hugging the coach, the Frenchman, and now having to go back and rethink his competition.
Oh, Tambadou was almost there. And all of a sudden, the bronze medal was wrested away in a handshake between the man thwarted and the man who succeeded. Jen Boos and Hu Yanwen have actually passed up their final attempts. So Boos takes the silver medal, and with the world record 7 meters 30, Hu Yanwen is the world champion. 7 meters 13, Hu with the new world record, new Asian record too. Jen Boos with the silver for South Africa and a new European record for Poroshin of Russia in 3rd. Tambadou just missing.
Coordination impairments who compete in racing wheelchairs. The impairments typically affect the ability to...
Back to the track now for the opening heat of 2, the men's 800 metres T34 classification. Henry Manny, whose brother goes in the 2nd heat, he's the European champion. Almateri of Kuwait goes in 4. The world record holder, Wally Katila of Tunisia in 5. Isaac Towers, the silver medalist at the European Championships in Swansea, goes in 6 from Great Britain. And Reid McCracken, 3 silver and a bronze medal in 2013. And bronze in this event, he goes from lane 7.
The inside word that is that Reid's quite disappointed with his 4th place from earlier in the week, and he's looking for redemption here in the 800 metres, so needing to qualify through to the final. Needing to be in the top 3 to get an automatic qualifier, with the next 2 fastest getting through.
Well, Almateri in lane 4, he's the only T33 athlete going in this. The other 4 are T34 athletes as well. So they all get away at the first time of asking. It's McCracken who heads out quickly in lane 7, the Australian there. But it is also Katili who gets up there alongside him, and it's all bunched at the present time as they move down the back straight, and they just start to head in there, but they're all bunched up. McCracken there moves into second place now. It is the man from Tunisia, Katila, and the world record holder, who gets in there in front of everyone as they move around the 150-metre mark remaining in this opening lap of the race. But Reid McCracken, Evan O'Hanlon's talked big things about him this week, but out in front at the moment is Wale Katila, the world record holder from Tunisia, who's keeping them all at bay at the present time, but they're all bunched as you would expect at this particular stage of the race. Just in behind, it is Henry Manny, the European champion, followed by Reid McCracken of Australia. Now 3 go through from this heat, the same as earlier. It is the next 2 fastest who qualify and advance through to the final, but at this stage it's the world record holder and world champion Wale Katila who's at the front there. Manny of Finland, the European champion, is trying to keep speed with him, but it's really going to pick it up as we move around to the 200-metre mark. The speed will start to move. McCracken there in third place is well positioned as he starts to move around the outside, and we'll see a move here coming in from Wale Katila at the front. 150 metres to go as they move around the final bend. It's Katila who still holds them at bay, but coming around the outside, it's Manny who's there. McCracken is starting to struggle somewhat in third place, and coming down the outside, there is plenty of competition here. It is Katila who's in front. It is Manny who's in second place, and coming through to take third place, it's Isaac Towers of Great Britain, the silver medalist at the European Championship. Looks like he's snatched third place from Reid McCracken on the line there.
Well, Katila really going to the front early. Reid had a small lead at the front as they bunched up.
Who leads? But the only T33 athlete in 13, 152.52 for the T33 athlete. But at the top of the board, it is Katila who goes through in 152.02. Henry Manny of Finland who goes
33 category racing category is given an 800, so the T33 category can then choose to race up in that category.
But here comes Jia Dong, the championship record holder of 16. As he waits for the distance, there it is, 15.64 for the Chinese athlete. It takes him back into the lead ahead of Mindaugas Bilius.
I think that Chinese athlete there has been taking tips off Todd Hodgins from Australia, the Incredible Hulk. He told me, he said to me one day in the gym down there in Canberra that you're not really working out, you're not lifting heavy weights unless there's chalk everywhere. And they actually had to hire more cleaners to come every time Todd went to the gym because he just put chalk all over. We knew which one he'd been using because there was white chalk everywhere.
Rachel, thank you very much indeed.
Well, lucky it wasn't a chalk outline.
Bazinga.
Well, the crowd really enjoyed.
Some very interesting moves from the athletes.
Later on, to round off the session actually, so it'll give the crowd a lot to watch. Think about the T54. Speaking of second heat of this category. And silver in this 800 2 years ago. Ben Rawlings of Great Britain in lane 5. Bronze in the 800 in the European. Sébastien Maubré of France. Austin Pruitt in the United States, and Boyan as they come down the closing straight. It's still Austin Pruitt who leads for Canada, ahead of Ben Rawlings of Britain. Mittich is in third place. Hamadi of the United Arab Emirates in fourth.
There's a little to and fro there for the first lap, but the American coming to the front into the home straight there just before the bell. And he's trying to stay in control of this race right now.
Pruitt, Mittich, Rawlings with 2:50 to go. Pruitt with a little bit of daylight coming into it now, but additional movement coming on the outside. Hamadi trying to make a big move, and Rawlings, the meat in the sandwich at the moment, on the outside. Mohamed Hamadi, who's been winning major championship medals since the Worlds in Christchurch in 2011 when he won 2 golds in the 2 and the 4. He's heading the front here for the United Arab Emirates. It'll be a big win in the golf in this semi-final, the first 3. qualifying for the decider, and Hamadi is freewheeling in. He's going to take it. Rollins second, Pruitt in third, Mitic fourth, Mani fifth. There won't be two brothers in the final. Sebastian Mugre was in sixth place. The thing about Thomas Mani was he had 4 top 5 finishes in the Europeans last year, but the highest finish was 4th. The rest were obviously 5th. That's a championship record for Mohamed Hamadi. 151.14, and it beats the record of Wani Katila from Leon. Rollins did very well in second place, bronze in this in the Europeans last year. And Austin Pruitt, bronze in the 200, 2011 in Christchurch in third.
Katila, a big name in the T34 800 metres, so to break his championship record is quite the feat for Hamadi there from the UAE. The USA athlete of Pruitt leading for much of the second lap, but with 150 to go, Hamadi really put the foot down, went to the fore and took it home for that championship record, beating Katala's record there, championship record, and perhaps a big psychological blow to Katala going in to the finals.
How well judged that was.
Look at that.
Little look back and then away we go. Let's freewheel home. A championship record as well. Just imagine if he'd gone full belt.
That's the interesting part, isn't it? He just cruised through that last 20 metres freewheeling, didn't put any effort into it. But you're saying that it might cause a few problems for Katila. I think it might fire him up.
Yeah, Hamadi championship record 151.14, Rollins 151.94, and Pruitt 152.05. Lifetime best for Thomas Mani in 5th place.
Beautiful evening here in Doha for the IPC Athletics World Championships 2015. I believe it's the 7th edition of the IPC Athletics World Championships.
Here's our qualifiers. Pruitt and Almatari through as fastest losers. Almatari with a world record in his class. Katila, obviously the fastest. Hamadi, the fastest, actually 151.14.
So the T33 athlete, only T33 athlete competing in the class, was that broke the world record by a couple of seconds. It was as well, has now made it into the final as one of the fastest losers.
Well, here we are back to the men's shot put F37 final. Douglas Bilius, 14.32 for his third attempt. But he remains in second position because that man there, Jia Dong, 15.64 for his second attempt. This is his third. Can he extend that lead? Championship record holder, world record holder, and that there is very big indeed. That may be close to a new championship record. Well, he's gone past 15.64. You don't have to worry about that. He's over the 16-metre mark. He may just fall short of his own championship record that he set in Leon 2 years ago. We shall see.
Well, he pumps the fist. He's happy with it.
15.94, so he hasn't gone past the 16-metre mark. He's stayed just short of it, but he's extended his lead by 30 centimetres over Lithuania's Mindaugas Bilius, who, with a season best, is on 15.35. But back to the track, the men's 800 T36, the first heat in the T36 category. 2 to take place in that one, and Paul Blake, the world champion and championship record holder from 2013, will go in lane 3. Martinez Luna of Mexico will go in lane 4. The silver medalist in 2013, Artem Arafiev of Russia, will go in 5. Jose Manuel Gonzalez, bronze medalist in the European Championships will go in lane 6, and Wang of China goes in 7.
If you look at PBs in this race, it's really down to Great Britain and the Russian athlete to take out this race and lead from the front.
Well, Paul Blake has settled in nicely there on the inside lane, the British Championship record holder and defending champion in this event, and he's just moved through there on the inside, up in a line with a couple of other athletes. They're all bunched right up there. There's no real pace on at the present time, so it looks like it's going to be a very, very tactical race, this one. Blake there just sitting there in second place at the present time, but trailing it at the back there is the Mexican Martinez Luna, who doesn't want to be dropped off the back there. The Chinese athlete Wang also around the back, but in first place at the moment is the Russian Artem Arefiev, silver medalist in 2013, behind Paul Blake, and Blake is just on his shoulder at the moment, but it looks like he's doing it ever so easily, does Paul Blake, as all of them do. No real pace on at the present time, but I suspect as we come around to the 500 or 600 metre mark, that will change as we go past, and Blake takes the lead as he goes into the last 400 metres. It's Arefiev who's behind him, the European champion, and then it is the Chinese athlete Wang who is in third place. The first three go through in this heat, and Paul Blake has stretched right out to the front, so it's just a race now between the four at the back to see who goes through as the next two in automatic qualifying. It's going to be a race on there to make sure that they get through, because this has been quite slow. So when it comes down to the fastest qualifiers, and here goes the Mexican Martinez Luna, who's gone through, but the Russian Arefiev has gone with him, so he hasn't left anything behind. But there's a group, there's going to be a big race on there. The Chinese athlete Wang Dianwei has also gone up there, but Paul Blake is out by himself, way out in front as he comes around to about the last 120 metres. Here comes the Russian European champion Arefiev, who's going around the outside in the blue shirt, but it is Paul Blake. There is Arefiev in all the twos in the blue shirt. It is the Chinese athlete Wang who's currently in second place, but here coming through is Arefiev, but it's Paul Blake out in front who's going to take the victory. It is Wang who comes through in second place, and it's going to be Arefiev who goes through and takes third place, the Russian. But Paul Blake, he did that ever so easily, didn't he, Evan O'Hanlon?
Well, the Russian led for most of the first lap, but on that bell, Paul Blake really took off. And if you were watching closely, their first home straight, it appeared that Paul Blake was actually smiling as he ran behind the Russian. He moved to the front and then took a couple of looks over his shoulder, led the rest of the race, and from then on it was really a race of the rest as they were bunched up for much of the second lap until 150 to go, where they started to string out a little bit, came together again on the home straight. It looked as if the Mexican and the Russian were going to be pushing for second, but Wang, the Chinese, came through to take second.
Let me just explain to you how easy that was for Paul Blake, because his championship record and his PB set 2 years ago is 2 minutes 06.10. Now the clock just ticked over there to around that mark, so at the 100 metre mark he would have had to be down at the finishing line to break his PB. He comes in a time of 2:25.05. You can see him there, he's just doing it ever so easily, conserving energy, making sure he gets through with no problems whatsoever. This was where the race was on. The man on the inside really fell away there, the Mexican at the back, and it is Arefiev, the Russian, who goes through in third place, and Wang of China who goes through in second place there. Arefiev in third, and trailing at the back there, it is the Mexican Martinez Luna, and with him the Spaniard Jose Manuel Gonzalez. Confirmation then, Paul Blake goes through along with Wang, and Artem Arefiev of Russia takes in the third of the qualifying positions.
On form, you wouldn't be surprised at thinking that the Russian should have been closer to Paul Blake, but I think what happened there was that the Russian knew the first three were going through automatically to the final, and he was just sitting there knowing that he could outsprint most of the athletes in that pack.
We're approaching the halfway point of the latest and last field event of the night. That's around 14.5 meters in the men's shot put F37 final. That's Norbakov of Uzbekistan. 14.57 is best so far, lifetime best 14.53 the situation. Who's winning the rugby then? Australia?
As always, as always.
Here are the halfway point standings. Dong of China, 15.94, with Pilius in second place for Lithuania, Norbakov of Uzbekistan in third, and Lesnik of Russia fourth.
Yeah, for those of you who may be up in the wee hours listening and watching in Australia, I'm sure you've got 2 televisions on. The Rugby World Cup, the Wallabies are leading 29-15 with 8 minutes to play in that one. That's all I'll mention about that.
Because
but
while
don't
the Wallabies...
turn over. We're more important.
No, do
because
not.
While the Wallabies are a big name in Australian sport, there is one big name coming up for Australian sport this evening, and that's Kurt Fearnley, who will be on the track.
Don't go away. Furious Fearnley will be up soon.
Fearnley, the only member currently in the Australian team to have his own book and have a portrait entered of him by an artist, painted of Kurt in the Archibald Prize, a very famous portrait prize in Australia.
When is your book coming out?
Me? Who wants to hear about a slightly disabled man getting around for the rest of for his life?
I'm sure you've got some stories to tell.
Right, let's go to the second heat of the men's 800 meters T36. Andrei Chernov, pretty much the man to watch out for this, for Russia. Bronze of the 400 meters in the Europeans last year. Gabriel de Jesus Cuadra-Holman of Nicaragua is in this. Jose Pampano of Spain, Jakub Rega of Poland, Andrei Chernov of Russia, and Sid Ali Bouzarin of Algeria. So it's the first 3 and the next 2 fastest losers to qualify for the final. This is T36, which would be the, I guess you'd call what, the 3rd strongest cerebral palsy category, or certainly third in line. 38, 37, then 36.
If you're looking at the level of impairment of each athlete in the classes, you would go, yes, 38 would be the strongest, 37 being the hemiplegic athletes, which means they're affected on only one side of their body, and then the 36ers, who are most often affected in more than one side of their body.
So it's the athlete from Nicaragua who's out in front, Cuadra-Holman here. Good stuff so far. 2:23.93 is his lifetime best. Rega of Poland is in second place. Then back to the Russian athlete Zernov, Bouzarin, and Pampano back in 5th place. We're told this is quite quicker, 109.49, good pace, and the Nicaraguan still leading them out very, very well. Now, can he keep it up for another lap? Good lead that he's opened up, around 5 meters or so, and it looks like it's increasing all the time. But now Zernov puts the foot down, starts to put a bit of pressure on the Nicaraguan, and the pole suddenly has fallen back from 2nd to 5th, and that's Jakub Rega. And now they're tightening up all over again. And did Cuadra-Holman go out too early? Zernov is right up with him straight away, and the Algerian Bouzarin, who'd fallen well back, it's actually tightened up quite considerably again. Pampano of Spain, Rega of Poland. And they will accelerate on the final straight, but it is still Cuadra-Holman who leads going into the final straight. Not anymore, he doesn't. That's a brilliant break at the right time by Bouzarin, but he's fighting back. Cuadra-Holman, it's the top 3 who go through. These are the 3. These are the 3. Bouzarin is coming through to win. Cuadra-Holman 2nd for Nicaragua, and 3rd Zernov for Russia. Down the qualifiers. 4th Pampano for Spain, and 5th for Poland is Jakub Rega.
Yeah, the Nicaraguan did a lot of work there for the rest of the field. He led for most of the race. The Nicaraguan really opened up a little bit of a gap on the bend after the bell there, but the Russian bringing the pack back to him on the back straight and coming into the home straight. The Nicaraguan trying to hold on to the lead, but seemingly moving backwards as the Algerian ran past for the win.
Yeah, Cuadra-Holman went out right from the start, this 22-year-old. would make it his international championship debut as well on a global scale. And just went out in front and stayed there. That is superb confidence by him. Very, very encouraging by this Nicaraguan international. Gabriel de Jesus, quarter-hole man, and then in the closing straight, suddenly, Bouzarin overtakes him. He was at London 2012, his best finish was 9th in the 200 meters. And that will be a continental record as well for the Nicaraguan. Bouzarin, comfortable towards the end, quarter-hole man, didn't really need to push it in the end. And the 2 fastest loser places coming through this race, so everybody out of the 5 qualified. Bouzarin, quarter-hole man with the continental record for North America. Zhirnov third for Russia. Papanyu and Rega through as the fastest losers. And they will join the top 3 from the first semi-final. But it's to the field and to the javelin. It's the F11 athletes who are completely blind. And this is an event which is quite something.
Vitaly Telesh of Russia, his second round throw, 36.08. Well, we are going to go back and show you again. That is off tape, that. His second throw. I can't tell you his first throw for Telesh was 36.08. Here it comes again, in case you missed it the first time. It does land, trust me. There it is. He's very, very happy with that one. Well, Telesh has a season best of 40.51. His personal best is 44.31. And that there is a new season best for Vitaly Telesh of Russia, 41.93. He leads. Here's Ukraine's Roman Mesic with his second attempt, 34.16 for his first, so he's looking to throw further than that. 43.43 is his personal best, so he's some distance off that at the present time. That looks like it should be an improvement on his opening round of 34.16. So he does improve on his opening round effort, 36.59. It leaves him in 4th place.
About to go into some medal ceremonies here at Doha. You can stay in contact on Twitter using the hashtag Doha 2015 and the hashtag Beyond Incredible.
There's some men's 100 meters medal ceremony starting off with the T42, and we know who that means.
Scott Reardon of Australia, a stablemate of mine, and another product of the Irina Divoskina Medal Factory.
How good is she?
She's very good. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know that she's got around 46 medals since she arrived in Australia in 2004, and over 25 of them are gold.
session between our lauded presentation party, and it is a bronze for Denmark and Daniel Jorgensen. 3 European silvers previously, and make that his first world medal. For the 22-year-old Dane. 12:47 in the end.
Winner of the silver medal.
Something to come home with.
Representing the Russian Federation.
Not in there. Another medal for Russia, Anton Pokarov. Bronze in the Europeans last year in Swansea, and silver here.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion.
الفائز بالميدالية الذهبية بطل العالم في ألعاب القوى لذوي الإعاقة.
Representing Australia, Scott Reardon.
It was a shared gold for Scott Reardon of Australia 2 years ago with Heinrich Popov. Now, another gold. It's his and his alone for Australia.
That'll be Scotty's first international gold medal that he hasn't had to share with Heinrich Popov, because Heinrich's not here. Well, not because, but there still is a chance that Heinrich could have equaled him this evening, because Heinrich is injured and having to stay at home for this championships.
Scott Reardon only needing to share the podium at the end this time. Gold for Australia, silver for Russia, and bronze for Denmark. So he retains his title.
Scott Reardon there trying to give the crowd the big thumbs up, but his thumbs are quite small, so it wasn't too big.
6 competitors.
I'm just sorting out which way that flag goes, because Todd Hodgetts managed to do his victory lap for the second time in the history of his competition upside down for the full lap.
So back to the men's javelin throw, F11. That's the Austrian Bill Marinkovic. 37.20 for his opening throw. Leaves him in 4th position. Here's number 2. Good height, good rhythm. Question is it a good distance? Yes, it is. 37.59, so that moves him into 3rd position at present.
This is Vitaly Telesh. Oh, he's Well, he's gone out of the quadrant, and that is a red flag. Even though the javelin wasn't thrown, he'd gone out of the quadrant, and that is a foul. So the next medal ceremony, and what a result this was, the men's 100 meters T54, and you, I think, would probably put this down as an upset, considering the history of this competition.
Yeah, certainly. The man who was the defending champion of Finland, Leo-Pekka Tati. Beaten into second place, and that man there, Kenny Van Wiegel, season best for him of 13.92. Silver for him in 2013. Bronze this time. Perhaps in 2 years' time, it may be gold. The silver medalist. He retains his championship record by the barest of margins, by 0.01 of a second. His championship record sits inside the mark, which came from the winner of this competition from China, Lu Yang, with Leo-Pekka Tati. Silver medalist in Doha 2015.
Representing the People's Republic of China,
But China again at the top of the podium. It is Lu Yang with an Asian record of 13.77 seconds in winning the men's 100 meters T54 final. And China gradually extending their lead at the top of the medal table, which I'm sure we'll have a look at very, very shortly. Time now for the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Ladies and gentlemen, your IPC Athletics World Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة أصحاب الميداليات أبطال العالم.
We're in the fifth round of the men's shot put F37. Bikov of Uzbekistan looking to improve on a bronze medal position at the moment, 14.57. He's in the throwing circle now.
Time to move now to the men's javelin throw F11, the third round. Angulo, the Colombian. Season best 40.19 in his opening throw. A foul in his second. This one here, probably not as long as his first one. 34.51, so he's in second position, the 40.19, still not up there at his personal best, which is 40.43. Now here comes the Portuguese Nelson Goncalves. 31.28, his best throw to date. That came in his second throw. He sits in 5th position of 6 athletes, so needing to improve. Not far from his first mark. This, of course, the F11 category, so you saw him being guided up there to the position in which to throw. This is the worst of the visual impairment of the F11 through to 13 category. Doesn't look overly impressed, does he? Talking to his guide there. 30.20, so he remains in 5th position, does Nelson Goncalves. Here comes Bill Marinkovic, the Austrian. His third attempt, 37.59, leaving him in 4th place at the moment. But certainly got some height. At one point it looked as if it was going to come down on the opposite end of the javelin. But it did come down correctly, so that is a confirmed white flag. 37.59. What he has to beat at present. He is the championship record holder in this event, the Austrian, at 50.60 metres. World record holder as well, 53.99. Set in Leverkusen in 2010. But that is nowhere near it. 33.06, leaving him in 4th position.
So, a lot of long races to round off the night, but we'll rattle through them. The men's 1500 metres T20 final. We've got the European champion, Vyacheslav Krustelev of Russia. The European silver medalist from last year, Cristiano Pereira from Portugal. We've got Wang of Macau, Daniel Peck, twice major championship silver medalist, Rafael Kork, the world record holder, former European champion from Poland, Payman Naziri Bazanjani, the reigning world and Paralympic champion. And this is the man they have to beat, the championship record holder, the man who's won the last 2 world titles, 2013 and 2011, and also the Paralympic Games champion from London 2012, Payman Naziri Bazanjani. Michael Brannigan from the United States, lifetime best this year, 3:48.85. Very fast, but not ratified as a world record yet. Still held by this man, Rafael Kork of Poland. Bronze medalist at London 2012 and gold medalist at the Europeans in Stadkanal. 21-28, Daniel Peck, silver medalist at the last World Championships in Lyon in 2013 and London 2012. 18:05, Yuya Komori of Japan. There's another Polish athlete, Sylwester Jacek. 3:59, his lifetime best set this year, makes him a live candidate. Pereira of Portugal, silver medalist from the Europeans last year. 3:57, man, which is 700ths faster than the championship record. At 22:34, there's the European champion as well from Russia, Vyacheslav Krustelev, who won bronze last time in Lyon and European bronze medalist in 2012. There's a field of 16 in this. So we're underway in the final of the men's 1500 metres T20. This is the intellectual category. Freitas, Krustalev, Pereira, Nakagawa, Yatsia, Kimura, Pun, Makarov, Wong, Yamanouchi, Peck, Rabotnitsky, Cork, Brannigan, Acevedo, and Naziri Bazanjani, who's looking for his third world title in a row. He's wearing 16, but out in front at the moment, it's Rabotnitsky for Russia, Krustalev of Russia. A little bit of teamwork going there, and on the inside, Sylvester Yastiuk, and on the outside for Portugal looks to be Acevedo as well. They'll come through with 3 laps to go. Portuguese making his way up, and there are now 3 Russians up there as Makarov joins Krustalev and Rabotnitsky up the front.
Rabotnitsky stays there with the Portuguese athlete behind him. There's another Portuguese who's being dropped off the back there in the form of Jose Azevedo. So his race looks already over. But it is Russia who lead out in front. And Russia in 3rd position as well. It's Portugal in 2nd. On the far side there, it is Pereira in 2nd place of Portugal, who's pushing up there to take the lead as they head around to the 200-metre mark on this track. With plenty of time left to go. But at the moment, it is all spread out.
Rabotnitsky and Pereira as they come into the closing straight. It's tightening up all over again. Naziri Bazanjani's made a very impressive move up the way. We'll have 2 laps to go in a moment. Danger with Naziri Bazanjani now in 3rd place. Rabotnitsky and Pereira, the Iranian aforementioned. Brannigan in 4th place. Krustalev now in 5th for Russia. Bit of movement for the Poles too. Yatsia as the Japanese Nakagawa falls at the back of affairs. It's very much as you were, but very interesting that Naziri has made the big move. Rabotnitsky still out in front. Pereira in 2nd place. Naziri Bazanjani in 3rd. Basically 6 have broken away. Claire Brannigan of the United States lying in 4th place. He might have a good prospect as well. He's been very, very good form this season. Daniel Peck of Poland, Phil Cork, they're floating around as well.
And Brannigan with the fastest time of all athletes in this year, but not in an IPC ratified event, but he's looking very good in 4th position at the moment. But it's, as you were out the front there, Rabotnitsky of Russia, who leads from Naziri Bazanjani, the world champion from 2013, as they head into the last lap. And let's now see what they're having as they start to stretch the legs out, but they're catching up to those back markers. But it is Rabotnitsky of Russia who leads at the moment, but there's now a move being made by Naziri Bazanjani, the world champion, who's moved to the front of the field as they start to quicken the pace.
Acceleration right for the bell, and it's the 3-time chasing world champion Naziri Bazanjani, who hits the front with 300 to go, who overtook Rabotnitsky. Brannigan trying to make a move on the outside now for the United States, and the 2 Poles have moved up very well. Cork and Peck, who both have major medals to the name over the past 3 years. It's still Naziri Bazanjani defending his way. Brannigan's in 2nd place. Between these 2 at the moment, in the closing straight, is Naziri Bazanjani going to retain his world title? Naziri Bazanjani on the inside, Brannigan on the outside for the United States. It's Brannigan who's coming through to win it. Brannigan takes it, Naziri in 2nd place. Rabotnitsky looked to take 3rd for me. Krustalev in 4th. 3:56.51 is a new championship record. And Michael Brannigan just about held on. Naziri Bazanjani tried to take him in the end on the inside and came very close to doing it. But what a run that was in the end. Pure excitement, and it just looked as if Naziri Bazanjani had made the proper break. 300 to go, big acceleration at the bell. Rabotnitsky, who had been leading in the end, coming through in 3rd place. But Brannigan takes the honours. A fantastic triumph it was by the American. He wins at 3:56.50 is the ratified championship record time, with Naziri Bazanjani in 2nd place. Well, what a break it was. Now, this was with 300 to go, just after the bell. They'd all accelerated quite strongly. Rabotnitsky had led them by that stage. Then Naziri Bazanjani going out in front. They were lapping by that stage. but Brannigan stayed with him. He made the move with Naziri Basanjani, didn't let him go, and then a big break towards the line right at the end, and a big dash towards the line between the two Russians for third and fourth, Krustalev and Rabotnitsky. But a great try for Brannigan as he had to hold Naziri Basanjani off at the same time. Superb race that was. Real thrilling finish overall. The race is still on, by the way, as a couple of back markers from Macau, Pun Meng and Wong Kin Hung, still have 200 meters to go, and they will get a wonderful reception as they come around. 6:12, the lifetime best for Pun Meng, 6:23 for Wong Kin Hung. Great reception, and very much deserved from the crowd, as these two athletes from Macau make it in their battle against the clock. So Pun Meng is going to be his lifetime best, I think, and actually, yes, Wong beats his lifetime best by something like 13 seconds. Pun Meng coming through also. Well done, men. But also, well done, Michael Brannigan. A superb finish. Excellent race.
Well, Krustalev, as he went across the line, was in all sorts of trouble. He really took his time getting off the ground. It was a PB for him of 3:58.49. Rabotnitsky, his Russian compatriot, taking third place there. But what a race from Michael Brannigan. Fantastic form this season. Setting a PB in a non-ratified event. But Naziri Basanjani, the defending champion, a record for him, an association record, but 3:56.53.03 of a second separating first and second place.
Now, a very important thing to note here is the fight back by Naziri Basanjani on the inside. Brannigan overtaking him inside the final 50. Real determination on his face, but Naziri Basanjani not looking to lose his world title easily. Fighting, grimacing. He's lost a good bit of ground here, but then in the final 10, massive spurt on the inside. Could have gone on the outside there. Decided against it. Goes on the inside, and he almost took it, and that was almost a mollyhuddle moment. Brannigan was easing up just before the line, but he keeps the top spot. Naziri Basanjani in second place.
Well, that would have hurt, wouldn't it?
So, look at all those records. Championship record for Michael Brannigan with the gold for the United States. Payman Naziri Basanjani dethroned as world champion, but still a continental record for Asia in second place, and Alexander Rabotnitsky in third for Russia.
Brazil in 4, and in lane 5 it is Isa Ozcan of Turkey, and away they go, and it is the Colombian Arango Buitrago who gets away out in front there, followed by Brazil's Brazoni Teixeira as they take out the lead at the front. So the first to go through in each heat in qualifying. The championship record for this is 5 minutes 02.53, set way back in 1998. Not actually competed in 2013 in Lyon, this event, but out front it's presently Arango Buitrago who's taking the path just behind us, about 3 or 4 meters behind at present, and then from there it is the South African Luzan Kurtzi in third place, followed in by Colombia, who leads from the Brazilian Brazoni Teixeira, who's taking the path just behind us, about 3 or 4 meters behind at present, and then from there it is the South African Luzan Kurtzi in third place, followed in by the remaining 2 contestants at the back there. It is the Oksana Isa of Turkey, but out in front at present is a 2-horse race between the Brazilian Brazoni Teixeira and Arango Buitrago out in front.
So this being the T11, everybody has a guide. It's not an event that's run very often. Wasn't competed for in the European Championships last year, or at London 2012, or indeed at the World Championships in 2011. Maritza Arango Buitrago of Colombia, with those 2 championship medals to her name. Her guide is Jonathan Daibes Sanchez Gonzalez. It's a solid, secure lead for at the moment. Renata Mazzone Teixeira in second place with a guy Fernando Ribeiro Jr. And then a large gap, maybe 40 meters back to third place, Luzanne Coetzee of South Africa, alongside Ruxney from NAC. And then really tightly bunched because then you've got the Portuguese Maria Fuiza, whose guide was unidentified on the start list ahead of the race, and Asa Ozkan of Turkey along with Kemal Kush. So 2 laps to go. It's the Colombian Maritza Arango Buitrago who leads, the Brazilian Renata Mazzone Teixeira just behind her. The real battle for top spot. It's only the winner who automatically goes through, after all, to the final later in the week.
And of course there has to be a lot of talking from the guide here, because this needs to be paced out just right. At the back there, the Turkish athlete Asa Ozkan in last pace. The guide for the South Africans, Arun Vermaak, who's taking around Luzanne Coetzee. That is normally a male guide who goes around with the athletes. When you see throughout the different categories, it's normally a male. On this occasion, it's a female with the South African going through with her, and of course has to be from the same country. But out in front and in second place, it is South Africa. In second, it is Colombia, who is in first. There she is, the guide for the South African, Arun Vermaak. In the yellow top there is the guide who's taking around Luzanne Coetzee, and they're currently sitting back in fourth position as they make their way through the field on this third lap of this women's 1500 metres T11 race.
It is unusual, but it is a different beast as well, don't forget. So it's not the case as with the sprints, where you certainly need a male guide alongside you. Really might be the only ones who'd be fast enough to keep up in a sprint, but you can pace yourself a bit more in 1500 metres. Here's the bell. It's being led out by Renata. This is being led out by Maritza Arango Buitrago of Colombia, with Renata Mazzone Teixeira of Brazil in second place. Third now, a little bit of a move coming from Maria Fuiza. She's overtaken Luzanne Coetzee of South Africa in fourth place, but remember a teen distance athlete telling me before that they treated their races more as time trials than anything else, and if they got their timing, their pacing right, without the obvious little bit of acceleration needed to overtake someone, if you're in that situation, normally they would do very well, whereas obviously in the sprints it's something very, very different indeed. Tightening up a little bit, but it's Arango Buitrago who leads for Colombia against Renata Mazzone Teixeira in second place, and then basically quarter a lap back towards the rest. And Maria Fuiza of Portugal in third place, Luzanne Coetzee of South Africa in fourth. Turning the final bell, turning the final bend, and here is Maritza Arango Buitrago, who's coming through, enough room to win, with a little bit of acceleration towards the end as well. Arango Buitrago then will take the victory, and they'll be done in 5:05.52 with Renata Mazzone Teixeira in second place for Brazil. In third for Portugal will be Maria Fuiza. No major need for binding in this stage, although some will have that still. And Coetzee with a female guide coming through in fourth place. And in fifth place, Asa Ozkan of Turkey. So there's our winner, Maritza Arango Buitrago, with Asa Ozkan coming through in fifth place for Turkey, 5:05.52, the confirmed winning time.
5:05.52 for the Colombian, lifetime best for Renata Mazzone of Brazil.
It is only the winner that qualifies, remember, and for the moment that is Maritza Arango Buitrago. The Turkish athlete put a lot into that. Very loose binding, and there's the thing I was saying about athletes at this distance treating it as a time trial, and basically they were using a wristband to keep the link together, which is probably very wise.
And did you notice he had a watch in the hand there, pacing him as he went through, so a little bit different to what you would normally see. Some athletes deciding to get binded on the left-hand side, and some on the right. There is the watch from the guide, Mesquite in Galicia.
That's exactly the plan that was borne out, and the victory confirmed Well, after the second heat of this, we've got 3 heats of the men's 5,000 meters. T54. That will be a lot of fun. All of the great wheelchair racers in that category we'll see in that. Ritsuranga Batrago qualifies. Renata Bozzone to share also put down as a qualifier, by the way. That's a lifetime best.
13 are allocated to athletes with varying degrees of visual
Luisa in third.
Athletes in the T11 class have the least vision, with very low visual acuity and or no light perception. They will compete with a guide.
We were led to believe that it was just a winner to qualify, but we've seen 2 qualifying names come up.
2 plus 2.
So perhaps it is 1 plus 4 at the start. Let's see you as quickly as we can. Let's start this for you for heat number 2. Kelesh of Turkey is draw 1, Rodriguez Mexico 2, Square Schmidt of USA is 3, Zheng of China 4, and Laya of Angola 5.
Soranga Batraga, Bozzone Teixeira making it through.
Well, we must have a Mexican.
We do, Rodriguez, because Octavio's down there. And hey, it's a 1,500 meters race, so he's probably going to be down there the whole time. Here we are, it's Pinar Quiles of Turkey, Monica Livia Rodriguez Saavedra of Mexico, Yvonne Mosquera-Schmidt of the USA, Zheng Jin of China, and Befilia Boya of Angola. They are the 5.
And if we're having a look at season best times, Mosquera-Schmidt of the USA, 5:11.19, a lifetime best set this season. And Rodriguez of Mexico, 5:12.27. So they're the 2 we should be looking out for at the front of the pack as they move up to the start line to get going in the second heat of the women's 1,500 meters T11 race. And away they go. And no doubt it will be those 2 athletes who do get out to the front early on in this race. We've already got one who's been left at the back there, but they're away early in the piece. And the first 4 are nicely bunched together. So let's just run through them again. Pinar Quiles of Turkey, Rodriguez of Mexico, Mosquera-Schmidt of USA, Zheng Jin of China, and it is Boya Befilia of Angola.
Yeah, Mosquera-Schmidt is immediately recognizable with the shaved head. She's in the lead for the United States, and her guide is Andrew Tollefson. And the other guides for Pinar Quiles of Turkey, it's Aidan Erkan Kaplan. For Mexico, for Rodriguez, it's Gabriel Mezquitan Galicia. For China, for Zheng Jin, the world record holder, by the way. She broke that at the Para-Asian Games in Incheon in Korea last year. Jin Yubo is her guide. They're back in 3rd place at the moment. For Angola in 2nd, Befilia Boya and her guide, Eduardo Chimboto. But out in front at the moment is the American pairing, Yvonne Mosquera-Schmidt. Interesting pacing so far, tightly bunched between the top 3.
Well, the Mexican who I mentioned had a 5:12.27 time this year. Rodriguez, they're currently in 4th position, so they're just falling away slightly off the back, but I suggest they're pacing their race, and that's the way they'd like to do it. But out the front there, it's still the American who's in the lead in Mosquera-Schmidt, and it's Angola's Befilia Boya, who's also there in 3rd place, but it is the Chinese athlete Zheng Jin who has moved through into 1st place as we move around halfway through this 2nd lap. And Zheng Jin still leads there from the American in Mosquera-Schmidt with her guide Andrew Tollefson. And in 3rd place it is from Angola, Befilia Boya. And coming in 4th, it is Rodriguez, and taking up the end of the field, it is Pinar Quiles, who is quite some distance behind, and they will probably be lapped at some point during this race.
Well, it's the world record holder, Zheng Jin, who leads, just about 2 laps to go. Mosquera-Schmidt of the United States is in 2nd place. Boya of Angola is in 3rd. Rodriguez of Mexico is in 4th place. Back in 5th is Pinar Quiles of Turkey. Little gaps emerging now between each of the 5. Zheng Jin, lifetime best. 4:38.66, that's not a ratified world record because her official world record is 4:44.06. There's the top 2 who automatically qualify now for the final, plus the 1 fastest loser. That has changed, we should tell you, during the evening session. But look at the gap that's opened up. It's around 50 meters now. Zheng Jin well out in front for China. But still, it's a very good pace by Mosquera Schmidt. And in many cases, obviously it's T11, the athletes are totally blind. You'll also notice, I think the Americans don't have any bindings at all. The arm pattern is totally different, and that's in the 1500 meters really completely allowed. You're fine with that. It's all about the pacing, following the time, and for many it is a time trial.
It's very interesting, isn't it, when you look there at Mosquera Schmidt of the USA. Look at that. There it is, a picture of them. They've got the binding on their hips. So they're binded by the hips, so it obviously makes them feel a lot more ease doing it that way as we come into the final lap with Zheng Jin of China, who takes the bell first up, followed by Yvonne Mosquera Schmidt and her guide Andrew Tollefson as they go across the line and head into the fourth lap. At this stage, it looks like they are going to be the ones who go through to the final.
It's going to be down to the rest for the fastest loser slots. Might be a bit of a lapping coming on as well with Pinar Kellis of Turkey in the back straight. Will be overtaken very shortly by our runaway leader, Zheng Jin of China. But for the rest, it really doesn't matter so long as you're in the top two in this. Zheng Jin well in control for China. The 24-year-old 4:44.06 is her world record from October 2014. And the Asian Games, the Para-Asian Games. Here's the lapping coming now. And Zheng Jin very much well in control here. Mosquera Schmidt quite a bit back, but there's no worry about that from her point of view. Into the closing straight now for the Chinese. Zheng Jin is our leader. And in the closing straight, victory. Oh, did the guy cross the line first? If he did, she's gone. And if he did, it opens the door for whoever's next, and it might be Mexico. Might be Rodriguez from Mexico. Guide has to do. Pinar Kellis is still out there, and we'll follow her progress towards the end.
Turkish pair of Pinar Kellis and her guide Aydin Erkan Kaplan. So they're coming around into the last 100 meters to finish the race off.
Let off by our guide, our winner, but did very, very well indeed. Pinar Kellis made it all the way. Guy did the right thing. And I think, was he okay?
I think looking at that the first time, I think he's just let her go in time, so I think they'll get away with that one.
Only just. Rodriguez in third, Boy in fourth. The result yet to be ratified. We're told from the truck he should be okay, but that was too close for comfort. Does it, and he pulled it back, and he realised just in time where she was.
His knee was certainly in front, wasn't it? But as you say, there's the torso at the top there, and he's just pulled himself back. Good thinking after running that 1500-meter race. Smart thinking.
Also has to be difficult for a regular athlete. For example, if you're there, the triple medalist at the Para Pan Ams this year, Josh Cassidy of Canada, Julien Cassolet, who has won 5 major championships.
Guys perform so well in these events.
So it's Seaman for the United States as well, who's well poised.
As they move along there, no real urgency as they come down towards the finishing line here, but out in front there, it is the man from USA, Brian Seaman, who leads across the straight, but there's no real at the back there. Lu Cheng Ming, Josh Cassidy still out in front as they roll themselves around nice and steadily through this opening couple of laps. Now Casoli, who crashed in the 1500 metres, you can really see that mark. He's in second place at the moment. Very, very easy to identify as he makes a move on the outside. He's followed closely by the Canadian Josh Cassidy. Dropping back now, Brian Seaman, bronze medalist in 2012 at the London Paralympics. But it's Cheng Ming of China who's being left out the back at the present time. He's just trying to catch himself up there. But Casoli leads from Cassidy of Canada as they all work each other and give each other a chance to move towards the front. Lap 3 in this 5,000 metres race. It'll take around the into the lead. Brian Seaman now in second place, and Casserly just slipping back there into third place, the Frenchman. Masuguchi also in this field of Japan, 2 positions. With move down the straight here on the 4th lap of 5,000 metres. Seaman now in the lead, Casserly in second, and that man I mentioned, the silver medalist from 2013, Masayuki Higuchi, in third place. Well, the Spaniard Rafael Botello Jimenez is currently at the back there, but he's worked his way past Liu Chengming of China, so there's a bit of pace that's all of a sudden come into the field now, as the Canadian Josh Cassidy just takes the field forward. They were just cruising through those first 4 or so laps, and Cassidy's just said, well, let's quicken this up a little bit and see what we can do, as he then moves to the outside and says someone else can take the lead in this one. And Brian Seaman now moves back into first place, but also coming through there is the Thai athlete Prawat Waharam, who moves through into take the lead now. So Seaman in second place, Cassidy in third, and then the field really starting to move along as they head in to the back straight yet again. 4.5 minutes or so into this race. 3 heats to take place. The first 3 in each heat will qualify. The next first fastest will then qualify, advancing through to the final. Plenty of talent to come. The likes of David Weir and Marcel Hug. They've already met in the 1,500 metre race. Weir, of course, into second place in that one when everything was spoken about being the race between he and Hug. Well, it was Robert Tana who won the 1,500 metre gold. He goes in the second heat in this race, but at present there it is Waraham who moves out to the outside now to make way for Cassidy, the Canadian, who moves through, and all of a sudden the pace has just slowed down slightly yet again. At the back of the field, it is the Spaniard athlete Rafael Botello Jimenez and Liu Chengming of China, and pace has quickened up in the last lap, and now they're all bunched together and it's really slowed down. Very, very tactical race. At some point, someone will make a move and they'll get out in front and really quicken things up, but there's plenty of time in which to do that. Josh Cassidy still remains out in front. Just having a little look behind him there. Julien Cassidy of France. Heading down the outside in the red and blue with the red helmet you can see there, and the white on the front. That is the Thai athlete Prawat Waharam. But still out in front, Josh Cassidy of Canada. Who's going to make the move? Waharam has all of a sudden taken the pace up quite slightly. He moves around the outside and into the lead. Cassidy still in second place. And down the back straight they go again. The pace, it quickens, it slows. It's becoming very, very tactical indeed. Waharam of Thailand, he leads at present, with Cassidy in second place of Canada. And then the rest of the field all bunched together. Brian Seaman's taken his opportunity to get there in front at stages as well. Even Cassidy, the man who crashed out in the 1,500 metres, but Prawat Waharam of Thailand has moved out in front. Josh Cassidy is there as well, and Julien Cassidy is in third place, fastly followed by the man with the silver medal from 2013 in Masayuki Higuchi, who's in fourth place. But they keep on moving through, and yet again the Chinese athlete in Liu Chengming and Rafael Botello Jimenez drop to the back of the field. They all bunched up there at one point, but those two have gone back to the same position they were 2 or 3 laps ago, becoming very tactical. Pace goes up, pace goes down. It's a case of seeing who drops off the back.
Very easy to pick out Cassidy with that spiral disc underside of the chair, which became so famous during the Paralympic Games. Cassidy up with Cassidy for a long time, and Lou up there also with 4 laps to go in a few moments' time, and it's Cassidy of France You'll see the bandage on the right shoulder after the crash the other night. Cassidy in second place. Now it's Waharam in third. It's Higuchi in fourth. And in fifth place is Garbi. Seaman has moved up to the United States just behind there. Lewis slipped back for the moment, but there's no major pace in this for the moment. Nobody's thinking of being a fastest loser here. It's all about being in the top three. And Cassidy has done his turn up in the front, slowing things down just a little bit. And the return of Lou and Mateo Jimenez, who'd fallen off the back, and are back in contention again with 3.5 laps to go.
And that's what's happened twice so far in this race. Lu Chengming, along with Rafael Batelio Jimenez, have dropped away to the back. They've come back to the field, and then they've just pacing themselves. You can see the Chinese athlete there on the outside in the red and yellow, second from the back. He's just taking his time, getting into the slipstream almost of Waharam in front of him. There's Josh Cassidy having a little look behind to see what's behind him. And Cassidy now, France, who takes the lead. And then also Masayuki Higuchi, who's running a quite superb race at the moment. He's just having a little look around. He's just pacing himself, working out what he wants to make his move. But the whole field are bunched as we head in towards the last part of this race, and the pace will quicken up at some point, trust me, and there will be a real race on to try and pick up the first three of those qualifying places in this heat, with the next first fastest who wants to advance through the final. 3 heats in total taking place in this one, and we've got some big names in the next one. Rowan Tana, who won 1500 metre gold, and the gold medalist in this event at the 2012 Paralympics, David Weir, who won the treble over 800, 1500 and 5000 in 2011. He'll be taking part in the next heat.
Some good names in this as well. 900 metres to go. They'll be starting revving it up surely in the next few seconds. Will they wait until they hear the bell? Hard to imagine that. On the inside, it's still Cassidy. Cassidy on the outside. So bunched tightly together. Seaman on the inside. And of all of that, then Higuchi in the middle in the second row. And on the outside for Tunisia's Garbi. And at the back, it is Mateo Jimenez and Lou again, who's waiting, ready to pounce. Cassidy still taking up on the inside. Cassidy alongside him on his shoulder. So tightly bunched with 600 to go. When's the first move going to come? I think it's going to come now from Cassidy. It's coming on the outside. It looks as that Garbi who's made a big move.
It's Waharam, the Thai athlete, who's made a move on the outside. Well, he's gone right around the outside there, has Prawat Waharam. He's wasted no time at all. It's about 1 lap to go as they come down towards the finish line. They'll go across to take the bell. Cassidy in second place. It's Cassidy of France who's in third, and it is Brian Seaman who's now in third place. Cassidy on the outside, but it's Prawat Waharam of Thailand who's taken the lead, falling right away at the back. It's Lu Chengming who's out of the contest, but right there in the contest there, and is at the front, Prawat Waharam of Thailand. Now Thailand have won the 1500 metres gold medal. Can they make it through the final here and win the first heat after this 5,000 metres event? He leads at the moment by a chair's length, and he's pulling away at present, and is Cassidy in second place there of Canada, and working their way around. Waharam has taken to the lead. He's now about 4 or 5 lengths in front. It's a real race on now as Cassidy starts to fall back, and coming down the front there, it is the man from Tunisia, Garbi, but it is in front. Waharam in second place, it's Higuchi, and in third place it is Garbi of Tunisia who takes that third important qualifying place for the final. But Thailand have done it again in this heat. It is Prawat Waharam who goes across the time. 11:31.11 in first place. It wasn't the quickest of times. 10:20.16, the championship record from Marcel Hoog, set back in 2013. Higuchi in second place, 11:32.29. But it is Prawat Waharam of Thailand in 11:31.11 who takes him across the line. Third place there, the Tunisian athlete Yassine Garbi, 11:32.66. They qualify to go through to the final with 2 heats left to go.
It's funny, that's the moment when I thought Cassidy was going to make his move. There seemed to be a little bit of extra rhythm, but then suddenly on the outside it was Waharam who shot out in front, and he wasn't going to be stopped from there. 11:31.11 the winning time. Again, Thailand excelling here.
Again, the tactic by the Thai athlete to go out to the front. We've seen this before, and play it safe, avoiding any of the carnage that can happen in these distance events with the wheelchair athletes.
Very, very tactical race, that one. Right from the off, it was very slow, and then it quickened the pace around the 5th lap. And then after a couple of laps, they slowed back again. But in the end, it was the Thai athlete, Waharam, who goes through first, 11:31.11. Higuchi through in second, 11:32.29. And Tunisia's Yassine Gabi takes the 3rd and final qualifying place. The rest will have to hang on and see what happens over the next 2 heats.
So now, Waharam, Higuchi and Gabi making their progress. Cassidy will have to wait. Rounding off the shot put. Jadon, the twice Paralympic Games, reigning Paralympic Games, and reigning world champion. He has won this so capably. 15.94, his best effort. This 15.69 to round off. Jadon takes the gold for China. Mindaugas, Bilios, silver for Lithuania, and Norbekov gets the bronze for Uzbekistan. He's the man they'll all have to beat yet again in Rio. The European champion finishing in 2nd place. Third for Norbekov, good result for Uzbekistan. So that's how it ended. Jadon, the world champion, again retains his crown successfully. 15 meters 94. Bilias 2nd for Lithuania, and Norbekov 3rd for Uzbekistan.
Well, 2 more heats still come in the men's 5,000 metres T54 section. And 2 heats of extremely good class as well. Kurt Fearnley of Australia going in the final heat of the 3. And he'll go along with the defending champion, Marcel Hug. But that's all to come later in this one here. It's David Weir. Treble winner over 800, 1500, and this event, the 5,000 in 2011. As they come up to the line, it's Bichanok who starts in 1, the 1500 metre gold medal winner, Rawat Tana, who starts in 2. Nathan Arkley of Australia goes in 3. Liu Yang of China, Tobias Lercher of Switzerland, David Weir of Great Britain, Aaron Pike of the USA, Jorge Madeira of Spain, and Faisal Al-Raji of Kuwait.
Quite a lot of international medals in this, including Liu Yang, who won gold today in the 100 metres, and here he is in the 5,000 heats. Later on, Nathan Arkley, bronze in the 4x4 at London 2012. Rawat Tana, that gutsy gold in the 1,500 metres. Very successful outing for him, and look, he's out in front already. Tana out ahead of Alexei Bichanok, who finished in the bronze medal position in the 200 metres and tucked right in the middle in 4th place. Liu Yang, after that success today. David Weir, all those successes down through the years. Very well placed at the moment. And he's also the reigning Commonwealth Games 1,500 metres champion after taking that in Glasgow last year. But he did not compete in the Europeans last year or the last Worlds 2 years ago.
Well, Rawat Tana, you can't doubt him, can you? Twice he had to do it in his heats when he went through. And winning those after a rerun in his 1,500 metre heats. He won both of them. He did exactly the same thing in the final where he went out to the front, and he won that from David Weir, who finished in 2nd place. And he did it again right at the beginning this evening. He's gone out to the front. But now it's Bichanok who takes over the lead. And Tana has just dropped back slightly to let someone else take the advantage.
It's interesting they're doing slipstreaming in this. We didn't have a huge amount of that. Cassidy allowing himself with Cassidy to do most of the work at the front. But here, obviously, there's been an informal arrangement, as you see more regularly in the peloton of the Tour de France.
Either that or the Thai athlete has found himself at the front. We thought it was maybe a purposeful move there to be at the front, but perhaps he's found himself at the front. He thought, actually, this is not where I wanted to be.
In a 5,000 metres race.
And he's moved back to be able to draft off the other boys for a little bit and save some energy for the sprint home.
He's in 3rd place at the moment, and I've got no doubt whatsoever at some point he will try and get to the front. It's currently being led out front there.
So where?
By David Weir, who's out in front, along with the Chinese athlete Liu Yang.
Interesting, we don't see David Weir out the front of the line very often. He's normally tucked in the back, but the boys have forced him to go to the front here, and he's having to do some of the hard work.
It's a very different sport, this one, isn't it, with this one, because they can win at 100 metres, as you mentioned with Liu Yang, but they can go all the way up to 5,000 and 10,000 metres. It is such a competitive event across all of them, and so many of these top-class competitors compete across all of them.
We're moving out of the way now, and hitting the front for China is Liu Yang, and Liu Yang, look at that sudden burst of impetus here. But we've still got 10 laps to go, but he's shut out in front, and he's looking to split to the field immediately. And Rawatana is the man who's gone with them for Thailand.
Rawatana
Beaching
there
up,
reacting.
and
Oh, and he's gone again.
Oh, look at that from Rawatana. This is amazing. He's looking to decimate the field straight away. It's only the top 3 who go through out of the semi-final, but it's Rawatana who hits the front. It's Liu who's in second place, and it's Weir and Butchnock. They're the top 4 at the moment, and the rest of them to be careful that they don't get left behind, because it's only one fastest loser that will stay up. And suddenly, well, look, the speed wears down again. He's just trying to wear them out. A little bit of a dummy war, but he stayed out in front here, Rawatana. And I wonder if the Thai athlete is going to stay out in front. That was to burn a few people off and to get some extra energy wasted. Liu on the outside, Weir still up there.
Liu there making him move down the home straight for on the home bend for China, and Rawatana coming around going, I'll see your little burst of speed and I'll one-up you.
Well, Butchnock is in 3rd position at the moment. Out in front, Tana remains there. Weir in 2nd position. But this, as all of a sudden, there's one athlete who's been left off the back, but the majority of them are still there. And we are now moving into the real hard stage of this race. The lactic acid will start to really burn in those arms. And it is only 3 to go through in this heat, and the next fastest qualifier will advance to the final. There are some very good athletes in this who are going to miss out when it comes to making the final.
Lutcher has fallen off the back, so he's the first one to suffer, and he's still around 50, 60 metres back. Basically, they're in a good slipstream, doing their best to avoid collisions, and obviously just to allow a bit of extra space around the corner they're staying in. The second lane, 7 laps to go here, and leaving them out is Rawatana. 2nd place is David Weir. 3rd is Bichinot. 4th is Al Ragaki of Kuwait. Also up there is Bichinot, Liu, Pike of the USA, Madero of Spain. Well back at the back, Tobias Lutcher of Switzerland.
Rawatana really switching up the speed, hit and miss. Maybe trying to wear, here he goes again, just with a couple of fast pumps.
Well, Weir's gone with him, and Bichinot there in 3rd place has also gone. So there's been a quickening of the pace again. Tana has taken a quick look around, away he goes again, and then it slows. But the rest of the athletes have all gone with. So at this stage, we have 7 who are still there in contention as Rawatana leads us into the home straight as we come down to cross the finish line. David Weir in 2nd, and it's Bichinot there in 3rd place for Russia as we come down to the finishing line, and we have 6 laps remaining in this men's T54 5,000 metre race.
This is really a little Tour de France-esque here with the sparring between each of the athletes, with this pace shooting up and then coming back down to a more regular speed. Tana a couple of times has punched 10 to 12 fast moves and then slowed right down just to see if anyone can go with him, I think.
Well, who would ever doubt Rawatana's speed? We've seen it, haven't we, many times in these shorter distances of these events. But he's out in front, he's controlling the race, he's doing as he wants to do with this race. It's now up to see whether someone is going to make a move as we head down towards 5 laps remaining in this. It is still Rawatana who's out in front, David Weir who's in 2nd place, and the rest of them are all bunched together in each other's slipstream, with Bichinot there in 3rd place from Russia.
Well, we know Tana can do it from the front. We've seen that earlier this week. And to be honest, you would expect David Weir to be able to out-sprint most of these boys if it comes down to that. So I think Tana will look to go a little bit earlier than what would normally be the case.
Well, he's learned a lot, having won silver in the 1,500 metres back in 2013 in Lyon. Absolutely fascinating, having finished 2nd behind Marcel Hug, because remember, it was looking like the big Hug-Weir battle in the 15, and Rawatana took it out, and he hit the front early on, and he stayed out there, and he's in front here at the moment. David Weir might have learned his lesson from that. He's man marking him at the moment, keeping him very secure in 2nd place.
Tana looking at home on the track this evening, and why not? He's been out there so many times. He's had to run the 1,500 metres twice already.
Yep.
Well, Tana moves down as we move down towards the finishing straight. We go across, there are 4 laps remaining, so 1,600 metres of this 5,000 metres race remaining. And it's currently Rawat Tana, the man who won 1,500 metres gold, who still leads out in front from David Weir, who's in second place, Bichenok, who's in third, and the rest of them are all staying there right in position. Nathan Arkley also in that bunch of people there as they move in with 3.5 laps remaining.
Interesting thing is that Rawat Tana does not mind now doing all the legwork in front. We're right behind him, coiled, waiting to bounce like a cobra, but will he get the chance to upend this man who's already very impressively won 3 races in the 1,500 metres. He won the original semi-final and the rerun, and he's leading them out here. 3 laps, 1,200 metres to go. It is Tana, then it's Weir in second, third is Bichenok, fourth is Alregeki, fifth is Madeira, sixth is Liu, and seventh is Pike for the United States. 3 laps to go.
Well, Tana there out in front. We're in second. There's been absolutely nothing in this, has there? They're not moving positions. They're staying there. At some point in the next 400 metres, someone is going to make a move, of that we can be sure. And it looks like it might just about to be happening now as Tana picks up the pace as he heads around to the far side of the track at the 200-metre mark. And David Weir goes with him. And it is Bichenok who stays there in third position.
And it's Tana still looking very comfortable in front with 900 metres to go as he hits the closing straight again. This is the area where he survived that big crash in the semi-final in the 1,500. We're sticking with him. There's been no change. It's been like this 4 laps. These 7 in this order. This snake curling his way around the track, headed by the tide. Rawat Tana, and he's looking like a really talented athlete for years to come, perhaps. He's 38 years old, very much in position.
Tana there continuously looking over his shoulder as if to say, come on, is somebody else going to do some of this work, or am I just going to have to push this field through?
I think he's got the measure of the field, hasn't he, Rawat Tana, at the present time. David Weir still there. Bichenok in third place. Just in front of us here, Tobias Lercher of Switzerland has come across. At some point here, he might even be lapped. They pick the pace up, but it's Rawat Tana who leads at the present time from David Weir. Bichenok in third place, and it is Arahi of Kuwait who's coming through in fourth place at the present time. And then after that, it is Madeira as they take the bell for the final lap in this men's T54 5,000 metres second heat of 3.
We're in position for his traditional slingshot engage, coming down to the last 200 metres.
But he's got a man called Rawat Tana who's got the measure of everyone at the moment. Now can he kick on and finish over this last 250 metres? Rawat Tana out in front, David Weir in second place, Bichenok who's going to make the move. Fasil Araji of Kuwait is also in there in fourth place. The Chinese athlete Liu Yang, winner over 100 metres, is in fifth place. Will he make a move around the outside? It's only the first 3 who are going to go through to the final. Tana has all of a sudden put the speed on. Weir has gone with it, but it's Rawat Tana who looks like he's going to hold on from David Weir, who looks around and says, I'll take second place. And coming through in third, and it's the Russian Alexei Bichenok who takes third place. There are the 3 who go through to the final. We'll then have the next fastest who advances to the final from the 3 heats. But that is a much, much quicker race. 10:50.7 from the winner there, Rawat Tana, and David Weir, 10:50.90. Bichenok coming in 10:51.35. They are the 3. Now, they stayed in that position pretty much for about the last half a dozen laps. They looked like they had some sort of a plan. Tana, though, he looked to come back after a protest to win the second time again and then win the final the following day after having less than 24 hours rest to get over it. He is an athlete indeed. And then comes into the 5,000 metres.
Tana continuing to push there as Weir, and I'm going through to the final.
This race a different beast now, the top 3 qualifying for the final, and in whatever order, it doesn't matter. So Tana wins it, 10:50.7, Weir second, 10:50.9.
11 final. He's in third position at the moment, 38.94 his best throw. They came in his third round. This happened a little bit. Jose Alexis Angulio in 40.19 to take the bronze medal. But back to the track, the third round, or third heat of the men's 5,000 metres T54. Kurt Fearnley of Australia, who goes along with another Thai athlete, Tristan Smith of Canada, Sho Watanabe of Japan, James Sembeta of the USA, Goncharov of Russia, and Marcel Hugh, who is the defending world champion and the current European champion, as well as Kurt Fearnley, the silver medalist at the London 2012 Paralympics, gets out to the front, closely followed by Al Hassan Baldi of Germany.
Interesting to see here that Kurt's gone straight to the front, and he's already strung the field out quite a bit.
One, it was a bit of cat and mouse, and that one just then we saw was a much quicker one, the second heat. But Kurt Fearnley's just taken him out in that first lap, and he's stuck back in there behind. So
times in this heat, and he peeled off the front there, found Hug, and is now sitting right behind.
Well, I think this is certainly about conserving energy for Marcel Hug. I think he thinks that he's got the ability to get Canadian Tristan Smith, and in third place, in third place, as they all slipstream each other and work their way around the back straight.
Sua Lang, 10:23 lifetime best this year. He's the second slowest of the field, but Thailand have really come on leaps and bounds in the wheelchair racing, particularly at this World Championships. It's been fascinating to see the development. We've seen just how good an athlete Ratan has become. And, well, Sua Lang, previously unheralded, 42 years old now he is. Interesting to see how he can develop things.
Baldi, a page out of his own book of listening to what he needs to do to himself was when he talks to Reid McCracken for Kurt Fearnley. He's in fourth place at the moment. Marcel Hug there just in front of him in third place. He'll be using him as a bit of a marker there as Hug all of a sudden moves through to the front of the field, taking over the lead from the Thai athlete, and by Sua Lang, who moves back slightly. So it's Marcel Hug, defending champion, in first place. Kurt Fearnley of Australia, who's in second, as they move in to the home straight, coming up to the 4-minute mark and coming down towards the home line. Fearnley in second place, Hug out in front, Baldi's in fourth place. In third place, it's Watanabe, the Japanese athlete, and we have 8 laps remaining in this men's 5,000 metre T54 third heat in round 1.
Now, I do know that Marcel Hug is a big fan of pancakes and dark chocolate, and when they're together, an even bigger fan. So I thought maybe a couple of the Australian athletes could come down with pancakes and dark chocolate for the final, and we could be able to distract the silver bullet.
Well, he may think that Kurt Fearnley has pancakes and chocolate out in front of him at the moment, because all of a sudden Fearnley's gone to the lead, so Hug is going to go with him. And it's Baldi who's in third position at present, the German, the silver medalist in the 2014 European Championships. But Kurt Fearnley leads us down the straight with Marcel Hug, who is behind him. It is Baldi of Germany, who is in third position, and is the number Watanabe of Japan, who takes up fourth position.
Look in a very good position right now with 7 laps to go. 2,800 metres. Baldi, who's one of those who was involved in that big crash, that famous big crash in the 1,500 metres semi-final. Fearnley, good position for him, just tucking inside. Baldi making a bit of a move alongside, and Watanabe, the 10,000 metres bronze medalist from the last World Championships in 2013. Japanese also up there in the top 4. Still all very well tightly bunched together at the moment. Pace really fluctuating. Hug has had his time at the front, he's moved away to the side. And Fearnley, who's been winning major championship medals since 2000. A couple of silvers at Sydney 2000, he's won 2 in a row, the Commonwealth Games, 1,500 metres gold medals. He's out in front. We've got 6 laps to go.
Well, Fearnley looks as though he's on a little cruise in the Sunday afternoon at the moment out there with his left arm just pushing him along. He's split out to about 20 metres in front, has the Australian athlete. He's left the field behind him. Is this going to be the break that Kurt Fearnley's going to make? Where's Marcel Hug? He's in the middle of the pack there chasing. He's moving around the outside now. Is the defending champion Hug? He said, I've had enough of this, Kurt Fearnley. You're out in front. I'm going to come and catch you. As Fearnley moves on in front, but here comes Marcel Hug around the outside to catch up with Kurt Fearnley at the front. It's going to be 2 of them out in front. Now, what's going to happen in behind? Are the rest of them going to go with them, or are those 2 going to stay with each other and maybe even move back? Well, Hug has moved around the outside now as we move into the home straight. 3 laps remaining in this race as Hoog, 5 laps remaining as Hoog moves around the outside. Kurt Fearnley, who is with him, and the rest, well, they may be ready to battle it out for that final spot because they haven't made a move to go with Marcel Hoog and Kurt Fearnley.
I do know that Kurt Fearnley and Hoog get on quite well, so this could be a pre-designed move where Kurt was going to go off the front and Hoog was going to stay back so that it didn't look like the massive break that everyone was waiting for. Then Hoog would make his move.
Well, Tristan Smith of Canada has fallen out the back, so his race has been run. But at the moment, it is Marcel Hoog who's in second place, and it is Kurt Fearnley who's in first, and the rest are way, way behind. It is Balde of Germany and the Thai athlete Suoluang of Thailand, who is in 4th place at the moment. But look at these two out in front. They have turned the screws, haven't they? And they're working together. I think they realise that they're going to go through. As the rest come across the line, it is Balde who's come across in 3rd position, and it is James Sempeda of the USA who has gone across in 4th, and the rest are really going to have to work together to try and pick up that 3rd place.
Main group there who are way back. It's around 100 metres now. They have fallen back so much that the Russian athlete Goncharov, who'd gone way, way back, he was in last place a few laps ago, he's cut them up. Smith taken out of it entirely, but they are all bunched together. It's going to be a big battle for 3rd place, and Goncharov suddenly, when he was out of the race, because of the way this race is split up, now finds himself in a big position that he could go through. 3 laps to go, and it's Fearnley leading Hoog.
Well, Fearnley and Hoog, the real battle, though, is what's going on in that group behind. Those two, at this stage, unless they crash, are going to go through in 1st and 2nd. In the group coming in behind, it's Balde, who's there in 4th place, and it's the American athlete, James Sempeda, who's in 3rd at the present time. And the Thai in Ampai Suoluang, well, they're just taking their time, aren't they? They're going to make a sprint for it come the end as they move around. A group of 6 athletes who are there, and they are really going to have to make a move. And don't discount the Thai athlete or Balde. They've got some finishing power, but it's around the front. In 1st position, still Hoog and Fearnley who lead. Fearnley out in front. Hoog, they're about to catch up with Tristan Smith of Canada, who's about 50 or 60 metres in front of them. They're going to lap him as they come across the finish line. And this is really moving along now. 2 laps to go. There is the last 800 metres, but the rest of them are at least 250 metres behind. The group who are chasing there are led by Sempeda of the USA and Balde of Germany. They're really going to have to work hard. And who is going to make the move from that group? Are they going to go early and try and sprint away, or are they going to wait until the last 50 or 60 metres? But way out in front on the far side, it is Marcel Hoog and Kurt Fearnley who are about to lap Tristan Smith of Canada.
This chasing pack now is playing the waiting game. Who's going to make a move? Who's going to work with who? And who is going to be able to out-sprint who in the final stages of this race?
Well, I tell you now, if Marcel Hoog and Kurt Fearnley had put the pedal to the metal, they'd almost catch the group that are in front of them. So far are they in front. More than 200 metres at the moment they are in front, and all of a sudden there's a bit of a move on the far side. Now Fearnley and Hoog are going across. They're just talking to each other. They're going to take 1st and 2nd position. The battle is raging on behind. There's 600 metres remaining for the group who are behind. It is Sempeda of the USA, and it is followed by Balde of Germany and the Thai athlete Suoluang, who's in 5th place. And there's a whole group of them there as they come down towards the finish line. They'll take the bell as well, and they'll have 400 metres remaining, and they're now breaking out to a group of 3. Sempeda, Balde and Suoluang who are out in front. A 3 group there. They're starting to splinter in that group as well. 3 out in front as we head around to the finish line for the 2 who are in front, Kurt Fearnley and Marcel Hoog. That's almost become a bit of a sideshow now, such as the distance they've got in front. It's Hoog who's in front across the line, and he'll take it by half a length to Kurt Fearney. But it races on behind. It's all of a sudden picked up. Balde of Germany has moved along, and Suoluang has gone with him. It's only 1 more who qualifies automatically. There's 2 in it now. Balde out in front in 3rd place, Suoluang in 4th. That's what it's going to be between those 2. It's a 2-horse race now as they come down. Balde's got out in front. Suoluang's gone with him. He's got on the outside, but is he going to have enough to catch Balde? It doesn't look like it at the moment, and it is Balde of Germany who's going to take 3rd place. meters and move through to the final. Well, that there was certainly the most interesting of the three heats. Fernley in second place with Hoog in front of him in first. And it is Al Hassani Balde of Germany, the silver medalist in the European Championships last year, who goes through in third place. But 11:23.84 is his time. But Marcel Hoog, 10:55.62 for him. And Kurt Fernley, 10:55.78 in his position of second. Balde there way back, 11:23.84, but he will go through at 11:24 for Sue Luang. Will probably be enough for him to go through as one of the fastest qualifiers.
Those times there for both Hoog and Fernley over a minute outside their personal best. A bit of a walk in the park there, bit of a formality. The rest of the pack, though, working hard in those closing stages to discover who was going to get that automatic qualification through to the final.
Well, it just shows you, doesn't it, how they were really just taking their time and doing it ever so easily. They made a break with around 4 or 5 laps to go or more, and then from there it was just a case of get themselves out in front, and they increased that lead to almost 250 metres. And if the race would have gone much longer and they've really put the clappers down, they would have almost caught rather, the chasing pack. There is Marcel Hoog, the silver bullet, going across the line in the all black with number 9, and Kurt Fernley in the gold. There you go. That tells you a lot, doesn't it? Tells you they respect each other as athletes, but they're also saying, well done, we did our job, we're through to the final. It'll be a lot more interesting when it comes to that. There, qualification of Hoog, Fernley and Balde who go through. So we know 9 who are definitely going through to the final. And then it will be the one fastest qualifier who will advance through to the final of the men's 5,000 metres T54.
Just waiting for confirmation on who those fastest losers were through to the final.
And also Ikinci and Garvin.
I definitely think that Hoog and Fernley would have had a conversation beforehand and said to each other, look, we're obviously the class athletes in this race, let's stick together and get out in front at a certain point in the race. They would have been predecided.
Long day. Long day.
Predetermined.
Predetermined
Yes.
even. Predetermined.
Long day.
Pre-worked out.
Comes in from the side with the trump card.
Well, it certainly has been a long way. There is confirmation of who's going through the final. Tana with the quickest time. Weir, Hoog, Waharam, Higuchi, the top 5.
C2 from Thailand among the 4
And they're
fastest.
really making us sweat on who these fastest qualifiers.
It's just a matter of what it's like for the competitors, eh?
On this final event here on day 4 at the track.
26 gold medals decided today in what has been a very, very long day. Well, there you go. It's Gabi of Tunisia who goes through as the fastest qualifier. Baldi, Bichnok, Fernley as well. And that is going to be some final as we now head down to the medal ceremony area. 3 medal ceremonies to finish with. This one, the men's 1,500 metres T20.
The medals and flowers will be presented by
سيقوم بتسليم الميدالية والفوز
This was the end.
the Doha 2015 IPC Athletics World Championships at Aljagal. IPC Athletics Senior Manager.
Looking the goods during much of that race.
Winner of the
Man
bronze
from the
medal.
USA there in the middle, able to come over the top of him in the closing stages.
So it was
Alexander Ravodnitsky.
Russians 3rd and 4th the end. Kosteliev taking 4th spot, lifetime best for him. Rabanitsky in 3rd, 3:58.23. Himself placed it in the end. There was a big move that came from actual silver medalist. Wasn't enough for him to make it 3 world titles in a row. Payman Nasiri Bazanjani. Asian record 3:56.53. He almost made it. A big fight back due to our winner easing up in the final 5 meters, but he couldn't quite make it on the inside. We did not have our Molly Huddle moment. Siri Bazanjani takes the silver.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion.
الفائز بالميدالية الذهبية وبطل العالم لألعاب القوى لذوي الإعاقة.
Representing the USA, Michael Brannigan.
Michael Brannigan holding on for a championship record 3:56.50. And sprinted Naziri Bazanjani in the final 100 meters. It was superb racing. The T20 1500 meters has a new world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the national anthem.
So
of
this
the United
18-year-old
States of America.
becomes world champion for the United States.
Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة أصحاب الميداليات أبطال العالم.
So Michael Brannigan with gold, Bazanjani, the former champion, with silver in the men's 1500 meters T20 event. It came down to the end.
He's from Northport, New York, and he's the fastest 2-mile high school runner in the United States, and now a world champion to boot.
And fully deserves it. Brilliant run, brilliant athlete, brilliant triumvirate of athletes out there as well. It's been a long day, but it's been very, very successful for many athletes out there with world records, championship records, and personal bests beaten left, right, and centre. Don't forget, if you want to get to us on social media, you can find us on Facebook, on Twitter, hashtag Doha 2015. Doha2015.org if you want to listen and watch the coverage. And also at IPC Athletics on Twitter as well. Even on Instagram.
Even on Periscope as well, I believe.
Evan O'Hanlon, the king of Periscope.
It's been a very, very long day. The first action was at 9:30 this morning. It's 10:30 p.m. here. Doha time now.
I'll be live on Periscope again tomorrow with the GB team down at their hotel, so keep an eye on the IPC Twitter account for details on how to watch that. Live interviews, so they can get quite funny at times. And we can make a couple of mistakes that everybody enjoys.
You make a mistake? You don't make mistakes. Right, moving along. The victory ceremony for the men's javelin throw F54 final.
And look at the Greek community here, ready to celebrate a big Hellenic victory.
I had a Greek salad for lunch. Very nice indeed it was. And it is a Greek who wins this event. We'll get to that in a moment. Because Russia took the bronze medal. Alexei Kuznetsov.
IPC Athletics Senior Manager.
Jose Rodriguez of Brazil with a South American record.
Alexei Kuznetsov.
And the winner, Stepanakadis of Greece. There is Alexei Kuznetsov of Russia. His season best coming into this, 27.53, so he's beaten that by 3 centimeters, did Kuznetsov. Rodriguez of Brazil, snapping away in the crowd. Good to see. Great memories. .28.33 for a continental South American record for him.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion.
But the new
representing Greece,
world champion for 2015 here in Doha, Manolis Stepanakadis, 28.45 meters. Throwing that in his penultimate attempt. He does have a lifetime best set this year of 29.75, so he was 1 meter and 30 centimeters off that, but he won't be complaining because he's taken World Championship gold. Time now for the national anthem of Greece. Tears of joy from the Greek supporters in the crowd. Isn't that great to see? Lifetime memories for these athletes. Lifetime memories for the supporters who have come along to watch friends and family compete here in Doha in the 2015 IPC Athletics World Championships. Russia, Brazil and Greece link hands, and that is lovely to see.
تود اللجنة المنظمة لبطولة العالم لألعاب القوى لذوي الإعاقة الدوحة 2015 أن تقدم الشكر لشركائها الرسميين.
The Doha 2015 IPC Athletics World Championships Organising Committee would like to thank their official
in Brazil
partners.
at the 2016
Allianz.
Paralympic Games.
BP.
We've seen scenes of joy today in Doha.
الخطوط
Scenes of
الجوية
triumph.
القطرية.
Scenes of despair.
قنوات الكأس.
But it makes you come back for more, doesn't it? Every day.
عبد الغني وإخوانه.
Abdullah Abdulghani and brothers.
الحي الثقافي.
And Katara.
If you're not
على
inspired by
دعمهم
this,
لبطولة العالم لألعاب القوى لذوي
you won't
الاحتياجات
be
الخاصة
inspired by
الدوحة
anything.
2015.
Thanks to all for their support of the Doha 2015 IPC Athletics World Championships.
well, we have one more ceremony for medals to take place as the day heads on to almost 11 o'clock local time. And there we have at the top of the medal standings, the People's Republic of China on 35, 18 gold medals. They've increased it today, haven't they? Russia are right on their coattails though in second place. United States of America in third and Great Britain are in fourth. Australia up to fifth position. Cuba on 5 with 4 gold medals. Brazil there, 2 gold medals in 10th position. Ireland down there in 16th position.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's discus F44.
السيدات والسادة، مراسم التتويج لمنافسات رمي القرص F44 سيدات.
The final medal ceremony of the day, the women's discus throw F44, a Chinese 1-2, with the USA in third position. And a world record to boot. There's been a few of them today, hasn't there? I suspect over the next 6 days we'll have a few more.
IPC Athletics World Championships. Winner of the bronze medal.
الفائزة بالميدالية البرونزية.
Representing the USA, Natalie Bewley.
In third place, Natalie Bewley with an American record of 29.61 meters.
Winner of the silver medal.
الفائزة بالميدالية الفضية.
Representing the People's Republic of China, Yang Yueng.
Silver medal for China, 41.61 meters, Yang Yu. That came in her very last attempt, although she already had the silver medal wrapped up by that stage. 41.42 with her fourth attempt, 40.75 with her fifth, and the biggest of all, 41.61 coming in her sixth and final attempt.
Gold medalist and IPC Athletics World Champion.
The world record holder in the F44 discus throw until today.
Representing the People's
Because that
Republic
lady,
of China,
her compatriot from China, Yao Yuan, has set a new world record with her second throw of the competition, 43.39 meters. That was massive. And the Chinese, as you saw a moment or two ago, outstanding at the top of the medal table. As once again, it's time for the anthem of the People's Republic of China.
في حي القدرة للسلام الوطني لجمهورية الصين الشعبية.
Championship medalists.
السيدات والسادة بطلات العالم صاحبات الميداليات.
So the women's discus throw F44, the final medal ceremony and the final action of day 4 here of these IPC 2015 World Athletics Championships. So there has been 26 finals taking place on this day, 20 in the evening session. Don't forget you can get in contact, hashtag Doha 2015 at IPC Athletics. You can get us on Facebook or Doha2015.org. Richard Brown, he set a world record today, winning the 200 metres. There has been some superb athletics on show.
Well, that concludes this session. We do hope
And there is going to be
you
more
enjoyed your afternoon and your evening.
over the
Thanks for
coming
being part of the Doha 2015
6 days, 10 days of action in total. Athletes like Umara Duran and the crowd are going to enjoy the next 6 days as well. We'll finish with some relays towards the end as well. Hugs aplenty between athletes. There's been tears, there's been disappointment, but there has been some incredible action as well. Don't forget you can join us on day 5. Evan O'Hanlon will be here, Will Downing will be with me, Tulson Tollett, but from us and everyone else involved, bye for now.
Did you get that? That was
for the ones who move ahead and forward, on, and make a difference in this world. Go on. There is an energy source, stronger than any other, capable of making the impossible possible. It's called the energy within. BP is proud to help Paralympians discover theirs.
They say my name is number 12. I play the game right off the shelf. Making sure everybody's alright. Making sure we get it done tonight.
ground or in the air, you can always be assured of our 5-star service. Qatar Airways.